Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Wackersdorf for coverage of round 3 of this year's IAME Euro Series. My name's Andrew Mather. Alongside me once again here in the sunny conditions is Guillaume Alvarez. Guillaume, first talking point, my goodness me, it's going to be a race meeting in June at least like no other with these record temperatures.
Yeah, definitely. The heat wave is upon us here in this beautiful part of southern Germany. Prokart Raceland of Wackersdorf has never looked brighter before, but we get ourselves ready for what's going to be an intense day, a hot day on and off the track with 16 qualifying heats. This is the midway point of this 2026 season. We cannot wait to get on track.
Absolutely. We saw at Franciacorta some very close racing across X30 Mini, X30 Junior, X30 Senior. The championships very, very close indeed. All to come up for today for these qualifying heats. We'll take a very short break and be back with you very soon with the first race of the day. We are here in Germany for round 3 of the IAME Euro Series. Wackersdorf is our stage for what will be a scorcher out on track. Europe, if you're not aware already, where have you been? It's grappling with one of the warmest June heat waves on record. All 3 classes here this weekend with similar hot battles for the championship. The second half of the season starts here in Germany. The track here in Wackersdorf is a favourite for the drivers. It's got a great mix of technical challenges, plenty of grip out there on circuit and plenty of places to overtake in each sector. Here is your circuit for this weekend. The Prokart Raceland opened in the mid-90s. Event records so far this weekend, Dan Alaman with a 49.249.
Yeah, impressive performance indeed from the Swiss driver from Spirit Racing. It will be one to watch this weekend, as this is his second pole in the senior category after Zwerda. Event record through this beautiful layout of close to 1-2 kilometer of length. Wide off track between 8 to 12 meters, elevation change between 2 and 3 meters, 2 massive straight 125 meters between those turn number 8 and 9, and 230 meters between the last turn in 11 and the first one, the right-hander in turn number 1. 11 turns in total, 7 to the right, 4 to the left, as well as 4 hairpins. A lot of overtaking opportunities on this layout of 1200 meters. Here they are, turn number 2, turn number 4, turn number 10, turn number 9 as well. We might see slightly more than that because racing is always very close, very intense on this Prokart Raceland of Wackersdorf layout. So watch out, because we've been here on a numerous of occasions with top speeds reaching over 120 kilometers an hour down to turn number 1. Average speed about 85 kilometers an hour through the course of that lap. So it's a twisty, very narrow technical lap, even though some very fast sections of it. And as you can see, as you mentioned, Andrew, well, the weather couldn't be more beautiful than it is now for the past few days here in the Bavarian region. We find ourselves ready for the first of 16 races to go onto the track now.
And it'll be X30 Mini that get us going for the morning with their first qualifying heat. The single group of X30 Minis had their timed qualifying yesterday. We'll take you through the grid in a moment for what will be a 7-lap race. All of the heats for the X30 Minis, 8.5 kilometres in length. And remember, it's Chester Fawkes who leads the standings going into this round from his teammate Ilias Sami. But this is still a very, very open category for 2026. Let's take you through the grid then for the first time here today. Mason Hibbert has his first pole position of the year, was on the podium last time out at Franciacorta and is joined by Leo Devahive, who also hasn't had a win so far this season. Ilias Sami and Charles Clough there on row number 2. Alfie Davidson and Bodie Batch row 3. Harry Chapman, best qualifying of the year so far for Harry in the Excel team for this week, at least on row 4 alongside Chester Fawkes. Siabel Basalama is on row 5 alongside Achilles Peruzzi, row 6 Dimi Uzanov and Ollie Surley.
Then we have further down on row number 7, Kaden Nakura and LBJ Stubbs. Row number 8, Marta Sanchez-Gomez and Ben Item. Row number 9, Milo Cornell as well as Oliver Woodall. Row number 10, Aaron Bordanova, Matis Pisens. Row number 11, Ole Telstedt and Evans Voronins. Row number 12, Gilles de Waal and Darren Gani. Row number 13, Laurent Sommerfin and Martin Rodriguez and Marcus Alberg at the back end of that grid, as we do have everybody on board into that mini category with 5 new first-time appearances here this weekend for Oli Telstedt, Achilles Peruzzi, Frode Hallberg, LBJ Stubbs and Kaden Nakura. In total, 33 sort of rookies joining us for the first time this season.
It's a look into race control with Joanna Falcao it's good to see they'll be overlooking all of the footage here today. Sam Fisher alongside as well. Past the red line, drivers can no longer change their positions on circuit. We are ready to go racing and we are looking good for the start of proceedings in a racing capacity here at Wackersdorf. Good start for Mason Hibbert, who will lead into the first proper braking zone. Ilias Sami looking on the inside there for a bit of space. Looks like Leo Devahive has had a decent start as well. Mason Hibbert, fresh off a first win in this category at a national level a couple of weeks ago, is in good form heading into this weekend. Has been consistently in the top 5 so far this season. It's been himself and Alfie Davidson leading the charge in the Fusion team against the upstarts in a way. DK Academy with the likes of Ilias Sami and Chester Fawkes. That is going to be a story that continues on across the course of this weekend. Don't count out others. For example, Leo Devahive there in second place aboard the Paralymp. But nice clean start there, Guillaume. That's what we like to see from the Minis.
Yes, indeed. Watch out for the last turn as well. This is 1 lap completed already. It was clean indeed for that opening lap of the 16 races we're going to have together live as always. But already a bit of a gap between Mason Hibbert and Leo de Garcia, with Ilias Sami and Charles Clough leading the pursuing train further down. Turn number 1, it always provides. Keep an eye very much on that first hairpin on the way down to the chicane. Turn number 4, a second big overtaking spots where we might see a lot happening, especially in that mini category. We've seen already from the back view at the last turn, turn 11, at the end of that opening lap, some of the drivers already going the inside of that race, trying at least to make their bid as early as that lap number 1. Run the inside goes the 420 of Ilias Sami on Leo Garcia indeed. Leo Devahive losing a couple of positions in the process with Charles Clough, who made his way past up to P3 indeed, and despite it enough on the start P4. And contact, a couple of contact already, and the driver being pushed sideways and rolling over. But fortunately, the 418, this is Ali Telstedt indeed. Laura Sommerfin as well, that was sent into an impressive rollover, but thankfully is on his feet. An impressive footage already, impressive sequence to get us started, Andrew.
Yeah, that was actually very well dealt with by Laurent, but it didn't get trapped underneath the cart. That could have been a lot worse than it was. Chester Fawkes on the move there, gets through into 5th place ahead of Leo Devahive. Move for 2nd as well. Alfie Davidson through past Ilias Sami for a moment there. Now looking down the inside is Charlie Clough. And Ilias Sami, I think, will have learnt a lot from Franciacorta. He made 1 mistake all weekend, and it cost him a spot on the podium in the final. He just tried to race a little bit too hard off of one of the hairpins there. I'm intrigued to see how Ilyas Sami plays it with the tactics this weekend. He's been very, very strong so far. This has been by far his strongest season in karting to date. He's now maybe got a little bit of help in the form of his teammate Chester Fawkes. These two have worked brilliantly across the course of the national and international karting season so far, and that's a good example of it. And working together to dispose of Charles Clough, though now Fawkes goes down the inside on his teammate and takes another position. Tidy racing there from the young driver based out in the southeast of England.
And fastest lap in the race for one of the newcomers this season, Achilles Peruzzi, making up 3 places up to P7 from Fusion. A lot of Fusion drivers, as always. The Fusion train, as we like to call it, as running inside of turn number 9. A couple of overtaking battles as well happening with the help between some of the Fusion teammates chasing the Ilyas Sami. Ilyas Sami, Chester Fawkes, the championship leader, and finds himself now up to P3 with a bit of help, as you mentioned, from his teammate. But look at the pressure coming from behind indeed with Botibac, Achilles Peruzzi and Charles Clough. All 3 of them very close indeed. They're going to try to make certainly the life of some of the opponents slightly harder. As in the meantime, well, you can see there's strategy at play already between Mason Hibbert and Alfie Davidson, 2 of the same team leading the way. Oh, and already a contact avoided slightly. Watch out between 2 of the Fusion teammates further down, Body Match and Achilles Peruzzi. Charles Clough might have been involved as well in the bid in trying to get around Ilyas Sami. Things could have gone wrong very badly into that turn number 4. They kept it on track, but already a bit of heat onto the track already.
Bodie Batch getting involved there, one of the youngest drivers in this category. Had a breakthrough weekend at this level at Franciacorta. Didn't quite have the final he would have wanted, but he was very impressive through the heats and the super heats. Remember, you'll be able to watch every single racing moment here at Wackersdorf across the course of the weekend. Here are your 2 leaders, Hibbert and Davidson, doing what they need to do, working together, and they've worked together very well across the course of the season so far. It really has been almost a bit of a 2v2 at the front of many sessions in 2026 so far. For Fusion, it's been these 2 young guys. For DK Academy, it's been Sami and Fawkes, as mentioned, but they'll keep working together right now. Most likely not going for any overtaking moves at the moment because they know that Chester Fawkes is quick this season, particularly in Euro trim. Maybe had a few difficulties on the national scene, but out here in Europe on the bigger, faster circuits, Fawkes has been the one to, or one of the ones to beat so far this year. But Hibbert still leads from Davidson. The gap back to Fawkes, probably about 3/4 of a second right now, but it's very much advantage to the Fusions right now. They've got themselves organised. They'll come round to start another lap. And there's 6 down. 1 more to go then. And is there going to be a move here from Alfie Davidson? These 2 are well positioned in the championship as well. Hibbert 4th heading into this weekend. Davidson 3rd, but they need a big scoring weekend if they're going to close the gap to the 2 DK Academies before we go to the final round in Belgium.
As long as they can keep it together and make it a 1-2 to get day started, that's certainly what matters at this point. Chester Fawkes doing the job that he needs, climbing 5 places. Didn't have the best of quali, starting from the 4th row on the grid, but he was able to work his way through quite efficiently enough and build himself a bit of a gap on Ilyas Sami as Ronnie outside of turn number 10. Watch out, a slight pressure added on the shoulder, and you can see that Alfie Davidson is not really happy about Mason Hibbert maybe shutting that door. Keeps on telling him, well, keep on going, because Chester Fawkes might see a chance coming in the last turn. That would have been certainly a bit too short in time. The checkered flag is waving. Mason Hibbert is taking from pole position his first win of the day. Close call, but as you might expect between the 2 teammates, it's about really closing on that first race, getting the confidence and the points, and not letting Chester Fawkes getting any closer, even though 2/10 on the line.
Good win there for Mason Hibbert, continuing the strong form that he's exhibited before this weekend, and he takes the first heat with a lights to flag run from pole position. I understand why he just had that slight defensive move just to be sure that there was going to be no way through for Alfie Davidson. Good points for Alfie Davidson to kick off the day with a P2. I think Chester Fawkes will be quite pleased though with that 3rd place. You mentioned it, Guillaume. Didn't have the best of times in qualifying, a little bit of a disrupted qualifying yesterday for Chester, but the fact that he was able to come back, gain 5 places and get ahead of his teammate Ilyas Sami That's the first score on the board for the championship leader. Good drive from Ole Sørlie as well. The Norwegian for the Action Racing team was one of your biggest movers in that race, up 7. Achilles Peruzzi on his first appearance at this level since the Winter Cup comes home P6 in that race. For P7, Charles Clough, P8, Tim Yuzanov, Leah Devahive and Martin Chakin-Gomez in the top 10. Harry Chapman in 11th, Mila Cornhill 12th, Matthias Pearsons, Albie J. Stubbs and Tiabul Vasalama in the top 15. Bit of a tough race there for Bodie Batch, down to 16th place ahead of Aaron Bordenova. Caden Hakura on the Euro Series debut finishes P18. Martin Rodriguez and Ben Eiton complete the top 20. Darren Gani, Ivan Voronins, Gilles Devale, Ole Telstad, Marcus Alberg and Oliver Woodall were the last of the 26 finishers. One retirement, Laurent Sommer, after that troubling-looking incident out of the our past marshal post 7. But Laurent, by all means, is looking good. And we'll see the minis back out again well, it'll be the first race after the lunch break. It'll be 1:20 because we've had the warm-ups already here this morning. Here are some of your highlights.
Let's take a look at how things unfolded from the left side of your picture. Mason Hibbert from pole position, taking Elias Sami just behind from third on the second row of the grid, coming into turn number 1. The start of a clean opening lap, just the way we like it, as turn 1 in the past we've seen a lot of things happening, and we may certainly do so through the course of that weekend as long as the pressure builds on. But the last turn as well provided, as you can see, a couple of overtaking maneuvers as the contact came. That rolling over, impressive indeed, but thankfully with not much of a harm for Laurent Sommerfin, who's in a bit of a discomfort, as you may imagine, but he was quick to join the marshals by the sideline. Impressive incident indeed. Hopefully we'll be back on track with us for the next one. In the meantime, building through the pace as well and making his way past Alfie Davidson on Elias Sami, taking P2, leading that Fusion train in the lead with the DK Academy drivers just further down. Elias Sami and Chester Folks playing their own races as well. A bit of a tussle with the 462. Achiel Peruzzi losing positions and a bit of a ground battle there down to P6. But in the end, you could see that for just 0.2 of a second, Chester Folks added a little bit of extra pressure on the shoulders of the two teammates on the line, as it was about more protecting those positions, getting the points in the bag, and get their way started on the right foot. Mason Hibbert, Alfie Davidson, Chester Folks, one of the recoverers of that first race from A2 to P3.
Very warm day here at Prokart Raceland, Wackersdorf. We'll take a short break and be back soon with X30 Junior.
Now, I've been excited to try this model for some time, the Playseat Formula Intelligence F1 Edition, because it's been designed with the help of real F1 drivers and also some of the top sim racers on the planet. Let's see what it's like. Being in this seating position definitely makes it so immersive that you feel like you genuinely are in a race. Your mind takes over and tells you that you're in an actual race. You feel very much at one with the car, as a part of the car, and as a part of this race. The Formula Intelligence has the monitor built in and integrated into the frame, and that really means that your field of vision and your depth is very accurate and truly immersive. Tell you what, my palms are sweating, so I think I've gotten a bit too immersed in this experience. The force lock system allows you to move everything around to really create a bespoke seating experience and make it super comfy for exactly how you would want it as a driver. The seat padding is obviously of a very high quality material. It feels very comfy, very supportive on my lower back. Racing is all about chasing the last 100th of performance and looking for marginal gains. And if you can be comfortable and if you can be fully immersed in the car, you could really unlock some extra speed, I think. So on the whole, it's been very impressive in terms of how you feel at one with the car, how you can be consistent with it as well, lap after lap, because the frame doesn't move. You feel it's solid, so you can just keep working on your own driving and try and improve. Whatever you're looking for, you can secure your seat for next season at playseat.com. I'll see you on the track.
Welcome back to live pictures here at Prokart Raceland, Wackersdorf for coverage of round 3 of the IAME Euro Series for 2026. Andrew Mather and Guillaume Alvarez in the RGMMC commentary box for you today. And we're getting ready for the first heat of the weekend for X30 Junior. This should be a really good one. This is an A versus B race. We always like an A versus B race. These groups, if you're new to this sport, new to this series, determined by the timed qualifying spread across 2 groups yesterday. And there you see a very typical picture this weekend. Normally at this stage of the race proceedings, before the race, everybody's in their karts, everybody's getting ready to go. But because of the temperatures here, I've had a bit of a chat with some of the drivers and asking, how tough is it out on track? And they're actually saying, no, on track, fine. Airflow there. It's when you're waiting on the pre-grid, that's the really difficult bit. Here's a young man who's been in very, very good form so far in karting in 2026. His name, Daniel Miron. If you're new to Daniel Miron within this series, he has raced X30 before, but not for a while. But he's having a bit of a go here this weekend. His main focus for this year is in the OK categories in the FIA. But he took pole position here in Germany yesterday. Let's hear what he had to say.
Daniel Miron, this is qualifying done for you in Wackersdorf. The heat wave doesn't seem to be a problem for you because your first time this season and already you're on pole position, provisional still, but how was it out there? What do you feel?
Yeah, I feel we put a quite good lap in there and just see what the other groups do.
Wackersdorf provides a lot of opportunities for overtaking in the racing, but still a very narrow technical track. Was it difficult to handle in qualifying?
So this is my first time here, So I don't know how the racing is going to be, but I think it's going to go all right.
All right, best of luck to you.
Thank you.
And in the end, provisional would be indeed definitive for Daniel Miron back in an X30 race for the first time since the final of last year's championship in Genk, as well as the IWF last time out in Valencia. But it's been a while since he drove one of those X30 machines, but you can see that he's not here to make up the numbers. Really, really decisive performance in qualifying and really on the verge of maybe some greatness here this weekend. But watch out, because Ivan Gonzalez is one of those young Spaniards who has a say in this championship, because he's one of the contenders for the title battle. Daniel Miron, we're not quite sure if he's going to be with us for the last one in Genk by the end of August. Good to have always, new drivers, fresh faces to mix things up a little bit in the field. We have quite a few of them in the juniors, 13 newcomers this season in the overall pack. So let's see if Ivan Gonzalez will be up to the challenge against Lorente.
Ivan Gonzalez won last week in his national championship around the Lucas Claro circuit in Valencia. There's Ludwig Granqvist on your screens, one of Sweden's bright stars in karting. On the Henza kart, running with the MP Motorsport team again. It's had a decent season so far. Has made it through to the finals in both races so far this season. Now the drivers getting into their machines, getting ready to go racing here in hot temperatures. I say if you're away from Europe, say you're on the other side of the pond in America, you may have heard about this European heat wave. Remember that parts of the world like this aren't used to this level of temperature at this time of year. We've got an aircon unit behind us working very, very hard indeed, for example. There was a quick sight of Daniel Miron's father, who's been a great support to Daniel ever since he started racing in Bambino categories, way back when he was 6 years old. Remember Daniel and his dad coming over to England to do a bit of racing. So he's got a lot of backing from Spain and from the Netherlands, where both parts of his family are from. And yeah, he's looked very, very quick so far this weekend. Other drivers to keep an eye out in this one. George House starts P4, last year's IAME X30 Mini champion in the IAME Euro Series. Was very quick this morning in warm-up, I noted. So George House could be on for a good result. Another driver to keep an eye on, who we've not seen so far this season in a similar regard to Daniel Miron, Seva Osachi-Soslowski, starting on the inside of row number 3, could be a strong contender. And you have got your winner from last time out in this one as well, Max Endicott, starting on the 5th row of the grid. Let's take you through the full grid, in fact, for this 8-lap race, 9.5 kilometres to kick off things for X30 Junior. Daniel Miron and Ivan Gonzalez on row number 1. Ludwig Gonquist, George House, they're on 2. Seba Osachi, Soslowski and Aaron Richardson go from row 3. It's then Teo Poliquin, who was very strong in the heats last time out at Franciacorta. He starts on the 4th row of the grid alongside Nilas Malik. Max Endicott, the winner last time out in Italy, starts on row 5. He's joined by Zoltan Koini, Sem Shashlik and Jacob Bakler. They go from row number 6.
Row number 7, we'll see Theo Palfrene and Josh Killian. Row number 8, Nico Schwertz and Milan Setien. Row number 9, Esteban Roche and Tony Cacciaferro. And at the back end of the grid, row number 10, Jamie Mulvey, Emmanuel Drexel, Mathis Mouche and Philippe Massard, one of the newcomers this weekend as part of the IAME Euro Series with VDK Racing. Now, as you can see, mechanics avoiding a little bit of the shade to be alongside track, providing advice, providing all of the gesture, words to try to encourage the drivers, as the rest of the many people here on the track are trying to stay within the shades of the main building to watch the race play along.
Other welcomes for 2026, apart from Massard and the drivers towards the front that we've talked about as well. Emmanuel Drexel is racing in the championship for the first time this year. We welcome back Jamie Mulvey, who I don't think was at Franciacorta, but was earlier on in the year at Zuera. Esteban Roche, relatively new to the Fusion team, but did do some racing with them in the UK a couple of weeks ago. In very different conditions to what we've got here this weekend. But I particularly want to mark Milan Cekin, who's the elder cousin of Martin Cekin Gomez, who we saw in the previous race. So another member of the Cekin family on the grid here this weekend. We've got more drivers in the second group of the juniors here for the first time, who we'll talk about later on, because let's focus in on this first set of 22 drivers getting ready to start their third rounds of the season for the IAME Euro Series. If you're just joining us here at Wackersdorf, air temperature in the shade, 27 degrees Celsius at the moment. The track is not in the shade, so it's going to be a lot hotter than that for everybody out on circuit. With a flourish, those yellow flags are waved, marking that all drivers are through and past the formation line. Long run down towards turn 1. There they go. We're green. We're racing once again in X30 Junior. It's a good start for Daniel Miron, who will hold the inside line. Gonzalez trying to sweep round the outside. That's a brave move from the Spaniard, and if he's going to make it work. Oh, there we go. That's the first mega overtake of the weekend. Gonzalez takes the lead of this race. Won at Zuera, had very good form at Winter Cup as well. We know he runs well on the Spanish circuits, but if he's going to win this championship, that's the kind of move that he needs to pull off in places like here in Germany. Miron throws it back down the inside, responds, takes the race lead back. The top 3 with Gronquist starting to break away. Gronquist now goes in on Gonzalez and takes second place. Brilliant first lap here, Guillaume, in X30 Junior.
Yeah, already very exciting. And the last turn already providing some more intense moments there between some of the drivers further down. 1 lap completed. That was a short lead indeed for Ivan Gonzalez down in P3. Gronquist is giving the chase to Miro Lorente back in the lead further down as well. A couple of moves within the top 10 as well. Pretty good and clean opening lap for pretty much here everybody into the field. 22 drivers still with us on through the track for that 8-lap race. As Bachelor is tumbling down the order, Pelfrene as well, dropping a couple of positions down to P13 as well. Zoltan Koini climbing slightly through, 3 places gained into that opening lap. We're going to see Miro Lorente under the pressure outside of turn number 4. One of the 2 hairpins as well. All of them here on the Wackersdorf layout. That was turn number 9, sorry, turn number 10 there. Into the last turn, already a bit of a gap. Miron Lorente and Gronquist trying to really pull away as much as they can with a great start of his race for Arshachi Sudrovsky up to P3. He's the one now who just got ahead of Ivan Gonzalez. You can see him now down in third, the XL driver. Gonna try to give the chase to our 2 leaders.
It's been a good start this as George House goes down the inside of Gonzalez, takes 4th position. Teo Poliquin for the Dream Racing team, the French driver, not too far behind there in 6th place. And in fact, Poliquin, the fastest driver on circuit right now with a 51.148 last time around. back with our leaders. Miron, Grönqvist, Versace, Soslovsky, House, now Polican through into 5th place ahead of Gonzalez. So after that bright start, as that's a bit of a rough move
What a dive.
from Versace, Soslovsky. That didn't work. House may take advantage of this. Grönqvist shuffled down the order, and Daniel Miron will say thank you very much indeed. Rest of the X30 junior field, he's gone nearly 1 second up the road. There's a driving standards flag out there for the 36. That is going to be for George Quinlan, currently in 12th place, but yeah, not an ideal moment there for Grönqvist, and there's been a change for 2nd place. House now through up into the top 2.
And running inside turn number 4, Max Undercut as well, making his bid on Ivan Gonzalez, is dropping places in the last 2 laps, all the way down to P7. He was all leader for a short, brief moment into turn number 1. Now finds himself in a bit of a trouble, and that all goes the way of Daniel Miron. Look at the gap that he's been building, 1.5 seconds, taking advantage of the fact that those behind him keep on battling in those early stages. We're hitting the halfway point of that short qualifying heat. Not a lot of time remaining for any of the drivers down there. Josh House up into 2nd. Look at Theo Polico in the meantime. Just made his bit up into P3. He's going to go for 2nd, that's for sure, into turn number 1. Watch out, but the door is shut for now. Josh House, Theo Polico having to deal as well with the pressure from Osachi Soslovsky. Just lost that place, eager to take it back. And a bit of a nudge from behind from Grönqvist, who make his bit around the inside. He takes Undercut with him. As Grönqvist goes through, Undercut not just yet. He's going to have to wait. Our championship leader in a bit of a tussle there. Trying to climb the positions. 3 now in the bag, maybe a little bit more. But this is a tense battle to get us started in the junior class.
Endicott playing it wisely at the moment, just waiting for his opportunities. Aaron Richardson is the 2nd driver to receive the warning flag from the race officials. You saw that with the number 74 marked a few moments ago. More changes going on here. Let's count them through at the end of lap 5. Miron, House, Polican, Grönqvist, then a bit of a gap back to Osachi Soslovsky in 5th. Endicott, Richardson, Coyne, Gonzalez down to P9. This is not the race that I expected to see from Gonzalez, as here goes Grönqvist down the inside. That's a little bit clumsy, and House has come off worse in all of that. That was Grönqvist down the inside of Versace Soslovsky, down the inside of Polican to try and take 3rd place. The trouble is, there was George House in the way. George House now off the road. George House in big trouble now. Well, this was the venue where he had difficulties last year in his X30 Mini Championship winning campaign, and it's not started well for him again here in the juniors. That is a real shame for George House, out of this race.
Out of the race as it seems. We might need to take a look at that again, but as a result of that contact, he wasn't happy certainly about maybe a bended wheel or bended chassis somehow. We're going to need to find some answers about this. Now, penultimate lap, and the checkered flag is coming near. Miron still very much in the lead for 3.7 seconds. The battle, Ludwig Grönqvist and Theo Polican down in 3rd. Chased further down, Osachi Soslovsky, Max Undercut. He has something to say in this race still, if he can get ahead of the XL driver. With Polican still very much glued to Grönqvist. Grönqvist has been a little bit aggressive in his previous moves. That has been paying off so far. You wonder what the officials might have to say about this, but as for now, we're going to wait until the end of that race. Around the inside goes Osachi Soslovsky on Polican, and that door might have opened as well for Undercut. He was sniffing around the Frenchman. He's going to have to retain, maybe for the last lap.
We are on the last lap for Daniel Miron. It's away and gone. 3.8 seconds up the road from this quartet of Grönqvist, Osachi Soslovsky, Polican and Endicott. Endicott quite wisely here. This is what you sometimes see from a junior with a bit more experience. He won the IAME Warriors final last year. He knows how to play the long game across a weekend like this in X30 Junior. He's not throwing it in there. It's only the first heat of the weekend, although he might have a chance here. Polican was a little bit out of sorts there, a little bit wide on entry to the chicane, and Endicott looking round the outside here. That's not going to work this time. That was well covered off by Polican. But for our race leader, Endicott then puts a great move round the outside. We'll have a look at that one in a moment, because Daniel Miron is across the line, has already won the race. What a performance. There's a bit of a melee out of our commentary box window as well in the second half of the field. That's more than a melee.
Big one.
That's a car park down at the hairpin involved. We've got the likes of Zoltan Coyne, George Quinlan, Tim Saslik and Matisse Mouche are all in there. What a mess that is. but over the line, Miron wins it from Gronquist, Sachi Soslovsky, Endicott and Polican. Polican didn't look too happy at the end of that one though. I'd be interested in a second look on that move. A lot of damage to George Quinlan's kart there on the right-hand side. That was really quite an impact past Marshall post 7, so a bit of a scrappy end to the race there, Guillaume, but Daniel Miron takes the win, shows off the form that we've seen from Daniel Miron in international karting in other series so far this year. There is Philippe Massard, who has not made it to the end of this race. Daniel Miron's going to be hard to beat, I think, here this weekend. I know that's only heat number 1, but that was a really, really positive performance from the young Spaniard.
Yeah, he's certainly building experience this season with a busy schedule. Miron Olente taking his first win from pole, 3.8 seconds, with Gronquist finishing second, Osachi Soslovsky in third, Max Endicott fourth from Theo Polican, Aaron Richardson, Jacob Bachelot, Ivan Gonzalez all the way down to P8 from Ninas Malik and Nico Schwerz in P10. P11, Tony Cacciaferro from Milan Sechin, Theo Pelfrene, Matis Mush, Sam Zalik, Emil Drexel and Zoltan Kwani. The last one classified as we've lost, as you mentioned, a couple of drivers into that last lap. That big coming together in turn number 10 as went missing George Killian, Jamie Mervley, Philippe Massard, Esteban Roche and George House for a separate incident as a result of that contact earlier. We're going to see that again in the highlights in just a moment. But Daniel Miron from Fusion Motorsport, as we said, a busy season, is returned to X30 machinery for the first time since IWF last season. And Genk final as part of the IAME Euro Series. A return certainly already up to the expectations for the young Spaniard from Fusion.
Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that first X30 Junior race of the day then. It was a good start for Miron with a bit of support behind in the shape of Gronquist. But then look at this move. I know it wasn't the kind of race that Ivan Gonzalez would have liked, but he could be happy with this move, just slinging it to the outside. There is a lot of grip round this circuit this weekend with all of the practices and the testing a week or so ago. With these hot temperatures, and Gonzalez showed there that you can make early progress starting from P2 on the grid here this weekend. There was Miron back into the race lead, so it wasn't quite a full lights to flag victory, but that was indeed the move that would give the win to Miron. Then the moves further behind started. Gonzalez was already down to P4 at this point. George House making the move to take that position on lap number 3. This was Theo Polican beautifully drifting in there, just backing it in to get down the inside of Gonzalez. Gonzalez would fall down the order. Then it started getting a little bit rough, if I'm being honest. Sachi Soslovsky there with Gronquist. Then moves involving Max Endicott, who tidily got his way through past Ivan Gonzalez. Zoltan Koini there as well. This was Gronquist on Sachi Soslovsky. Endicott almost taking the position there as well. Down towards the final couple of corners. Endicott fended off Aaron Richardson in the number 74. Daniel Miron was clear and gone by this stage. And, well, if any of these drivers are to defeat Daniel Miron here this weekend, they cannot drive in this way to give him that much time. That was the moment between Gronquist and House. House would retire. Gronquist with damage to the front end as well. Now, so it was a second incident involving George House. That looked to be Zoltan Koini down the inside, so that was why George House ultimately retired from this race. Not a good start to his day, similar to what we saw happen to George House at Zlera. I hope he can turn that look around. That was the move from Sachi Soslovsky down the inside of Polican. Endicott up to P5 at this point, and this is the one I want to have another look at. To be honest, I had my half eye off of it earlier on. No, we're not quite going to see it on this occasion. That was the car park down at the same corner, though, past Marshall Post 7, that took out the likes of George Quinlan, Jamie Mulvey, Philippe Massard and Esteban Roche in the number 89 there. But Daniel Miron will be happy with that. Wasn't planning to take part in this race a month or so ago, but came to do some testing here. And as part of the deal with the circuit, it was a case of, well, if you want to test, you've got to race as well. So he thought, why not? Let's give it a go. Not raced X30 for a while, but you wouldn't have guessed it from that performance. That was a very strong run from Daniel Miron, clear by nearly 4 seconds. We'll take a short break. Next up, more X30 Junior. Welcome back, everybody, to live pictures here at the Wackersdorf circuit in Germany for round 3 of the IAME Euro Series. If you've just joined us, don't worry. You've not missed too much action. We've had 2 races so far. The first heat in X30 Mini and the first in X30 Junior. The second heat in X30 Junior is up next. And if you do have to go away, say you just have to get away from your TV set for a moment to get in something cooler, you can take us with you on your devices, and you can watch back all of the action from across the weekend on the IAME Euro Series YouTube channel. Here we go then for X30 Junior. This is Group C and D, drawn from the qualifying results yesterday, so 3rd and 4th place in the overall standings across this X30 Junior group. They will be in this one. There on your screens is our pole sitter, Santiago Barros in the number 64, looking pretty good so far this weekend. The Portuguese driver has had some good speed for victory lane so far this season. In terms of results, go back to Zuera, his best result so far this season, a P8 in the final, made the final in Italy as well for round number 2. I'm also intrigued to see how the driver he's sharing the front row of the grid with will get on today, because he was very quick in free practice earlier, the warm-up earlier on this morning. We had all the free practices yesterday, but the number 38 of Freddie Wood for Fusion Motorsports will be on the front row, and we've already seen from the previous race, you can have a good start from P2 on the grid. That isn't always the case round kart circuits, Guillaume, but with the level of grip out there, all of the rubber that's been laid down across the course of the week so far, Freddie Wood, he likes the fast corners, will be potentially looking to sling it around the outside.
Yeah, like Ivan Gonzalez just did on the race before. That was an impressive move. Unfortunately, it didn't pay off for the Spaniard, who would end up finishing down in P8. But that's the sort of move we need that some of the drivers out there might be willing to emulate through the course of the weekend. In the junior class, Freddie Wood starting from the front row of the grid, currently sitting in 13th place overall in the championship. He hasn't been able, so far to pick up any points in the first 2 finals, Freddie Wood, so maybe third time the charm for the British driver, but all good weekends start with a good first race to build up the confidence, and from that starting position of his, with Santiago Barros by his side, might be certainly looking good for the Fusion driver. But watch out from further back behind. Mason Kwong and Harry Williams will be one to watch as well, as Sukmani Kara has had some very strong results lately on the international scene in one of the other RGMMC races, and she certainly will be willing to emulate that this weekend in X30.
Had a quick sight there of Dan Ashton, one of our race directors here this weekend, along with the team supervised by Martin Bean. And got David Manchester also out there on circuit. Just coming back to Wood, he's had a very strange season in a way in the IAME Euro Series. He's had the exact same set of results in the heat, 9th and 7th so far this season, but then as you said, Guillaume, he hasn't quite had the final that he's wanted so far this season. Could it be different here this weekend? Here is your grid then for Group C and D. Santiago Barros, Freddie Wood. That is your front row of the grid. Mason Kwong has been in good form. He had a top 5 in the Spanish Championships last weekend. He starts alongside a returning Harry Williams on row number 2. Aurelio Longitano and Orion Meta on row 3. Very good performance from Meta in qualifying. Libov Lasak, new to the championship this weekend, starts alongside Sukmani Kira on row 4. Alex Point and Alex Rafale Manana go from row number 5. It's Charles Ural and Liam Kirscher on row 6.
Row 7, George Clark and Kobe Pattinson. Row 8, Andy Stewart and Alejandro Campos. Row 9, Charles Candil, Harrison Stevens. You have Johnson Stewart and Karl Lundberg on row number 10, and sharing row 11, Aaron Behofer and Stanislas Ziarko. 20 drivers on that grid, and we do have everybody, I believe, yes indeed, into the warm-up lap to get themselves ready. C versus D in the junior class.
Some drivers to keep an eye on in this race in the second half of the field. George Clark was on the podium last time, looked far better, far more comfortable in warm-up this morning. Harrison Stevens, likewise, is a new competitor for this weekend, though. Racing on a UAE licence, based in Dubai, born in the great city of Perth, Western Australia. So welcome to the championship, Harrison Stevens. Andy Stewart is one I would keep an eye on in this race as well. I spoke to her yesterday. She hadn't done any testing leading into this event. So yesterday was still kind of a finding your feet kind of day for Andy. Yes, not where she wants to be 15th on the grid for this one, but she was confident where it's like, I know where I can improve. So keep an eye out on those drivers heading into this race. We're looking pretty good for a race start. Away we go then for 8 laps once again in X30 Junior. Good start for Barros. You can see it immediately trying to squeeze Freddie Wood so he cannot do that run round the outside. Wood's looking for it. He may make it work. Off of the corner as he got the lead. There's a couple of drivers running wide. One of them is one of the premiums. We'll come back to that. But Wood did get it done. Okay, so P2, driver's left-hand side, may be where you want to start here this weekend. Now, the pole sitter does have the prerogative to choose which side of the grid they start on. That's now 2 racers on the full-size chassis, Guillaume. We sometimes see this in wet conditions, that you want to get off the normal line into a turn 1. I just wonder whether some of the seniors are going to start looking at that and going, hang on a minute, I think I want to start on driver's left for these races.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see the seniors trying themselves out as well into that corner, but it has paid off on a very tiny edge for Freddie Wood. There might have been even a slight touch out there as change for second place. Mason Kwong.
Oh, no.
Oh, contact in the battle as well. Could have been Aurelio Longitano as well. Longitano and Barros as Mason Kwong was making his bit on the inside for second. You could see that Barros was fighting as well to shut that door on Longitano, and those two ended up in a contact, unfortunately. Such a shame. Once again, early drama in the juniors as Santiago Barros as well as Longitano both dropped down at the back end of the grid. Are they still with us? I think Longitano might still be with us, but to be confirmed. Orion Meta had a bit of a trouble as well. We're going to get back to that in a second, but that's a shame indeed. Early battles, early drama. Not certainly the way you want to start your weekend.
George Clark's had a good start. He's up to P7 already in this race. Oh my goodness, that was very close. A little bit too close for my liking between Rafali Manana and Alexandra Point into turn 1. Sukmani Kira waiting in the wings there in 5th place. There's Colby Patterson making a move to the inside as well, with Andy Stewart up the order as well into the top 10. Alejandro Campos is your fastest driver out on circuit, 52.614. It is a fast run, flat out, 230 meters of flat out running out of turn 11 all the way to the proper turn 1 at Marshall Post 3. Wow, that was really, really close as there. George Clark has a nibble, trying to get a position there. He's actually lost one in the end to Colby Patterson, the 104 of Leon Kircher, also involved in all of that. Under investigation, Aurelio Longitano, that will be for the incident that we saw with Mason Kwong a couple of laps ago. It's Wood from Kwong, Rafali Manana, Point Vlasak, and there is contact between
104.
The 104 of Leanne Kircher, and I think it was Colby Patterson, the number 24, who was also involved. All getting a little bit tense out there.
Yeah, certainly. It's hot on and off the track, as we said. Longitano from the very last position, just in front of Santiago Barros, picking up the pace with the fastest lap in the race, trying to save what's possible after that early drama. But a couple of heated battles. The 88 around the inside in Tanemonau. Ari Williams on George Clark. That's for P8. And the premium driver is out of place. Further down as well, still battles happening with the likes of George Clark, Aubrey Pattinson as well involved. We had seen a move further earlier in this race from Alexandre Point, who made his bid on Sukmani Kera. She dropped 2 positions down in P6, allowing Libor Vlasak through in P8. That's for the early battles as well, but it keeps on fighting at every corner pretty much onto that Wackersdorf layout. You can see now the 94 of Libor Vlasak and Sukmani Kera. She certainly must be fuming under the helmet, the 44 from Fusion Motorsport, keeping the pressure on her teammate into the chicane, all the way down to turn number 9. That's one of the many opportunities that we can see here on this layout. We said before the weekend that Wackersdorf always provides intensity in racing. As you can see, once again, the move that didn't go according to plan in the early stages. Oh, that was the contact between Longitano and Barros. We came very close to another roll as we had earlier in the minis, but thankfully that's for later. as he was sent into a spin, the Portuguese driver from Victory Lane.
Yeah.
Different angle.
It was just it was the rear wheel of Barros making contact with the side pod of Longitano, and all that potential energy lets go into kinetic energy. And yeah, as you say, Guillaume, that was a close moment for Barros. Change between the fusions. Sukmani Kira up to P4. Now, we owe an apology to Sukmani Kira in this commentary box. The final at Franciacorta, it's a bit of a crazy one. So crazy that we didn't get a chance to notice Sukmani Kira coming from pretty much the back of the field, span out, or had problems on lap 1, and she drove all the way back through to 5th place on the road that then became 4th after a penalty for another driver. It was a awesome, absolutely awesome drive. Continues the good form that we've seen from the young driver whose nickname is Sugars. And she was a big feature on a social media video recently, and growing in confidence all the time in this category. Was on the podium, let's not forget, at Zuera for round number 1. So keep an eye on Sugars this weekend. Sukmani Kira there through and into 5th place. That was a move with Libor Vlasak, one of the newcomers to the paddock here this weekend. Here's a good scrap going on with Mason Kwong and Rafali Manana, with Alex Point not too far behind, flying the flag for Luxembourg again this weekend. Over the line to complete another lap. We are approaching the end of this one. Freddie Wood leads with this trio of Rafali Manana, Kwong and Point.
Yeah, final lap it is, and the battle is raging for second place with Rafali Manana. As you can see him still holding on to that second place. Mason Kwong at the wheel of that Prolin machine, trying to shake things up a little bit into that last sector. As the fusions further down want to get involved as well, with Alexander Point, Sukmani Kira and Libor Vlasak just further down as well. 5 drivers pretty much in the same picture, away 2.2 seconds from Freddie Wood. You can see him down, as no change just yet into turn number 9. That could be quite intense to make any move on the inside into those last 2 sectors. That's going to be the last one for Freddie Wood, on his way for Fusion once again this weekend so far to pick up the win. His first of the weekend, away from the rest of the pack. A little bit of a last push further down, but they will all see the checker flag in that order. And you can see mayhem once again between the 993 and the 104. Andy Stewart and Leon Kircher. We missed that, keeping a close watch on the battle for that second place. We might see that again into the highlights, but again, 2 drivers who didn't quite understand each other.
Yeah, that was through turn 10. That was the cause of the yellow flags that the eagle-eyed amongst you may have spotted for the last lap battle, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. But a good win for Freddie Wood. Back on form here in Europe and looking to make a breakthrough in terms of the results here this weekend. Has been consistent, quick, very quick at Miami Winter Cup. But here, the heights of summer in Germany, takes the first heats for Groups C and D here this weekend. Alex Rafali Manana, P2, Mason Kwong, P3, Alex Point, P4, Sukmani Kira up to P5 ahead of a good drive there from Libor Vlasak on his maiden race in this championship this year. Harry Williams, the McLaren development driver, P7, Colby Patterson, Charles Candle, a good drive there from Charles Candle, another driver making his debut for this season at least. P9, George Clark inside the top 10, Aaron Burhofer, Alejandro Campos, Johnston Stewart, Aurelio Longitano and Harrison Stevens all in the top 15. Charles Ral, P16, Stanislav Diarco, 17th, Santiago Barros, Orion Meta and Karl Lundberg, the last of the 20 finishers. 2 retirements from that race, Andy Stewart and Leon Kircher. But there's your winner, Freddie Wood. Will be happy with that. Fusion will be as well. But it's still very early stages of the weekend. More racing to come for the X30 Juniors. Just to recap when they will be out again. Their first heat after the lunch break will be 1:40. That will be Groups B and C, and then 2 o'clock for Groups A and D. Here are some of your highlights.
Let's take a look at that as from pole position, Santiago Barros on the left side of Victory Lane, having a good getaway up into turn number 1. Watch out, Freddie Wood around the outside, emulating Ivan Gonzalez earlier, as you can see him sliding through a little bit of a dance at the wheel, a slight touch, but that was enough for him to go around the outside enough and make his bit up to P1. Didn't go so successfully for some of the drivers in the pack. as the battle for second place, as Freddie Wood was already pulling away the battle for second place already under a lot of heat up until the point when Aurelio Langitano and Santiago Barros came together. Unfortunately, those two still saw the checkered flag. Barros up down into P18, and Langitano was trying to go around the inside of the Portuguese driver. Certainly, a little bit of a too tight space between the two, and the wheel just went banging, and Santiago Barros had nowhere else to go. Barros would finish down in P18, Langitano down in P14 after climbing through the ranks as much as he could. But in the lead, some of the Fusion teammates out there, and a bit of a tussle with the 94 putting two wheels on the grass. Libor Vlasak would finish down in P6. As you could see them battling their way through as well, with one of the Victoria lanes down there, Alexandre Rafali-Manana as well, working his way through the field up to what would be second place finish had it started from P10 onto the grid. So a good race for Rafali-Manana in the end. Had to work his way through all those Fusion drivers in the end. The 44 making his bit on the 101. And Soukmani Kera as well with Alexandre Point. They would finish 4th and 5th. And then that contact came in turn number 1. We've seen quite a few of them so far, Andrew, into that first happen. Some of them a little bit messier than others. As at some point, that just happened on the outside of turn number 6. Didn't get to see who that was there, but it might have been one of the drivers.
In the Action Racing, I think it was.
Action Racing. That might have been this. Indeed, it would finish down in P9 after that a little bit of a drama. As talking about drama here on the inside, the 95 making a good bit on the 193. That was the battle further down as well into the classification. But in the end, Freddie Wood would be uncatchable, finishing 2.2 seconds in front of that last close battle for second place, won by Alexandre Rafali-Manana in the end in front of Mason Kwang, with Alexandre Point, Soukmani Kera and Libor Vlasak finishing on a very close gap onto the line.
So at the end of the first round of heats, it's 50 points apiece between Miron and Wood. So Fusion Motorsport looking pretty good going into this one. 44 points for Sachi Soslovsky and for Rafali-Manana. Good stuff there from the X30 Juniors. We'll see them coming up after the lunch break. Before we get to that lunch break, though, let's head into a short ad break and then X30 Senior.
Now I'm going to try the Playseat Formula Instinct F1 Edition. Now, as soon as I've got in it, it immediately feels familiar because it recreates the driving position I felt throughout my career. Let's see what it's like when I get going. The X-Adapt frame is really handy because you're able to really customize every part of the seat structure for your own body. You can adjust the angle of the steering and of course move the seat forward and backwards to get exactly where you want for a long night of sim racing. Just coming through the final corner. Yep, get the DRS open. The Moduform pads that I've got in my lower back are really good actually, which is ideal when you want to get on the brakes, especially for the slower corners. The steering wheel is super rigid on the frame, which is great because when you're going through these fast corners, changing one direction to the other, that's exactly what you want. You don't want the thing moving around. There's a decent lap, let's keep going. The seating position with your bum going low and your legs coming back up high is exactly how you have it in all Formula 1 cars, really. On the whole, I think the seat is super comfortable. I think for someone who's a bit more serious about their gaming and simming, this is really impressive because you feel genuinely like you're sitting in the cockpit of a race car.
Welcome back, everybody, to Wackersdorf for IAME Euro Series round number 3 in Germany. We're getting ready for X30 Senior and the A versus B qualifying heat to kick off the racing for our most experienced drivers, the fastest karts here this weekend. And the conditions continuing to be a challenge for everyone there. Mike Chapman there in the centre in the background, Harry Chapman's dad, shielding from the sun. There is the scene down on the pre-grid. The drivers, you can see normally by this stage, they're all suits on, helmets on, getting into full focus mode, but it's just so hot here this weekend, you want to leave that to the last possible moment. In some ways, it's become part of the race now about how do you manage the temperatures ahead of the races. There's Dan Alleman. He's suited and booted and ready to go. Very impressive qualifying performance from Alleman yesterday. Here's what he had to say.
Dan Alleman, a good start to you for round 3 of the IAME Euro Series. Qualifying effort that puts you ahead of your group is looking positive and confident for this weekend?
Yeah, really. In the test we were also very, very fast. And yeah, it was a really good lap behind Cavagnini, a good driver. I tried to go very fast in the corners. Sometimes I was sliding too much, but my last lap was really good.
Interesting common strategy from you guys in group number 1. You decided to go out onto the track pretty much in one go, not waiting around too much. Did that make your life a little bit harder?
No, because I wasn't stressed. Because we had more minutes on track than normally, and I had more time to put good laps.
What do you make of the layout of Wackersdorf, providing opportunities for the races to come this weekend?
It's better to start at the front at the back, so yeah, I'm really happy.
Best of luck to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Better to start at the front than at the back. That's the spirit, certainly, that Dan Alleman will carry him through the course of that weekend, even though we've seen on some occasions some drivers after difficult qualifying starting from further down and having a blast of a race working through their field. So let's see about that. One who will have no trouble at all, certainly working his way through the field. Starting on the front row is Aaron Garcia, the man of the hour in the X30 senior class, winner of that IAME Euro Series last year, winner of the IWF, winner as well of the IAME Winter Cup earlier this season, and second to the championship as we speak. Andrew, he's always a threat, isn't he?
He's always a threat, and it was this venue last year where he really started to get into his stride. He didn't win the final here last year. That was Freddie Lloyd who took that particular victory, but Garcia was second. He also comes fresh off a result in the Spanish Championship last week with a win. Zach Green's in the house as well, similar to some of the juniors that we were talking about earlier. Hasn't raced in this championship so far this year, but very experienced driver, very quick. Still a little bit of a challenge though for us in the box here, Guillaume. Got to get used to him in a victory lane karting kart.
Indeed,
He's not in a victory lane karting outfit this weekend. Yeah, keep an eye out for Zach Green in this one, starting third on the grid. 27 drivers in total, 28 drivers in total for this one. We've got a number of drivers who are making their first appearance of the season alongside Zach Green. Benji Westwood is another one, starts P4. Evan Purcell's back, starts P9 for this race. Welcome to the championship, Davide Marcanato, the Italian, starting P11. Scott Riley as well. Scott's been in really good form on the national scene so far this year, whether it be in his native island or in the UK. And Philip Dinu as well, starting from the back of the field, is also new to this particular edition of the IAME Euro Series on this grid. Let's take you through the order then for this first heat for X30 Senior. The big hitters are here, and this is how they line up for this one. Dan Alleman, third in the championship, heading into this weekend. A superb performance yesterday in timed qualifying has given him pole position for this race. Aaron Garcia, co-championship leader, starts alongside on the front row. He was the fastest driver in the second group of qualifiers yesterday. Zach Green and Benji Westwood, they go from row 2. Emilio Bird on home soil starts on row 3 alongside Alex Martinez, who was on the podium last week in the Spanish Championship. Javier Barasca, the other co-championship leader, has work to do. Starts on row 4 alongside Ruben Moya. Evan Purcell on his return to the IAME Euro Series starts on row 5 alongside Matthias van der Kerkhoff. Davide Marcanato and Travis Taylor on row 6.
Row number 7, we'll see Bertram Sach and Scott Rayleigh. Aaron Wida and Stig Rademacher on row number 8. Row number 9, Maurice Varkreus and Andy Rattel. Mark Granada and Elvis Krasovskas, row number 10. Row number 11, Hugh Rana and Emmanuel Ludakis. Row number 12, we have Jan Rodriguez and Eddie Dax. Max Yule and Paco Sarmiento on row number 13. Philip Ginu and Dylan Patel on row number 14. Do we have everybody on board? Yes, we do. 28 drivers. A couple of surprises as well, as always in qualifying, with the likes of Andy Rattel on VP18 on that grid. Is going to have a lot of work to do the young Frenchman. Aaron Wida as well, one of the standard bearers of MP Motorsport, only P15. Bertram Sach at the wheel of that Lando Norris machine. We've seen him used to better in qualifying as well. So Matthias van der Kerkhoff, fastest in the warm-up this morning, only P10. So a couple of big names as well that we're gonna keep an eye on.
Yeah, you mentioned Andy Rattel there. I hope Andy can have a good day. I had a quick chat to him on Thursday, was it Thursday? But Wednesday, the day we arrived here. Sorry, my brain's all off of what day of the week it is this week. He was a little bit down. They've had some real troubles with that Paralin chassis and the setup for the double R team, the DRM team. But Andy's a strong racer, and if he can get a bit of form going and a bit of momentum, keep an eye on the French driver, starting from the 9th row of the grid. Let's get into it then. Everybody is formed up and ready to go for this race. It'll be 11 laps, just over 13 kilometres for X30 seniors. Ooh, there's a little bit of disruption. Is that, yeah, that's going to go round again. Something happened there. I think it was Evan Purcell, was it not, in the 350, just having to hop out of the tram lines for a moment there, but that's a good call from the race officials. Dan Ashton has a little smile. I wonder what's being said in his ears there to give him that little smile. Martin Bean is up in the tower, I think, today, and
yeah, we'll
just having a little bit of a chat.
The 344 as well. Davide Marconato from Virtus Motorsport seemed to be as well in trouble. He's the one who actually left the corridors.
Good to see the Virtus Motorsport team growing. That's a second entry for them now in the hands of Davide Marconato. Michael Muller will be in the other heat, if I'm not mistaken. But in fact, they both start from the same position on the grid, in their respective heats. So to keep an eye on them, because now they've got two drivers, they've got two times the amount of data and knowledge of what this track is driving like here this weekend. The drivers just coming through turn number 10, through and past Marshall post 7, into the area where they need to form up the order.
Look at the flags.
And wait for them to be waved. They are some of the best formation line marshals in the world here at Wackersdorf. There it is. Love that. Right.
Wackersdorf trademark there.
Here we go then. Dan Alleman controls the pace round turn 11. It's a long turn 11, and then to the start of that 230-metre run to the first proper corner. It's quite a way to the acceleration line there. Are we going again? No. I think Alleman went a little bit too early there, perhaps. It was spread out across the first 5 rows. That's not what Dan Ashton wants to be seeing, so we'll go around again for another formation lap. Now, that's 2 that haven't gone green. They need to be careful here.
Let's have another look. Dan Alleman on the left, getting on the throttle slightly, but you can see the second half of the grid with one of the PBs waiting around a little bit. That was Ruben Moya, actually, to a break from that 4th row on the grid. He wasn't sure if that was the right moment to kick the throttle, as the grid wasn't formed at all. And in that case, well, our race director, Dan Ashton, had no other choice but to decide to go around for one more time. And will this be third time the charm? Another missed starting procedure, and I'm not too sure they will be allowed to go racing just for the moment, as they might have a word with the race director. We're not there yet. Hopefully, this one will be done correctly.
To be fair to Alleman, on balance, I said, we might have gone a little bit too early. I don't think it was the most extreme acceleration from Alleman. And everybody else was still kind of at a very slow and sedate pace. Hopefully we can get it right. Third time of asking. Oh no, it's not going right. For
Jan Rodriguez, by the look of it, yes indeed, from the Belgian team, or one of the two. Could it be Stig de Radermacher or Jan Rodriguez? There's 2 RSDs on that grid, my apologies. We'll get to see, and there's another one.
That's Max Ewell in the 275, in the 345 of newcomer Philip Dino. So this one might get stopped. Not because of anything that's happening in the formation, but because of what's happening at turn 10. No, I think we've gone green. We've gone green then. The marshals get to work. We are racing. It's quite a long way around the circuit for the race leaders. Alleman has the race lead. No run from the outside there from Aaron Garcia. He'll just hold P2 for now, as Zach Green is all over him there, trying to take that second place. Emilio Byrne has had a good start as well on home soil. The incident has been cleared at turn 10, so great work by the marshals here at Wackersdorf. We do stay green. We don't need to be worried about a blockade in the third sector because it's gone. Aleman, though, already looking to break away here, Guillaume. There's some overtaking going on in the second half of the field. So it was Stigler Ademaker, Max Ewell and Philip Dinu, who are already out of this race before it's even begun, Guillaume. But Dan Aleman has kept his cool in the conditions here. It's had a very good start to this race.
Yeah, such a shame for our two drivers, unable to go for battle before the start. Watch out on the inside of turn number 1 for Zach Green. What a move on Aaron Garcia. That's the kind of maneuver that we don't get to see a lot in Wackersdorf. It takes a lot of courage and a bit of space. The door was slightly too open by Aaron Garcia, who's losing another place to Emilio Byrne as well. The Energy Course Germany driver up to third. Well, that was an attack, and we've lost another one. One of the Victory Lane drivers, you cannot see him now. This is Eddie Dax. Eddie Dax just in front of the position. We might have a look at her card in a moment, but she's being put on the sideline. She's jumped in front of us. We didn't get to see what happened exactly. As a change for third in the meantime, with Aaron Garcia back where he was just a minute ago. Emilio Byrne down in fourth. Let's have another look at the classification. Garcia going for the move, at least trying to, as the gap still not significant enough for Dan Halleman. 4/10 of a second in front of Zach Green as Byrne goes around inside. Open that door. That goes as well for Garcia. Upper place as Javier Broscar is trying to have his bid as well on the inside. There he goes. Once again, Ruben Moya is the one chasing him through.
And this is where you can see the championship permutations starting to play out. The three Spaniards very, very keen to get up the order. Ruben Moya, brilliant stuff from Ruben Moya there against Van der Kerkhoff. Garcia's move on Byrne was important. It's put him on the front foot again. He cannot afford, even at this early stage of the weekend, to fall behind his teammate Javier Barrasco, who's had a very good start to this race. Likewise, Ruben Moya, remember the great form that he had during round 1 at Zuera. He wants to get back into that same kind of rhythm. It's going to be difficult. He is starting, or he has started, a bit further down the grid here today, but he's a fighter and he's going to move his way through. That's a really good overtake, brilliantly done once again by Moya. Meanwhile, at the front of the order, change for the lead. Emilio Byrne, the home favourite here in Wackersdorf, hits the front of the order. Dan Aleman, P2, will stay calm. Will try and, oh dear, as out is Marcanato, and is that one of the victory lanes out as well? Victory lane, oh sorry, no, it's one of the Paralins that was involved with Travis Teo in the DRM racing team. The new flashes of red catching me out there. But they are out of contention. I think Mark Granada may have had a problem as well for the MRL racing team. Back in the front though, Byrne leads from Garcia, Aleman, Proaska. That is your top 4.
Well, what a start of the race. This is only lap number 5 now out of 11. And we've seen a lot happening right now as Travis Teo and Davide Marconato, the last ones that we've lost in the classification. Emilio Byrne, what a start to his race. He's leading that 4-driver pack with Garcia, Aleman and Broscar just behind him. He's going to have one heck of a job to try to keep them all 3 behind as Garcia is looking very dangerous, trying to go around the inside. The door is open. He goes for the move. Takes Dan Aleman with him. Can Javier Broscar, our co-championship leader, make his bid as well? No, he stays in 4th place. Emilio Byrne going from 1st to 3rd and already talking to his opponent. Javier Broscar just behind, saying to him, okay, let's be smart about this. Let's try to keep on going, because as for now, it's way too early to keep on that battle. And as he says that, he goes for the move on Dan Aleman once again to turn number 1. The door is open. Aleman lose another place into that turn number 1. Broscar up into P3 for the first time in this qualifying heat. The heat is on, definitely on and off the track, while Alex Martinez from Axel Racing is putting the fastest lap in this one. That could allow for Zach Green down in P5 to catch up with the rest. Look at him go into turn number 9, that is. The first of the last 3 hairpins, if you consider the last one as one long right-hander that never finishes. But as for now, Zach Green, you can see him the 210 trying to close up to Dan Aleman, who's being held up a little bit by Broscar. Not quite able to find the gap just yet as we get into lap number 6.
Good to see this from Javier Barrasca. He took 2nd place last time out in Frankfurt, somewhat fortuitously with the clash between Aaron Garcia and Danny Caronini late on in the final in Italy. But he's in very good form this year, is Javier Barrasca, and he's bounced back nicely so far in this race after a tough qualifying session yesterday. He's growing in maturity all the time. It's not easy being in the same team as someone like Aaron Garcia, the reigning champion, an established name across the world in international karting, but Javier Barrasca is pushing his teammate all the way and working well with him. The spirit is still really, really good in the MDC Racing awning at this stage of the season. It can sometimes be a bit difficult when you've got two drivers fighting for a championship, but they're revelling in it. Meanwhile, though, Aaron Garcia's got some trouble in the form of Emilio Byrne. Dan Aleman down the inside takes third place away from Barrasca. Barrasca fights back with Zach Green, who tried to take fourth place away, but was unsuccessful on that occasion. We're on lap number 8 out of 11 here. Aaron Vader is the fastest driver on circuit as Emilio Byrne looks down the inside. That was a brave move. It's the high-speed chicane. It's not going to pay off because here comes Dan Aleman. Aleman down the inside will take P2. That was a little bit rash, perhaps, from Emilio Byrne. Aaron Garcia did very well to spot it coming, and here comes Zach Green now on the attack. Green up to P3. Barrasca is going to take fourth place, 3 wide into turn 11. How about that? Byrne has to back out of it, but he might get the switch back now. Brilliant racing here in Wackersdorf in X30 Senior, and that all stemmed, Guillaume, from a little bit of a punchy move from Byrne into turn 7. Barrasca held the wide line to make sure there was no collision, but it's put Byrne down to P4 now. He's going to have to regroup quite quickly.
Yeah, Barrasca, we just went for the move into that last turn, but you could see him clipping the curb slightly. He lost a bit of momentum that allowed Byrne to switch the positions again. Then lap number 9 it is. The checkered flag is getting near, and the battle keeps on raging. That's what we like to see, as Aaron Garcia is trying to take advantage of the mess happening behind him. 6/10 of a second, almost 7 now, in front of Dan Aleman, as our contenders are taking a bit of a breather after that heated moment. Shall we go down to the last lap of that race as we go on lap number 10? Let's have another look. This is, yeah, you can see what are the MPs are on with. Oh, that's what happened to Eddie Dax. I was waiting for that moment. Oh, and clipping the rear wheel. And I'm happy to confirm, watching this footage, that Eddie Dax is on her feet because she was being taken care of by the doctors by the side of the track as we were keeping a close watch on the racing. But she was on her feet, she was talking, she seemed to be fine despite that big incident. That was an impressive one indeed. No touching to the wall by the look of it, so, but that was an impressive contact just in front of the opposition.
Yeah, glad to hear that Ali's okay. That's not a nice incident at all. We're on lap number 10, 1 to go here in the first heat for X30 Senior, and Aaron Garcia, with his experience and his guile, has worked his way to the front of the order, has a half-second lead over his championship rival Dan Aleman. Zach Green could be a real thorn in the side of those, and Emilio Byrne to that extent, to the likes of Barrasca, Martinez, Moya. They're not championship contenders because this is their first appearance of the year. They do get drop scores, the drivers who run through the full year. It's basically a round's worth. It's your worst intermediate classification score, it's your worst final intermediate classification score, and your worst final. They get dropped at the end of the season, but if you've missed 2 rounds, the maths can't help you.
Yeah.
But they can take points off the likes of Barrasca and Martinez this weekend. We'll keep monitoring that, and we'll keep monitoring this progress for Aaron Garcia, who is once again a heat winner, takes the checkered flag ahead of Dan Aleman. Good starts for 2 of the top 3 in the championship going into this weekend. 3rd for Zach Green, 4th for Emilio Byrne. The wild cards in a way in this category here this weekend. Javier Barrasca, the other of the top 3 in the standings before this weekend, finishes 5th in that race. Alex Martinez P6, Ruben Moya P7. Good drives from both of them. Benji Westwood, Aaron Vader and Matthias van der Kerkhoff completes the top 10. Your biggest mover in that race, up 10 places, Emmanuel Leodakis. Leodakis going forward, not going backwards, as happens sometimes earlier on in the season. So good driving there for the Zanki Motorsports driver from Greece. And that's important because remember, there is a cut-off for this category later on in the weekend. You don't want to miss out on that top 36 going through to the final. There is the result though. Garcia, Alaman, Greenburn, Baraska, Martinez, Moya, Westwood, Vredo and Van der Kerkhoff we've covered. Evan Purcell P11 in that one. Emmanuel Leodakis, as mentioned, great moves, up 10 to 12. Adi Vittel, Maurice Verkreuz and Bertram Saxa all in the top 15. Elvis Krasauskas P16 ahead of Mark Granada, Scott Riley, Dylan Patel, Yugrana, Jan Rodriguez, Paco Sarmiento and Travis Teo, the last of the 23 finishers, 5 retirements or did not start. Davide Marcanato, Eli Dax, Stigler Adamaker, Max Ewell and Philip Dinu.
That was impressive indeed. A lot of drama happening once again into that first of the 2 qualifying heats of the senior class in that first rotation. Keep in mind that the juniors and the seniors will have to go through 3 qualifying heats in total, 4 for the minis as they make their way back. You can see Aaron Garcia in the center of the picture, your first time winner this weekend in Wackersdorf, Ruben Moya on the side as well. Well, it took us 2 attempts to get this race going, but third time the charm, as Dan Aleman was able to get going from pole position on the left side, coming to turn number 1. Garcia by his side, good start and get away from the Swiss driver, as it was leading the pack to what would be a clean first corner. That race that would follow up would not be so clean on a couple of occasions, as Garcia trying to go around the outside, but as doing so, losing a bit of momentum and positions as well on the inside to Zach Green, Benjamin Westwood. Emilio Byrne had a cracking start as well, one of the local heroes. That's his best start of a weekend so far in this year's IAME Euro Series. Certainly racing on home soil, give him wings, as you could see Zach Green as soon as lap number 2 started, well on the inside of Aaron Garcia in turn number 1, something we don't get to see a lot. And that moment that we don't see live, big coming together, big contact for Ellie Dax. She was fine afterwards, she didn't hit the wall with the head, that's what we like to see, but very impressive coming together with another driver. That could have been indeed, we'll get back to that, but on the inside, Emilio Byrne still going for his bid on the inside of Dan Aleman, taking the lead at some point in front of Aaron Garcia. Dan Aleman was ready to give him the fight. Another coming together with a 3:42 of Davide Marconato, with at some point it was Travis Teo as well involved into that incident. Some of the drivers that we didn't get to see until the checkered flag. While in the lead, while Dan Aleman was holding on to that first place, not at this point just yet, with Aaron Garcia going around the inside of Emilio Byrne to take P1 on lap number 7. Dan Aleman was waiting in the wings, having the pressure further down behind from Zach Green and Javier Broscar. And then in that moment into turn number 9, Garcia at some point thought he would have this race in the bag, and so he did up until the checkered flag. Dan Aleman there's nothing he could have done there. The young Swiss driver finishing just 0.3 of a second behind the MDC driver. Zach Green climbing his way up to P3, where he had started after dropping a bit of momentum in the early stages. Emilio Byrne at some point later finishing P4 from Javier Broscar, who has been in the mix for most of the race, Andrew, but not quite able to give that extra push that he would have needed.
Not yet, but there's a lot of positives there for Emilio Byrne on home soil. We'll see those drivers again for their second heats after the lunch break, but we're not quite there yet at the lunch break. We've still got another X30 senior race to have out on track. Just a few more recoveries going on here at the Prokart Raceland Wackersdorf from that previous race. There he is, Danny Caronini, the former IAME Euro Series champion. Has already been a round winner so far this season, and he starts at the front of the field for this first race of the weekend for all of these drivers. He has, though, alongside him on the front row, Otto Pikkanen. I have been thoroughly impressed so far this weekend with Otto Pikkanen, both on and off track. He just seems in a really, really good place. And the Croc Promotion kart as well has been going very, very nicely, really quick in free practice. But sometimes you can see a driver be quick in free practice and then not be able to pull it together in TQ. That was not the case for Otto Pikkanen. Otto absolutely smashed it yesterday and starts second for this race. Yeah,
that would do him good, considering his first part of the year certainly wasn't up to his expectations in both finals, where he couldn't pick a point. As for now, Otto Pikkanen sits P13 overall into the classification. as we wait for the start of that second senior qualifying heat of the morning phase of the day. Karanini Paikkonen sharing the first row of the grid, Morgan Moore and Roxanne Lantinga on the right side of your picture, as she will be leading those MP orange colors onto the grid with Ivachenko and Elo Gonzalez further down behind on row number 3.
So away they go then from the pre-grid to begin the formation laps. 2 formation laps for all of our racers here today. Let's take you through the grid then. This is groups C and D starting their racing campaigns here in Wackersdorf for X30 Senior. Danny Caronini starts on pole position for Italy. Otto Pikkonen of Finland alongside on the front row. Morgan Moore and Roxanne Lantinga both didn't make the final last time out at Franciacorta. They'll look to bounce back here in Germany from the second row of the grid. Eloy Gonzalez and Egor Ivanchenko on row 3. Julian Sorvillo, one of the stars of the season so far, starts alongside another wildcard, Zach Drummond, one of the high flyers in international karting. Was on the podium at IWF last year there on row number 4. It's Max Lacroix and Alejandro Ramirez on row 5. Michael Muller and Christian Fuente, they go from row 6.
Row 7, we'll see Marlon Bayer and Sam van der Eyden. Row number 8, Joey Brown and Kevin Baker. Lewis Mickey and Luna Clary. Row number 9. Row number 10, Gauthier San Juan and Luke Taylor. Row 11, Oliver Meek and Stuart De Vries. Row number 12, Emilia Poli and Florent Panes, as well as Antonios Arad and Del Padilla on row number 13. A couple of new names indeed, including the likes of Emilia Poli, Florent Panes, as you mentioned, indeed. Zach Drummond with us this weekend. Lewis Mackey, a familiar name in the world of karting due to Harrison Mackey, former winner of the IAME Euro Series in the junior class 2 seasons ago. Lewis, the older brother, will get to compete from time to time. The last time for his presence in the IAME Euro Series goes back to 2024 in Genk, the final of that championship. We haven't seen much of Lewis lately, but always good to have him back on track.
Yeah, he's established himself as one of the top mechanics, particularly in X30 racing. Oh, now problems.
MDC.
For Lewis Mackey. Well, he's going to need to get his mechanic skills out. He's just resetting the spark plug there on the Eichmann's GP Racing team. Oh dear, we will have to wait for Lewis Mackey's racing return to the IAME Euro Series. He's broken down on the first lap, on the first formation lap. Well, there we go. That's one of our runners gone. That's a real shame. Real shame for Lewis. Into the tram lines, though. Caronini versus Pikkonen. Dan Ashton on the lights, ready to get this race underway. We do so at the first time of asking. Good start for Caronini, good start for Pikkonen. Really good start as well for Roxanne Lantinga, who's already up to P3. Morgan Moore swallowed into the pack and already down to P5. Into the first proper corner they go. Can they all make it through? Just about. Good start though for Danny Caronini. Is he going to do his classic tactics of trying to break away to a second and a half? He is so good at it. He's got a good opportunity to do so here. Otto Pikkonen has got to run pretty hard, pretty fast in this race to make sure he doesn't break away.
And we had a cracking start as well from Zach Drummond from P8. Oh, a contact coming together just at the outside of the chicane. And once again, drama on the opening lap, I'm afraid. Zach Drummond, as I was saying, 4 places gain. Hopefully those 2 drivers are okay. Yes, indeed they are.
Marlon Bayer was one of them involved in the victory lane machine, and we'll try
Joey
and get
Brown
going again. Joey Brown also involved. End of the first lap. Caronini from Pikkonen from Drummond. Zach Drummond up 5 places in the early stages of this race. Roxanne Lantinga going for the move. The Lantingas always up for a fight around this circuit, and that's a good move from Roxanne to get back up into the top 3. Keep an eye on Eloy Gonzalez. We've been mentioning the Spanish Championship event that happened last week in Valencia, international circuit, so there is a little bit of carryover in terms of how to drive, how the form book's looking going into this one. Gonzalez was on the podium last week in that championship for the X30 categories, so we know that Gonzalez is in good form on lap number 2 at the moment, still in the early stages of this one. We've already lost 2 drivers, Marlon Bayer and Lewis Mackey, out of this race. Caronini is stretching it at the front of the field, but this is one of the reasons why I've been so impressed with Pikkonen so far this week, we should say, because he's keeping Caronini's pace and he's going for the race lead. Into P1 goes Otto Pikkonen. This is tremendous stuff.
Tremendous indeed. On lap number 3, we have a new leader. Otto Pekkanen. And now let's see about the response from Danny Carinini. Knowing the experience of the former champion, he might want to stay certainly in the shadow of his opponent, and look at the mess happening further back, as we have up to 6 to 7 drivers all together, led by Roxanne Antinga under the pressure of Zach Drummond. Antinga finds herself in 3rd place for the first time this race. Zach Drummond now with Gonzalez, Van der Eyden, 8 places gained by Sam Van der Eyden, who had a disaster qualifying practice yesterday. Eager to respond and to keep driving through the field, the rest of the driver. He has Morgan Moore and Julian Sorvia as well for the down. Morgan Moore, as I name him, is dropping a few places down to 11, I'm afraid, as Brown is under investigation for causing a collision, as you might expect after that coming together earlier with Marlon Bayer. As run inside, there goes Eloy Gonzalez or Zach Drummond. That's the battle for P4. The Spined up to place. Sam van der Eyden goes through as well, and Zach Drummond, as a result of that coming together, the most single place that you can drop that can turn into disaster, and now finds himself P8. The field is so tight at the moment, Andrew, that any missed opportunity can really turn into something very dramatic.
Egor Ivanchenko had a huge slide out of the chicane, did very well to one, get it under control, and 2, not to make contact with any other driver. Look at your top 2. Pekkanen and Carinini have cleared off into the distance. Roxanne Antinga doing nicely in 3rd place. Roxanne needs to keep the speed up though, because if that pack do get organised and start doing a bit of bump drafting, they could close that gap in. Roxanne's had good pace in the heat so far this season. Oh, that was a little bit wide for Pekkanen through the high-speed chicane. Does Carinini go for the move? He definitely has a look. He does go for the move. Spot-on work there from the Italian. Pekkanen was a tiny bit wide. We're not even talking half a cart width. He was maybe a foot off of the apex of where he needed to be. That affected him out of turn 8 as well. Carinini pounced. Really good stuff there from the Zanki Motorsport team leader, who leads this race once again.
Into lap at number 6 out of 11. We passed the midway point of that qualifying heat, the last one before the lunch break, as Carinini back in the lead, but certainly same strategy will be applied by Otto Pekkanen, staying as long as he can within the shadow of the Italian, try to switch his position at some point. Will he wait up until the last 2 laps, the last lap even? That's that would mean taking a lot of risk indeed. As you can see, the qualifying standings as for now, being in that position for Danny Carinini, he would equal Aaron Garcia in terms of points, still very early stage of the weekend. 3 races for each of those drivers, as Roxanne Antinga would find herself P6 at the moment with that P3 finish. If she can hold on to that advantage, but she has at the moment 2.3 seconds on Eloy Gonzalez down in 4th place. And as for now, you can see the 2 drivers in sight now. This is further down with one of the RSD, Sam van der Eyden and Eloy Gonzalez. This is the battle for that 4th place finish. Great recovery so far for Sam van der Eyden, one of the potential contenders. There he goes for the move in turn number 4. That was slightly expected, certainly, by Eloy Gonzalez, who didn't oppose any resistance. You know his time will come. Sam van der Eyden was looking very threatening indeed. The door was open. Now it's down to the spine to try to switch those positions again.
We've seen some bright moments from Sam van der Eyden so far this season. Hoping for a bit more consistency with him this weekend. Now this is the moment between Brown and Marlon Bayer. Was very lucky there to not be rolling over. Just there, see the side of the cart getting upwards and thankfully back down onto terra firma. This was another one of the moves early on in this race. That was Drummond down the inside of Lantinga. We're on lap number 8. Carinini leads from Pekkanen, Lantinga, van der Eyden, Gonzalez, Drummond. That is your top 6 as things stand to get into the latter stages of this race.
And running inside goes Gonzalez and Sam van der Eyden once again. No, it was on the 349, my apologies, Zach Drummond and Kevin Baker. This is a little bit further down with the Croc Promotion driver up in 6th place. And another stronger recovery for Kevin Baker. So 10 places up to P6 after what had been a difficult qualifying session as well. Same as for Sam van der Eyden. Finds himself now P4. And with the time remaining on the clock, that might be the maximum for Sam van der Eyden, considering that Roxanne Antinga, and as I say that, the gap is still quite extended, 2.1 seconds at the advantage for now. But in the meantime, it's all about resisting from Kevin Baker now with Zach Drummond just behind him. As on the inside goes on the 2. This is Gonzalez on Sam van der Ende. Beautifully made the same turn as before. And now Gonzalez back into P4.
You mentioned about the maximum that these drivers can do. Another thing to factor in with these hot temperatures, these record-breaking temperatures for June across Europe, you've got to take care of your tyres. The MG tyres are performing really well this weekend, but still as the weekend goes on, because it's record-breaking temperatures, we are to an extent going into the unknown. We've never had a race at Wackersdorf with this level of ambient at this time of year. How is that going to change the track? How is it going to evolve across the course of the weekend? And whilst they do have multiple sets of tyres to use, they want to carry those newer tyres, those fresher tyres, as long into the weekend as possible and towards that final. You don't want to be burning through tyres through the first 2 rounds of the heat. So there is that balance to put into context as well, that if you have got 2 seconds, 3 seconds up to the driver ahead, is that extra position really worth punishing your tyres this early on in the competition? Well, that's up to the drivers to figure out. That was a good move from the 304 up the order. Meanwhile, back with our race leaders, Carinini and Pukkinen. 10 laps complete. 1 more to go. Is there going to be a move here from Pukkinen? Well, Carinini thinks so. He just defends into the first proper corner, but Pikkinen's got a great bit of drive off of turn 1 through into turn 2 and takes the lead of the race once again. Carinini's going to fight back though. We're now into the part of the circuit where the Italian has looked really strong over the last 7 laps or so. He's just able to turn that kart in a little bit sharper than Pukkinen. Pikkinen's got it covered off into the next corner. Carinini once again trying to do the switchback here. He's going to be on the outside for turn number 10. Pukkinen holds the apex. Good control of the corner. Carinini tries to switch back again. Pukkinen covers it off into turn number 11. What a race it's been between these two, and it's still not done, but it's going to go Pikkinen's way. That's a statement. That's a big win for the Finn. For Croc Promotion to start their heats here today. Otto Pukkinen is on fire and has just beaten Danny Carinini in a straight 1v1 fight, Guillaume.
Yeah, that's what we've been expecting from Otto Pukkinen. Potentially, he waited until the last lap of the race, taking the maximum risk to try to switch those positions. He did brilliantly, and not only that, but he was able to shut that door at every single of the last hairpins. We saw Carinini really changing directions, changing racing lines as much as he could, but certainly 1 extra lap, or even not even that, half an extra lap could have been enough for the Italian to change the scenario of that race. But Otto Pukkinen, indeed, the best start to his weekend he could have dreamed of, as Carinini, still very good pace indeed for the Italian from Zenki Motorsports. Gonna have to make do with the 2nd place for the time being, but Pukkinen, as you said, makes his first statement of the weekend, picking up his first win. Carinini in 2nd, Roxanne Tinga, a great job as well for the MP driver. Eno Gonzalez was able to save that 4th place finish after a bit of a scrappy race, fighting with Sam van der Ende, climbing 9 places up to P5. Kevin Baker, 10 places gain up to P6 from Zach Drummond. Michael Muller, Oliver Meek, 12 places gain. Good recovery as well for the Croc Promotion driver from his teammate Antonio Sadat. 15 places from 25 to the top 10 for Antonio Sadat. Gauthier Saint-Juan finishing that race in 11th place from Luke Taylor, Alejandro Ramirez, Morgan Moore, Max Lacroix, Luna Cléré, Florent Panès, Julian Sorvillo, Ivanchenko, Emilia Pauli, Sur de Vries, Michael Padilla and Joey Brown, as we've lost a couple of drivers into that race. Lewis Mackey, as we're going to see again. Technical trouble, unfortunately, for the British driver. Marlon Bayer and Christian Puente Plaza coming together.
There's a thought that's entered my mind, which we'll come back to after the highlights. Lewis Mackey, well, that wasn't a highlight for Mackey, out before the race had even begun. This was the race start. I think Morgan Moore had a slight problem there off the start. He was looking down at something and didn't get the getaway he would have hoped for. That's what allowed Roxanne Lantinga to blend across and take 3rd place pretty early on there. No troubles for Carinini. Not as many sends around the outside in the seniors versus what we saw in the juniors earlier from P2 on the grid. So that's something to ponder for later on in the day. Good start for the seniors. They all got through the first couple of turns. And then this was a bit of a scary moment for Marlon Bayer. Contact with Joey Brown pitched Marlon Bayer out of the first heat of the day and would trigger an investigation as well for that incident. Carinini led early on from Pickerton. Zach Drummond had a bright start as well, having a very good season in other categories. Here for a bit of a wild card appearance this weekend, was up to P3 in the early stages. Other battles going on, Igor Ivanchenko involved in the middle of that, Luna Claret as well trying to move up the order. This was Pickerton on the attack. This was at the start of lap number 3. Meanwhile, Eloy Gonzalez also made progress through past Zach Drummond and on his way to P4. This is another close moment. Look at that. Igor Ivanchenko did very well there. He was frustrated as, oh dear, that's what happened to one of the MCKs. That was Julian Sorvillo having the problem there. Ivanchenko did very well to not have a further incident with this one. A mistake from Pickerton allowed Carinini to retake the race lead. This was the fight for fourth place between Sam van der Heyden and Eloy Gonzalez, both of them racing very well indeed. Kevin Backer as well. Good to see Kevin on the move. And I'll tell you what, I'll come to that point now. The Crocs look really quick in race trim here this weekend. That was Gonzalez getting Sam van der Heyden for P4. And then this move from Pickerton was ultimately the one that won in the race. Pickerton wins the race. Backer up 10. Meek up 12. Haddad up 15. What's the thing that's is common across all four of those drivers? They're all on Croc machines. They look really, really good here this weekend. And in the heat, they have got the setup dialed in pretty well right now. More from the seniors later on in the afternoon. Their next races on the schedule will be at 4:20 for groups B and C, and then, 2:20 for B versus C. I was reading the 24-hour clock then. And then 2:40 for the A versus D race. That is after we have the lunch break and we have the next heats for Mini at 1:20 and the juniors at 1:40 and 2 o'clock. Do hope you've enjoyed the coverage this morning. For myself, Andrew Mather and Guillaume Alvarez in the box. Thank you very much for joining us. We will see you in about an hour and a quarter.
control, but we did a bit easier. Puta araña is fucking big, man. The spider. Ah. Ouch. Sorry, amiga. So, estamos. The limiter panning left or level. Less. Sí, better, ¿no? Better.
Welcome back, everybody, to live pictures here at the Prokart Raceland circuit in Wackersdorf, southern Germany, for live coverage of round 3 of this year's IAME Euro Series. If you weren't with us this morning, don't worry. You can watch all of the action back at your leisure, but don't do it right now because we're about to get ready for the second round of heats here today at Wackersdorf. I think we're around 5 minutes away from the start of proceedings. Guillaume Alvarez rejoins myself, Andrew Mather, in the box. X30 Mini coming up next, Guillaume. Their second heat of 4 here today. Busy day for the youngest drivers in the paddock. And a really interesting first race today that we saw earlier on this morning.
Very interesting indeed. Welcome back, everybody. Guten Tag to you all. Welcome back in Wackersdorf as qualifying heat number 2 coming up, 4 in total. The juniors and the seniors will have 3 races each, so we have a couple of rotations left on this afternoon. 16 races in total, 11 left. And if you picked up right now to join us live on the YouTube channel of the IAME Euro Series, well, you could have picked up a better time because the racing has been ecstatic this morning. A lot of tension, a bit of drama as well here and there in all 3 classes. But in the mini class, Mason Hibbert went from pole position to picking up his first win of the day in front of Alfie Davidson, running up 1-2 for Fusion Motorsport. You can see Mason driving the 407. With Alfie Davidson, Chester Fawkes, Elias Sami as well there. They finished 3rd and 4th at the end of that first qualifying heat.
Well, before we get into more of the action here at Wackersdorf, let's hear what our pole sitter in X30 Mini had to say after qualifying yesterday. Mason Hibbert, you're on pole position here in Wackersdorf. Tell us about your pole lap.
Yeah, it was a very good lap with Bodie Batch pushing me. I think it was very good.
You're in really good form. You had a good win in your national series a couple of weeks ago. Is this a weekend where you break through here in the IAME Euro Series?
Yeah, I think so.
The temperatures, we've got to talk about them. How hard is it for you as a mini driver to deal with the conditions here this weekend?
It's not really too bad when you're driving, but when you come in, it's just like another level of heat.
So in a way, it's those times when you're waiting for races where it's even harder.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Well, Mason, we'll see you tomorrow for those heats. Best of luck for the weekend.
Thank you.
Mason Hibbert there, touching on how tough these conditions it's this situation right here, right now. We're about just under 6 minutes away from the start of this race at 13:25 local time. When they're out on track, it's fine because you've got that airflow over the top of you, and it's not too bad. But yeah, when you sat there on the grid, I mean, we speak from a relatively air-conditioned comms box. It's not too bad for us. But yeah, when you sat on that grid, you've got that heat. It's 37 degrees air temperature here today for the drivers. That is really, really tough. And that's before they've even gone out.
Absolutely.
And physically exerted themselves out on circuit here.
Yeah, 37 on the track, 31 degrees Celsius in the air as for now, in the shadow. So I'll let you guess what it's like out there in the sun. It has been very hot indeed out enough for the track. But the drivers, as you mentioned, seem to be okay. But they're waiting in the shadow a little bit on the pro-grid now for the start of that first race. That we'll see Mason Hibbert and Leo de Heve Garcia going toe-to-toe. And you can see here our race director for the weekend, Dan Ashton, having a bit of a laugh as well with one of our competitors out there who's going to be ready to get in his kart in just a few moments. We have, as always, 2 race directors. Dan Ashton very much on the gantry in the blazing sun, while Martin Bean is up there in his tower.
Good to see Dan Ashton, instructing the youth. That in that case was Alfie Davidson, Mr. Ashton's finest dance moves being passed on there to the next generation of driver. Jokes aside, Alfie Davidson's been really good the last few weeks. He fought back really, really well to get a podium at Franciacorta. It wasn't a kind of weekend where he'd been at the front throughout all the heats, throughout the races going up into the final, but then he pulled one out of the bag in the final, and he's really kicked on for the races that he's had so far, whether it be on the national scene or other areas. So keep an eye out for Davidson this weekend. More drivers to keep an eye on in this one. Just to go over the results from that first race, if you're just joining us, as we have a look at Leo de Rive there, who will start second on the grid for this one. It's the same grid from Heat 1 this morning. All of the grids for the minis determined by that single qualifying session yesterday Your final result from Heat 1, close your ears now if you don't want to hear it, if you want to watch it back later on. Hibbert, Davidson, Fawkes, Sami, Surley, Clough, Uzanov, Devahive, Chekin Gomez and Milo Cornell. That was your top 10. Other things just to note, we did have a DQ. Harry Chapman, I think, lost his front fairing towards the end of the race, similar to the rear bumper as well. If you lose one of those bumpers entirely or it becomes fully detached, we're not talking a dropped front fairing here, we're talking it fully off the cards. So Chapman did have a DQ this morning, which is a shame because he had a really, really strong run. Big thanks to the marshals as well. We always say it, but particularly on a weekend like this, they're in the middle of a race circuit. There's not really any shade apart from a parasol or an umbrella here or there, but they are still fully committed to the role of providing safety for all of our drivers and each other out there on track.
Yeah, without the orange, or in this case, the yellow army of the Prokart Raceland, well, we could not just go racing as those youngsters of the mini class are getting themselves ready to do. Elias Sami from DK Academy, one of the newest formation in the world of karting, run by Danny Curl, the former OK World Champion from 2017, as Dan Ashton, all smiles on our race director's face. A little hello to the camera as well as he goes back to his position up in the gantry, ready to give the go to our youngsters of the mini class and watching from every angle possible with the good help of the officials on track as well.
It's so bright and sunny here today, even Dan Ashton's fluorescent shoes don't stand out on camera. Charles Clough will stand out on camera in the 4:29. A decent first race, P6 for Charlie, and we'll start this one from the outside of row number 2. Is picking up form in that Fusion Motorsport prepared machine. 1 minute board shown to the drivers before they roll out for the first of 2 formation laps. And if you are in the area here at Wackersdorf in Germany, do come down. It'd be great to see more people supporting our drivers, young and experienced, across the course of the 3 categories. And I say there's a good cafe here serving some great food and drink to keep yourself hydrated and fed across the course of the day. And but if you are out on circuit at the moment, do make sure that you keep yourself hydrated, particularly take lots of water with you. Make sure that you're drinking regularly. It's unlike any race meeting I've experienced, out of maybe the exception of Spain and Italy at this time of year. Germany can get warm at this time of year, but it's never been this warm, particularly in June. There's a quick sight over the circuit. Quite an industrial area, this part of the world. There's one of BMW's factories not too far from here. There's your heat map, which pretty much tells you everything. It's hot, really hot, everywhere. And with that, let's take you through the grid for the second heat in X30 Mini. Mason Hibbert will start on pole position, as he did in the first heat. Can he make it another lights to flag victory in this race over 7 laps? We'll see. We'll see whether he can in the next few moments. Ooh, dear, there's problems there for one of the Fusions. That's Achilles Peruzzi, who's not got going, due to start in the 5th row of the grid. We'll continue on with the readout through our order, all 27 drivers who are hopefully all going to be out on circuit. So Hibbert and Leo Devahive. Devahive will be on the front row of the grid. Work continues, overseen by the delegates down there in the pre-grid area to get Peruzzi back out on track. So Hibbert and Devahive on row 1. Elias Sami and Charles Clough on row number 2. Alfie Davidson and Bodie Batch will go from row 3. Batch could do with a decent result here. It was P14 in his first race. As could Harry Chapman, a DQ from the first race. But this is a good chance from the inside of row number 4. Chester Fawkes had a very solid run to P3 and looked quick in the second half of the race last time out. So keep an eye out on the championship leader, starting from 8th on the grid. Siabel Basalama goes from row number 5. Hopefully we'll also see Achilles Peruzzi, the driver who's really, really strong back at the IAME Winter Cup earlier on in the year. If we do, Peruzzi will complete the top 10 at the start of this race. Row number 6, Dimi Uzanov and Oli Surley, both of them solidly up in the top 10 in their first races. Row number 7, Caden Hakura on debut in the IAME Euro Series, goes alongside LBJ Stubbs, who is also here for the first time in Euro Series Championship action here in Wackersdorf.
On row number 9, we will have Martin Sechin Gomez and Ben Item. Row number 9, Milo Cornell and Oliver Woodall. Row number 10, we'll see Aaron Bordanova and Mattis Pissens picked up a very strong 11th place result early on. Ollie Telsted and Ivan Vornins will share row 11. Row number 12, we'll see Gilles Dewal and Darren Gani. Then at the back end of the grid, Laurent Somerfino at Rodriguez and Marcus Alberg. And green, not quite yet. As we thought for the start that, we'll go to proceedings. No, we're going to have to wait slightly more because we go for one extra formation lap, but just in time for me to finish reading the entire grid order. But Dan Ashton has decided that that procedure wasn't good enough, allowing, and that's a good thing as well for Achilles Peruzzi, he was able to get his engine going. He's going to have to push it a little bit, but he should have enough time to take his place, at least join the rest of the pack. Take his place, it might be something else. If he doesn't have time to do so, well, he's going to have to start from the end of the pack, as he's only carrying through the chicane right now, as the drivers now are back into the last sector. It's down to Mason Hibbert once again to show the pace and to allow all the drivers to get into formation once again.
He might just do this, although he's going to have to take an element of risk. No, do you know what? He's actually going to take the sensible choice here, Guillaume, and just start from the back, not try and squeeze himself up to row 5 before the yellow line with the flags displayed by Lala and Stefan. Great work from them here at Wackersdorf. Very artistic with their flair over the formation line. Here we go then. Are we into the tram lines nice and cleanly? Yes, we are. We're green. We're racing for the afternoon here at Wackersdorf. Starting with X30 Mini. Good start for Mason Hibbert. Ilias Sami down the inside looking for second place already, taking it away from Deva Hive. The rest of them running through the order, looking a little bit tight in the second half of the field. And no, Aaron Bordanova's been involved in an incident. One of the Action Racing drivers also involved. Bordanova trying to look for that form that we saw back at the IAME Winter Cup. It's eluding the French driver right now. Close and compact, as we expect, Guillaume, at the front of the field here in X30 Mini, but a nicely executed start once again from Mason Hibbert.
Indeed, pretty much clean from the rest of the pack, unless for just a few drivers at the back. As a little bit of a nudge from Elias Sami there on the way to turn number 10 to complete lap number 1. But it's fair to say that those drivers will be willing to find any space possible to make the gain place through the field. And as we complete lap number 1, you can see already different change of lines. But Mason Hibbert from pole, perfect opening lap, 4/10 of a second. Watch out from further down, Elias Sami on the Havive. Yes, indeed, the Spaniard, nothing could have done there. Losing that second place for the British driver, already trying to pull away from the rest as the Fusions battling already behind with one of the DKs of Chester Forks, our championship leader, in the middle of the pack there, trying to work his way through. And he's going to have to do so very, very quickly if he wants to get a chance to catch on with Mason Hibbert.
Potential problem, though, for the race leader. Under investigation, kart number 407. Now, that came up onto our screens at the start of this lap. I wonder, are the race officials having to look at something involving his race start? There was one driver who was having problems there out of turn number 9. We'll try and track back with that in a moment, see who was a little bit slow through sector number 2. But, this could be trouble for Mason Hibbert. Now, likely reasons. Maybe stepped outside of the tram lines before the lights went out. That's a pretty common one. Well, either way, it's not going to stop Ilias Sami charging forward and taking the lead of this race. Brilliant move into turn 2 by Ilias Sami. Mason Hibbert's going to give it back down the inside, retakes the lead. Sami cuts to the outside now. He's going to try and do a switch back here through turn 5. No, not quite. Wrapping round 6 and towards the high-speed chicane of 7 and 8. Gilles Dewal, fastest of anyone so far in this race. Gilles had a very good run in the IAME Series Germany race here a few weeks ago, which a number of drivers used as preparation. There's Chester Forks going through with a bit of an assist from Harry Chapman. That takes Forks up to 5th, and Chapman up to 6th. Also in there, Olli Sørle, a Norwegian driver having a really good day here today. Let's count them through at the end of lap number 3, because it's all going on inside the top 10. Hibbert leads from Sami. Batch up to 3rd. Bodie Batch has quietly got on with things in this race. Forks is 4th, Sørle 5th, and then Dimitar Uzanov there now making the move for that 5th place. Just a quick note on Dimmy, brand new race suit for him this weekend. It looks very nice. It's got the JPD UK logos on the back of it. One problem, it's jet black. That's not the colour of race suit that you
That's
want
something
here
you want,
today.
yeah.
And he's wearing a carbon black helmet as well, but he's still getting on with things very, very nicely indeed there, up into the top 5. Through turn 9 go the race leaders. Mason Hibbert setting a good pace, to be clear. On our screens, no further notices regards the investigation, but that could still be that they're looking at the scenario there. We'll give you firm and confirmed news as and when we receive it. End of lap number 4 with Leon.
Yeah, it could still be decided afterwards once the checkered flag is shown. As they come across once again, entering lap number 5 out of 7. As the gap is still very much close between our 2 leaders. With Buddy Batch up into P3, and that's a strong recovery from his first heat, where he finished only P14. Buddy Batch now finds himself P3 after a good recovery. Chester Folks trying to give him the chase, but is missing a little bit of pace at the moment. And 1.7 seconds to try to catch up with the 3 drivers in front. Alfie Davidson then in P5 from Charles Clough, and Oli Sorli. Chicango miss Duzinov, Javive Garcia. The Spaniard finds himself now only P10. That's a shame for Leo De Javive, considering he was starting from the front row of that grid. Was shaken up a little bit in the early stages, and is going to have to work a bit on the fine-tuning, both of his machine and both in the mindset only. Got to catch up as well and come back stronger. But as for now, another lap completed. Lap number 6 we go, and the gap has been slightly extended by Mason Hibbert, but still Elias Sami trying to catch up. Now Chester Folks very much on the rear bumper, and this isn't changed. Sorry, this is the 447 between Folks and Davidson, with now Alfie Davidson up into P4, Chester Folks down in P5. As we get ourselves here up close with the Fusion Motorsport drivers. Charles Clough just behind, and try to make his bit into the chicane. Very, very important to be as fast flowing into that chicane as possible to try to open and move potentially in turn number 9. But at the moment, the 2 teammates are keeping things close, and close it is as well for the battle for the lead. Now, that's going to be interesting, Andrew. Elias Sami very much on the bumper of Mason Hibbert, just like race number 1, the same scenario, entering the last lap of the race. But who's going to take this one?
I tell you what, Bodie Batch looks really quick at this stage of the race. He's closing in on these 2. If they're not too careful, they could get caught by Bodie there in the 488. We are on the final lap of the race. As things stand, this would be quite a useful result for Hibbert. He'd be taking an 18-point lead into the final round of heats later. Sorry, the next round of heats, because they've got an extra one here today. But either way, it would be a useful one if Hibbert could keep Sami and Batch at bay, with Davidson and Forks, his closest rivals from the first race, a little bit further down the order. Into turn number 9 they go. Slightly defensive line there from Hibbert. Sami trying to get a bit of momentum going round the outside. That didn't quite work on that occasion. Good speed from Mason Hibbert into the corners. It's a really important aspect here at Wackersdorf. Towards turn number 11, Sami cuts the inside but can't get the overlap. Bodie Batch is right there, but I think he's going to run out of road. Over the line, 2 from 2 for Hibbert. Really good start to the day for Mason Hibbert. Elias Sami back in the top positions, P2 for the DK Academy driver there, who won in Suera earlier on in the season. Bodie Batch once again shows his progress here in 2026. That is another top 3 for him. He was 3rd after all of the heats last time out at Franciacorta. It could still be the case that he replicates that position, if not beats it. That is a nice bit of driving from all 3. Anyway, comfortably clear of the next group, 3 seconds up the road. Biggest mover in that race, and really good to see Laurent Samez, the driver who had a little bit of a moment, shall we say, earlier on in the day, has bounced back. Took 10 positions in that race to go up to P15. There's your provisional results. Hibbert from Sami from Batch. Charles Clough 4th, Alfie Davidson and Chester Folks 5th and 6th, Dimi Uzanov 7th, Martin Chakan-Gomez, Achilles Peruzzi, well, effectively he is the biggest mover because he started from the very back of the field. Oli Surley inside the top 10 as well. Siebel Basalama, LBJ Stubbs, Leo Davahive, Ollie Woodall, and Lawrence Samer, who will officially go down as the biggest mover in that one, against original intended starting positions in the top 15. Ben Eiton, Martin Rodriguez, Harry Chapman, Evans Veronins, Mattis Pearson's in the top 20. Caden Hakura, Milo Cornell, Ollie Telsted, Darren Gani, Gilles Devalle, Marcus Alberg, the last of the 26 finishers, won retirement in that race was Aaron Bordenova.
Yeah, quite a shame for the this year's Winter Cup winner, Aaron Bordenova, who couldn't make it to the checkered flag, unlike Mason Hibbert. And let's see how he did that. The start was indeed perfect from the inside line, coming to turn number 1 alongside Leo de Havive. That was the start of certainly things more difficult for Leo de Havive, as he would finish that race on the P10 in the end, or even further down than that, P13 at the flag. But things started on a good turn for the pole sitter, with Elias Sami taking advantage of that third place, and the inside line a bit of a toe into turn number 1 from our pole sitter. Then a little bit of a mayhem there for the 448. That was Ollie Telsted from Action Racing, who got together with some of the drivers. The 429, I think, was involved over there. I mean, 3 of them in a bit of mayhem coming together into the first few corners. And then that was the start of a difficult scenario for our Spanish driver, Leo de Havive. First, by losing that second place to Elias Sami, and finding himself under the pressure from the Fusion drivers just behind, with Buddy Batch, Charles Clough, Alfie Davidson, and the rest of them giving him the chase early on. Then a bit of a contact there in the middle of the pack at some point on lap number 2. That was in turn number 9. There came the move for the lead. Elias Sami at some point on Mason Hibbert. That was the only time of the race that our Fusion driver lost the lead, because he was quick on taking that place back just one corner after. Those two dangling along beautifully, no contact at all. Very nice piece of driving from our 2 leaders at that point. As on the inside, the 427 of Chester Fawkes was making his bid on the inside of Charles Clough as well. That was the battles for what was remaining within the top 5 in the end. As entering the final lap, that was a close call from those 3. Mason Hibbert, unlike what he had in the first race, couldn't really rely on his teammate Alfie Davidson, who would see the checkered flag in 4th, but that was a pressure from the opposition. Elias Sami, maybe 1/2 extra lap would have been certainly sufficient, maybe at least, for Elias Sami to try to give it another go. But this time around, he had to make do with second place from Buddy Batch, 14 in his first race, 3rd at the checkered flag this time around, so good improvement for Buddy Batch.
18 points the lead for Hibbert after 2 heats over Sami, who moves at the 2nd place. Davidson and Fawkes still pretty high up the order as well. More from the minis later on today. We move on to the X30 Junior. Second set of heats for them today, and this will be the race coming up between groups B and C. We'll take a quick moment to hear from one of our drivers yesterday. Here with Ivan Gonzalez. Ivan, hard work today, but you're fastest within your group, 2nd fastest overall in X30 Junior. Tell us about your lap.
It was a really good lap. We had a good gap to the driver in front, and it was a perfect lap.
And a good moment with your compatriot Daniel Miron, we just saw there, giving him your congratulations, him giving you your congratulations. Do you reckon you two can work together, 2 Spaniards at the front this weekend?
Yeah, I think so, we can do that.
How's the track feeling after all the practice today?
I think it's when the track's been most fastest the whole weekend, so we'll see in the heats.
And you're championship contender as well. Are you feeling confident you can take the championship lead back this weekend?
Yeah, confident for this weekend.
Well, we'll see how you get on. Well done, Ivan. We'll see you out there tomorrow.
Thank you.
And we'll see Ivan Gonzalez on pole position for this race. Santiago Barros alongside on the front row. George House and Mason Kwong on row 2. Aaron Richardson and Aurelio Longitano on row 3. Nilas Malik and Libov Vlasak will go from row number 4 in this race, ahead of Zoltan Koini and Alexandra Point starting inside the top 10. Jacob Backler and Charles Ural complete the top 6 rows.
Row number 7, we have Josh Killian and George Clark, as well as Milan Tsechin and Andy Stewart. Row number 8, row number 9, we'll see Tony Cacciafero and Charles Candil. Further down, row number 10, we have Emmanuel Drexel, Johnson Stewart, and Philippe Massard and Aaron Behofer sharing row number 11, as we do have, once again, everybody on board, ready to get going for the second rotation of the junior qualifying heats, as the first one. So the victory of Daniel Mirolente, the Spaniard, that will come just after this one on track.
A lot of the drivers higher up the intermediate classification from the first round of heats this morning are in the second race. This could be quite an important one for drivers who had difficulty this morning to get themselves back into a bit of rhythm. The best placed driver on track right now in those intermediate standings is Mason Kwong, who was third in his first race earlier on today. So can the likes of Gonzalez and Barros and House get themselves into contention? We're about to find out across the course of the next 8 laps. 9.5 kilometres for the second heat in X30 Junior. The second round is go. It's a good start from Gonzalez. It's not a good start from Barros. Barros down to P4. Everyone on the pole sitters side of the grid has had a very good start. And look at George House, who started P3, is challenging for Gonzalez for the race lead in the early stages. Gonzalez shuts the door. Aaron Richardson has had a good start as well. The Briton up to P3. There's a couple of drivers in trouble. As where is House gone? Have House and Richardson come together? There's House at the back of the field for the second race in a row. Drama for last year's X30 Mini Euro Series champion. Where has Richardson gone? I think he's there. He's in the middle of the pack. Did something occur between the two of them going into turn 5? It's decimated their chances of doing well in this race, and there's more drama. Santiago Barros under investigation for potentially working on the pre-grid. You can only really change the tyre pressures on the pre-grid. Sounds like something else has gone on there for the victory lane number 64. So that will be something we need to keep an eye on. Right now, though, Barros back up to P2. That was a good move on Mason Kwong through turn 2.
Yeah, Mason Kwong was going to have to fight against Bashler and Longitano as well, coming close. That's double drama in the early stages for two contenders whose first race didn't go according to plan already. Remember that if you were not with us, well, Josh House suffered a DNF. Santiago Barros unfortunately got involved in an incident. He was able to climb back to the field with a penalty at the end of that race. But once again, if that's to be confirmed, that would mean, yeah, suddenly another difficult result. Coming together, Josh House once again, a separate incident, just like in his first race. Two separate incidents leading to his DNF. Hopefully this won't be the case this time around for Josh House, but DNF or not, his weekend is going from bad to worse, unfortunately, for the Excel Motorsport driver. As run inside, Bashler on Santiago Barros. The door is open, and Kwong goes as well around. Kwong had lost just 2 places just before. He's going to try to fight his way through. But as for the moment, Santiago Barros is holding on to that third place. In the second for the first time this weekend, Jacob Bashler now out of the chicane. Mason Kwong, watch out from the move coming up on Santiago Barros, is going the long way around, trying to switch those positions by crossing the lines. Barros is going defensive, watching over the shoulder. That's never a good sign. So early in a qualifying heat, so early in a race, to see a driver going defensive that way. As look at who actually made his way past. Nilas Malik taking advantage of the misunderstanding there, was being held off a little bit, and that was enough for him to make his way around the inside.
If not for penalties, Nilas Malik would have been on the podium last time out in Franciacorta. He was understandably devastated to lose what also would have been a top 4 clean sweep for Team BMR. He is fired up this weekend to get back into those top 3 positions. He had an okay qualifying, but is now looking to make his way up the field, running in P4 right now. Aaron Richardson has just set the fastest lap of the race at 52.139. The trouble is, for the runner-up in the British Championship in Junior X30 last year, he's down in 13th place. There's a move from Mason Kwong on Nilas Malik. Malik rates it well and gets back through. Zoltan Koini and Aurelio Longitano are going to have a go. The 2 Swiss drivers racing for the Swiss Spirit Karting squad, side by side as they go down through the little kink, and then it's the first proper turn, then on the brakes into turn 2. A little bit of cloud cover comes over the circuit as that's a move from Alexandra Point down the inside for Fusion. That was bold, that was brave, that was getting ahead of George Clark as George Quinlan's all caught up in the middle of this. This is all in the middle of the field. Drivers need to take care, they don't want to get thrown out of the pack at this stage. Libor Vlasak's in there as well in the number 94. He's got his teammate Aaron Richardson all over the back of him. Richardson down the inside into turn 9. He's going to take that position. There is Mason Kwong going backwards in this race, unfortunately. He's outside the top 10 now Meanwhile, back at the front of the order, we've got a proper scrap for the race lead. Jacob Bachler and Ivan Gonzalez are going to take us into the second half of this race. Here they are, Gonzalez ahead of Bachler. We can see Bachler moving left, moving right, wants to get through here. Nilas Malik is up to P3 ahead of Santiago Barros. Breathtaking racing here, Guillaume, at Wackersdorf.
Lap number 6, and still a lot of things can change up until the checkered flag. There's like 5 drivers, pretty much the same picture. Zoltan Kwanyi get himself into the party. And in what order will they see the finish line of that race? That question has to be certainly through the minds of those drivers into turn number 9. No one dares to move a muscle just yet. Zoltan Kwanyi around the inside. He's going to go toe-to-toe. Then he doesn't find himself on the best of racing line, but still he's able to make his way past. Oh, unfortunately, Kwanyi, 2 wheels on the grass on the exit of that turn number 10. That won't help its cause in the battle, in the heat of the battle for that P1. He's forced to let some people through as the battle comes down to just 3 of them. Gonzalez, Bachler, Nilas Malik now turns himself into a victory contender, goes on the inside, opens that door. And fortunately for him, that allows other drivers to make their way past as Barros Point and others as well get involved. What a tussle that is, as George Kinlan fastest on track at the moment, but we'll get back to that in a minute, because now this is the penultimate lap of the race. And still, the 42, George Clark hitting his wheel in despair. Unfortunately for George Clark, who was going strong in the middle of the pack, at least trying to knock the door of that top 10, but you want to have that chance, and look at them, almost 3 side by side coming to the last turn.
It's getting physical out there as we go on to the last lap of this race. Ivan Gonzalez has reasserted himself at the front of this pack. Santiago Barros second, Nilas Malik third, and there's a bit of a gap back to Aurelio Longitano, who's trying to hold on to 4th place ahead of Jacob Bachler there in 5th place. Aaron Richardson's done very nicely here to get back up into P6. That's decent points for the Fusion driver. George Quinlan just behind. Should note George Quinlan has had a warning flag, so that's more than likely going to see him fall down the order unless something very spectacular happens in this race. Corners counting on down now. Ivan Gonzalez leads this race but hasn't got it won yet. He checks over his shoulder, sees Santiago Barros there at about a 1/4 of a second back. Nilas Malik in 3rd, but there's only 1 corner to go. Barros is not close enough to go for a lunge into turn 11 off the final corner. Ivan Gonzalez, championship contender, is definitely in the mix here this weekend in Germany. He needs a big result here this weekend to get himself back on form, back on that same kind of results streak that we saw at Zlera and that we saw before the start of the season formally at the IAME Winter Cup in Valencia. The Spaniard wins that one and goes to the top of the standings for now in the intermediate classification. Should note there's quite a few strong runners going in the next race, but that is a maximum 50 points in the intermediate standings for these qualifying heats for Ivan Gonzalez. Barros home P2, that is a nice result for him and the Victory Lane karting team. They needed that after a bit of disappointment earlier on this morning, and they are back in the mix. Drivers head into Parc Ferme. All being well, our winner will be speaking to Guillaume Alvarez in the not too distant future. Let's take you through the provisional result then from that B versus C race. Gonzalez, Barros, Malik, your 1, 2, 3. Aurelio Longitano fights at the 4th place, holds on to that one ahead of Jacob Bachler in 5th. Aaron Richardson had that first lap incident, fights back to P6. George Quinlan P7, Zoltan Koini, Alexander Point, Tony Cacciafero all in the top 10 on the road. Charles Ural, Libov Lasak, Milan Chekin, Charles Candil and Andy Stewart take us down to 15th place on the road. Mason Kwong, Emmanuel Drexel, George Clark, George House, Philip Massard and Aaron Berhofer, the last of the 21 finishers in that race, one retirement. Unfortunately, this time it was Johnston Stewart who did not make it to the end of that race, actually retired quite early on in that race. Wow, really, really breathtaking stuff, as we mentioned earlier, for Groups B and C. There is your race winner, Ivan Gonzalez, and that gives Gonzalez an 11-point advantage over anyone who raced in that one. But we have still got the likes of Daniel Miron, Freddie Wood, Ludwig Gronquist, all in the next race. Alex Rafali Manana is in that one as well. They could all overtake Ivan Gonzalez with strong results in their next race, but it's Gonzalez 86, Malik 75, Barros 67 from a possible 100 for all three of those drivers. Here are some of your highlights then to take us through the next few moments. Good start for Gonzalez, not the best of starts if I'm being honest for Barros. He got jumped by House and by Richardson down towards turn number 1. That's then concertinaed back to anybody else who started on driver's left-hand side. Mason Kwong and Aurelio Longitano down a couple of positions in the early stages. Quite calm run through turn number 2. Gonzalez a little bit wide, maybe just low on tyre temperature there, allowed George House to get alongside. There was the aftermath of the clash between House and Richardson. That puts George House in a position where he really does need a strong result in the third round of heats later on today, and probably the super heat tomorrow as well. If not, George House faces potential elimination, not even making it to the final, which would be quite a shock indeed here this weekend. Here was the move from Barros down the inside to take P2 away from Kwong. There were other dramas in the midfield. The VDK of Philippe Massard running wide there would also have a clash with George House, and there was the scene down at the exit of turn number 9. That was how Johnston Stewart ended up out of the race. That was the aftermath of the clash between Massard and George House, as House was trying to make his way back up the order. Jacob Backler looks quite good in the middle part of that race. Team BMR showing they've got the speed once again here this weekend, like they had in Italy in X30 Junior. Just ran a little bit wide there. Maybe the track's starting to get into this time of the race meeting where the rubbered-in racing line, plenty of grip, but there's a real step change if you go off of it. That was the exchange between Nilas Malik and Mason Kwong. Alexandra Point was on the attack as well, the Luxembourg driver, in the end finishing P9 in this race. Aurelio Longitano also overtook quite a few people in that race, ended up inside the top 5. That was a move on George Quinlan. And Aaron Richardson, after the early moments with George House, would fight back through up the order, get past the likes of Vlasak and Kwong on his way to P6. That was the key move from Gonzalez, who did lose the lead momentarily in this race to Jacob Backler, got back to the front of the order, controlled the pace from there on in. That was a good attempt from Zoltan Korny, trying to go around the outside of Barros and Malik. In the end, Korny would come home P8 in this race. This was Malik down the inside of Backler, a bit tight to the apex there, meaning that Barros was able to slip through. That was a nice bit of track positioning from Barros. That was how George Clark left the main bunch. Not the best of weekends, unfortunately, so far for George Clark. He's overjoyed with his podium last time out at Franciacorta, but similar to his namesake, George House has got a lot of work to do to make sure that he's well up the grid for the final tomorrow. In the end, though, Ivan Gonzalez took the win by just under 0.2 of a second from Santiago Barros, who battles back from that P18 earlier on today to get a good haul of points from that last race. More to come from X30 Junior. We've got another race from their class coming up after this, because we're going to go down to Guillaume.
Thank you very much, Andrew, here with Ivan Gonzalez down into the Parc Fermé. Ivan, let's take a bit of a breather, because not only is it hot off track, but on as well. What a race. Talk us through how you felt out there.
I felt good in the start. We had a good start. We managed to break away a bit, but then they cashed up, and then we started defending. Then we opened a little gap, and then I guess we won the heat.
Yeah, this sounds very easy the way you put it, but certainly a lot of battles, a lot of drama out there onto the track. Progressing through those heats, are you learning new tricks that might be helpful for the next battles?
Yeah, learning stuff. Yeah, good.
You guys had 3 races to handle, plus the superheat with the same tires, considering the weather conditions. How's the management on that side?
I think the management of the tires are good. They're looking good, and we'll see for the superheats.
Fantastic, bravo. Thank you very much, Ivan Gonzalez. First win of the weekend so far in the junior class for the Spanish driver, looking very confident, as you heard. Back to you, Andrew.
Thank you very much, Guillaume. Great work out there with the drivers in Parc Fermé. Yes, we'll see whether Ivan Gonzalez can continue that form later on in the day. That will be a race, if I've got my facts right, that goes for 3:40 p.m. local time here in Germany. So do the maths depending on where you're watching from, what time zone you're in. Right now, though, we're going to move on to Groups A and D. Their second races of the day. Another 8-lap, 9.5 kilometre heat for us here in X30 Junior. This could be quite a consequential one. You've got both of your heat winners from round one this morning across the front row. Did I mention their teammates as well? So this could be quite fun to watch. You've also got both drivers who finished second in the heats this morning on the grid for this race. Ludwig Gronquist starts P3 on the grid, and then a little bit further back on row 5, Alexandra Rafali Manana is also there as well. Other drivers to keep an eye on. Seva Oshatry-Soslovsky, the Ukrainian driver, starts P5 in this one. Finished third in the first race. You've got other drivers who finished in the top 5 in their first races as well, the likes of Max Endicott, Teo Polican, Sukmani Kira. There are a lot of points already acquired on the board in this next race. The trouble is, there's only one haul of 50 points that can be awarded. There's one haul of 44, and the rest. This could really shake up the order in the qualifying heats standings. There on your screens, Daniel Miron, one of the strongest competitors so far in 2026 in international karting at a junior level. This kid has been awesome. Every time he's headed out on circuit. If you weren't with us earlier, he wasn't meant to be racing here this weekend. He was down for the test session doing a little bit of coaching, which makes me feel very old because I remember watching Daniel race for the first time when he was 6. He's already training other drivers younger than him. But part of the deal in terms of being able to test was that you had to have an entry for the race, which he's gone, well, I'll take up that entry on the race and have a go, have some training at least for himself as he tackles the rest of his international karting campaign with Fusion Motorsport. Alternative ways of keeping cool this weekend. The towel over the head and the bucket hat is a strong way to deal with the conditions here this weekend. There in the crossover from the main paddock into the racetrack here, you can see a number of the senior drivers going in to the paddock, the technical area. They'll be getting ready for their race coming up after this. It's quite a different kind of circuit here, Guillaume, as I give you a moment to get back in. We've got a perimeter road. It is a public road, so you literally have to cross the road. You have to look left, look right, make sure that no one's coming along as you're making your way across into the racetrack area. But I quite like it. It's similar to where we're going next as well. For Genk, it's kind of that bowl feel, that amphitheatre feel. You've got the balconies here. You've got the tower as well, with Martin Bean right at the top of it, keeping an eye on everyone, making sure everyone's doing the right thing, including the officials. And yeah, it's a really, really cool place to come and watch racing. Not cool in terms of temperature, of course, this weekend, but pretty cool in the other sense. Right, shall we go through the grid for X30 Junior? For groups A and D, it's got Daniel Miron on the front row of the grid with Freddie Wood alongside. Ludwig Gronquist and Harry Williams go from row 2. Vsevolod Osatry-Soslovsky starts alongside row 3 with Orion Meta. Orion's had a really strong weekend so far, a driver really improving across the course of this season. Teo Polican and Sukmani Kira, they're on row 4. Max Endicott, Alex Rafali Manana, they go from row 5. Cem Saslik and Lian Kirscher, they're on row number 6.
Row number 7, we're going to have Theo Pelfrini and Cody Pattinson. Row number 8, Mikko Schwirz and Alejandro Campos. Row number 9, Esteban Arosh and Harrison Stevens. Jamie Mulvey, Karl Lundberg. Row number 10, row 11, Matis Mush and Stanislav Ziarko. 22 drivers once again on the track, as much as on our grid. 8 laps to go through once again for the juniors. And as you mentioned previously, Andrew, our 2 first winners of the day, Daniel Miron and Freddie Wood. You can see there the MP Motorsport squad on camera with Aaron Weda, Roxana Tinga, Natalia Balbo as well, one of the team managers, and she just heard her name. Yes, indeed. We can see you, Natalia, and the rest of you guys, as she's one of the team managers and driver coaches at MP Motorsport. As she's been getting herself very, very busy on the national karting scene for the past few months as well, with the likes of GKS Lemons Power back in Genk. As we'll have Aaron Wida and Roxanne Antinga back on track in just a few moments for the seniors later on. Now, it comes down to that category. As you can see, once again, new tricks as well to keep fresh, not to keep warm.
Ben Platten is sticking with the strat of the microfiber cloth and bowler hat. That's 9.6 out of 10 for me as a strat to deal with the heat here this weekend. 34 degrees air temperature. And you know what, folks? We're not even at the warmest part of the day yet. It's generally been around 3 o'clock where we've had the highest temperatures of the day. We've still got another hour before that point. Keep hydrated out there, folks. It's you're all doing a brilliant, brilliant job. What job are these drivers about to do? Let's go racing once again in X30 Junior. Very close run towards turn 1 for both Miron and Wood, but it's going to be advantage to the Dutch Spaniard. Oh, that got a little bit close for Sachi Soslovsky down the inside. We've already got a notice from race control. It's on Rafali Manana for potentially working on the pre-grid. Meanwhile, back out on track, top 4 breaking away already. Really good start though from Daniel Miron. He was under pressure there from his teammate Freddie Wood, but he held firm. It also allowed Ludwig Gromquist to get up the order and into P2.
Yeah, good start. Pretty clean for pretty much everybody here. 8 to 10, number 9. That's what we like to see. A bit of a shade as well through the clouds. That might help not only the drivers, as they don't suffer as much as we do from the heat down onto the track, but a pretty clean opening sector here. Some of the drivers at the back end trying to make the bit run inside, as one of the fusions there trying to go as well on one of the victories. That's Sukhmani Kera on Alexander Rafalimana. That's a battle for P8 at the moment. Almost 0.4 of a second splitting Daniel Miron and Grankist. As Freddie Wood down in third. Then third place, Shashdi Soslovsky making up a place in front of Ira Williams. Oh, in a bit of a moment for the 96 further down. This is Rafalimana as we saw them battling for that P8. Sukhmani Kera is holding on to a position, and the 89, unfortunately, from Fusion further down. That's Roche, unfortunately. That is race Esteban Roche. The Mexican driver's race will come to an end, as well as for the GP driver.
Mika Shervis
Indeed.
out of this race, and I think we've lost Matish Mush in all of this as well. So a few falling by the wayside in the early stages of this second heat for all of these drivers. Miron leads from Gromquist. Wood, Asachi Soslovsky, who goes down the inside and takes third place. Bold move, attacking move from the XL driver, and that was good stuff. The energy course are working quite well here today, and also the holder of the fastest lap right now. Miron's kicking though. Miron kicking right now has chosen lap 3 as the point to try and take this away from everybody else. This is a tactic that he's used, a skill that he's got in his locker. It was there down the inside of Williams, went Polycant, that was for P5. This is all over to Gromquist, Sachi Soslovsky and Wood now to work together. They must not allow Daniel Miron to get in too quick of a rhythm, because he will take this race away from them. Meanwhile, 5-second penalty, virtue of a warning flag has come in. It's Teo Polycant in 5th place. Right now, that would drop the French driver, who is not, unfortunately, in the same kind of form that we saw last time out at Franciacorta. That 5 seconds would drop him down outside of the top 10 right now.
Yeah, that's a shame for Theo Polygon, considering that he's on his own this weekend. The Dream Racing squad from France had other operations as well planned this weekend, so they couldn't make it with the full squad. He's on his own, Theo Polygon, fighting like David against Goliath in this field. And a 5-second penalty will certainly help his cause through the course of that weekend. We'll get back to that, as DNF confirmed for Mathis Musch and Mirko Schwerz from MDC Racing and not EGP, don't get me wrong. Same colors pretty much, with that flashing yellow, but we only have one EGP driver this weekend, and this is Lewis Mackie, and we'll get back to him later on. Now, the gap is closing in. Ludwig Gromquist is now putting the pressure a little bit down on Daniel Miron. The Fusion driver is still very much in the lead, but he has not only Gromquist but also Osachi Soslovsky just behind Freddie Wood. Ludwig goes for the lead and takes as well his opponent, Osachi Soslovsky, who goes for second place as well. Well, that was expected, so to speak, in turn number 4. The door was wide open, but Daniel Miron, with his experience and knowledge of what it's like to lead a race at this level, saw it coming and didn't go for the aggressive move, but now he's catching up and responding Grankist, second place, trying to resist, switch for the lead. Osachi Suslowski now finds himself for the first time this weekend leading a qualifying heat at the juniors. Quick look over the shoulder to make sure that he might have a bit of a gap, at least trying to go as far as possible from Daniel Miron. And that's certainly the bad news for the leader, is that Daniel was able to get ahead first of Grankist, and now takes first position back as Grankist is about to lose another place to Freddie Wood. Back in the position almost so, as he was going to try his bit on the outside of turn number 3 and finds himself under the pressure from Theo Policon. Policon is trying to go the long way around. The Frenchman has to stay behind, and I think he just made his bit just before the chicane. Sukmani Kera, the fastest in the race so far. Once again, he's really battling left and right at this level.
He really is, but that is great work from Daniel Miron. This has become almost his brand of racing, that when he falls down, he gets straight back up and on the attack. He did it a couple of weeks ago for a good few positions at Mulsen. Stayed here in Germany to continue a bit more racing, and he is taking this X30 Junior race by storm at the moment. Bit of a battle going on between Freddie Wood and Theo Policon, and there's Harry Williams as well in the orange and black helmet, the McLaren Junior team driver. Normally races with the Forza Racing outfit in other categories. He's here with Premium Karting this weekend with some support from the Forza squad. Raced very well here last year, was second through the heats in the X30 Mini race, and then went on to get a decent result in the final as well. So he's got good form round this track, but he's not done as much X30 racing in the last, say, 6 to 9 months. So he is starting to get himself back up to speed. Last lap board is out. There is your race leader, Daniel Miron from Seva Osachli Suslowski. Ludwig Gronquist in a bit of a lonely third place right now. Then it's Max Endicott who quietly gets on with things once again. Is up to P4, the IWF champion from the back end of last year. Sukmani Kera having some difficulties there, has fallen back behind Rafali Manana. There is Colby Patterson trying to hold off Orion Meta for P10. So once again in X30 Junior, it's all going on out there. Can Daniel Miron hold on to this race victory? Osachi Suslowski still there, still within lunging distance perhaps, maybe not, into turn number 10. It's the long run to turn 11 now, over the brow, into this long right-hander. Daniel Miron is going to take a crucial victory here in the story of this weekend. Takes the second heat and takes the outright lead in X30 Junior in the qualifying heats points. It was tied between him and Wood at the start of this race. It is no longer tied. He will have a big, big smile on his face in a few moments' time. When he gets back with the team, they'll have even bigger propositions for him later on in this weekend. I think Daniel Miron could win here in Wackersdorf. He is in really, really strong form. That was not an easy race. That really wasn't an easy race for Daniel Miron. When he fell down to third place, you maybe thought, oh dear, is this the point where the other drivers fight back after they took a little bit of a battering from Miron in the first round of heats? The answer, no. Miron comes back, gets a second win of the week. Osachi Suslowski second place, Gronquist third, Endicott and Wood inside the top 5.
Yeah, incredible piece of racing for Daniel Miron, picking up another win, 100 point, the maximum for now. Rachi in second place from Ludwig Gronquist, Max Endicott, Freddie Wood, Harry Williams, Theo Policon in the end with P7, but don't forget he has a 5-second penalty looming above his head. We have also Alexandre Rafali Manana down in P8 from Sukmani Kara, and Colby Patterson running up your top 10. 11th place for Orion Meta from Alejandro Campos, Theo Pelfrene, Harrison Stevens. P15 for Lynn Kirscher from Sanjalik, Karl Lundberg, and Stanislav Ziarko coming across in P18. And last, as we lost a couple of drivers in the course of that race, Matis Mush and Mirko Schwerz, as well as Esteban Roche and Jamie Mulvey in the end. 4 drivers missing out. But this young man from Fusion, Daniel Miron, 2 races, 2 wins, our current point leader, with 1 race to go for the qualifying races before the superheat and the final, leading to our final phase tomorrow. But what a strong start to his weekend for Daniel Miron. As we've said, he wasn't supposed to be here in the first place, decided to give it a go after some testing last weekend out, and he's not here to make up the numbers. And let's see how things unfolded once again at the advantage of the Fusion driver in the lead from pole position with Freddie Wood by his side. That was, those 1-2 from the same team going toe-to-toe, but on the inside line, the pole sitter took advantage of that place on the grid. Ludwig Rankist with the MP colors from P3 on the grid on the inside, taking that second place from Freddie Wood. It was a clean start and getaway for pretty much all the drivers, as Rankist was taken in between the two Fusion teammates at some point. The other drivers trying to find the ideal racing line to gain as many positions as they could. There's a little bit of a moment there that we didn't pick up with the 96 there and the 55, Théo Polican and Alexandre Rafalimana. That's the reason why Théo Polican got himself a 5-second penalty in the end. The 89 of Fusion, fortunately, Esteban Roche had to, saw his race coming to a close, unfortunately. But yeah, a couple of collisions for Théo Polican, a 5-second warning flag, synonymous of a 5-second penalty, and you saw the reason why. The 24 making his bid as well, Colby Pattinson fighting with the 57 of Orion Meta. Those two would be finishing 10th and 11th. As there was a moment on lap number 5 where Ludwig Rankist took the lead for the first time in front of Ochachi Suslovsky. But Daniel Miron would end up being the strongest of them all. First, getting ahead, or trying to, on Ludwig Rankist on the inside line. Beautiful move there on the MP Motorsport driver. Back in second place before making his bid, the final bid for the P1 finish.
That move for second, I think, was what won in this race, because if he'd not gone for that, he would have fallen down to fourth. It would have been too much. Yes, that move there was ultimately the one that got him into first place, but that really, really shrewd drift down below under Gronqvist was superb indeed. It got the momentum back for Daniel Miron in this race. Théo Polican had a scrap with Freddie Wood, and then championship leader Max Endicott. Another strong result for Endicott. 2 fourth places now for him, and on a day where results can be a little bit up and down in that top 10, Endicott is still very much in the mix, and we know he likes a race where he comes through and charges through and is a bit of an underdog maybe at the start of the day. That's what he did in Valencia last year, of course. But for Daniel Miron, though, that is another win. It gives him a 12-point lead in the intermediate standings as we are right now, over the driver who finished second in that race, Ochachi Suslovsky. Third is Gonzalez, 86. That's a share of third place at the moment with Freddie Wood, although say a share, of course the tiebreaker goes back to at the time of qualifying performances yesterday. That's always the tiebreaker in that scenario. Dan Ashton heads off for some refreshment immediately after the end of that race, and we'll be back with us in a few moments' time for the X30 Seniors, and you'll be back with us for the X30 Seniors in a few moments after this short break.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Minerva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
Welcome back, everybody, to Wackersdorf, the Prokart Raceland circuit. We're getting ready for the second round of heats for X30 Senior. Guillaume, this should be another really pulsating set of races. Two grids effectively of the X30 Seniors today. It'll be the B versus C groups up first, racing against one another, and then the A versus D groups. But this driver here, Aaron Garcia, he's been in top form this season again, hasn't he?
He's been top form, and he's been winning races, events after event. Not yet in the IAME Euro Series of this season, a championship that he won last year, before putting his name in the history books of IAME with the IAME Warrior Final and then the Winter Cup in the month of February. Let's hear what the Spaniard for MDC had to say yesterday after qualifying.
Aaron Garcia, end of a hot day, but you've emerged fastest within your group. How tough has today been?
Well, it's been tough. I think the hot is massive. So yeah, we were really hard for this. We make no tests, but last year we were fast here, so we almost know we were fast. So yeah, really happy with the lap, really happy with the pace, and it's not pole overall, but we will fight for it for the final.
Franciacorta didn't quite end the way that you would have wanted, but you took good points from that weekend. How confident are you of continuing that form here this weekend?
Well, I'm 100% confident. I think we have the pace, we have the material, so we need to fight to work. And yeah, I want to thank MDC and Grice for the packs, and yeah, let's fight.
Fantastic stuff. Really looking forward to it. Aaron, thanks for your time. We'll see you later on.
Thank you.
Good chat there with Aaron Garcia, and well, look at that front row. Garcia and Carinini meeting for the first time in the IAME Euro Series since the final at Franciacorta. That could be a story that unfolds over the course of this 11-lap race. There, once again, is Dan Ashton on the buttons, and we'll be getting this race underway shortly. David Manchester out there on circuit as well, assisting as one of the deputies, and then don't worry, Martin Bean is still here. He's in the air. He's in the best spot this weekend. He's in the timekeeper's office, which is the coolest place, I think, in the whole of Germany here this weekend.
I do wonder if he can hear us, actually.
Oh, he can definitely hear us.
Yeah, I can see a smile on his face.
Yes,
yeah,
no, he definitely can. Right, let's get into this race then. As we mentioned, Garcia versus Carinini is a mouth-watering prospect at the front of the grid. I quite like the look of Eloy Gonzalez running to P4 in the first round of heats. Guillaume, he's going to be starting on row 3 of this one. This is exactly the kind of race that if there is a little bit of action out there, that Gonzalez could pick his way through. Let's take you through the full grid, though, before we get into the cut and thrust of this one. Aaron Garcia and Danny Carinini share the front row of the grid. On row 2, Benji Westwood and Morgan Moore, Alex Martinez and Eloy Gonzalez. They will complete an all-Spanish row 3. Both of them raced very well 1 week ago in Valencia as part of the Spanish Championship. In fact, you've got all 3 of the National Championship on this on the track for this race. Row number 4, Ruben Moya. Don't forget about Ruben Moya. Don't sleep on Moya on the red speed there. Starts on the inside of row number 4 alongside Julian Sorvillo. Matthias van der Kerkhoff starts on the inside of row number 5. He's joined by Max Lacroix. Row 6, big result needed for Travis Teo, 23rd in the first round of heats. He's joined by Switzerland's Michael Muller, P8 in his first race.
On row number 7, Scott Rayleigh and Marlon Bayer. Steve Rademacher and Joe Brown will be on row number 8. Andy Rattel and Lewis Mackie, row number 9. Row number 10, Elvis Skorelskas and Gauthier San Juan. Emmanuel Jurakis and Oliver Meek on row number 11. Row number 12, Eddie Dax and Emilia Poli. Then we have Paco Sarmiento and Antonio Sarad on row number 13, and Dylan Patel running up the top 27 drivers on track at the moment, as we do have everybody, which is a good sign, something we had been expecting, because if you were not with us this morning when we had a bit of a scary incident for Ellie Dax, but the victory lane driver from Luxembourg is very much on track, and she's doing more than fine. A bit shaken up certainly, but ready to go for battle once again. Talking about another driver who had a bit of a misfortune is Lewis Mackie, starting from 18 on that grid. Spark plug went boom, unfortunately, in the warm-up lap, so hopefully he will get another chance to shine.
Hopefully. I'm very conscious, though, the last time we talked about Lewis Mackie, the cart expired at that very point, so
that's the last time we mentioned his name, actually.
Yeah, his commentary curse for the day's done. Right, let's get into grid formation then. Hopefully at the first time of asking we'll get this one underway. I know it's a qualifying heat, there's bigger races to come up later on in the weekend, Guillaume, but I'm looking forward to this. This should be very entertaining indeed. Garcia versus Carinini. The last time they raced one another, we know what happened in Franciacorta. We are going round again.
One of the Fusions in trouble.
Yeah, that was almost the Ruben Moya tactic that we saw at Zuera, taking the end of the formation lap very slowly indeed. I think the problem there, the middle part of the pack weren't quite anticipating that, and it was either bump into the drivers ahead and probably have a front fairing drop, or move out, and I think that's the sensible choice to go round and start that one again. There is just a reiteration of your grid. Garcia and Carinini the front row, Westwood and Moore row 2, Martinez and Gonzalez row 3, row 4, Moya and Sorvillo, Van der Kerkhoff and Lacroix on row 5, Teo and Muller on row number 6, row number 7. Scott Riley and Marlon Bayer. Bayer needs a good result in this one. Had a retirement in the first round of heat. Stigler Rademacher and Joey Brown, row 8. Andy Rattel and Lewis Mackie, plenty of experience there on that 9th row of the grid. Elvis Kazauskas and Gautier San Juan complete the top 20 for this one. Emmanuel Leodakis, look out for the overtaking Greek machine there on row number 11 alongside Oliver Meek. Ellie Dax and Emilia Pauli go from row number 12. That is your grid. Will be your grid completed by Paco Sarmiento, Antonius Haddad and Dylan Patel. Are we good for a race start this time? A little bit more pace this time from Garcia into those tram lines. That's looking pretty good. We're green, we're racing once again in X30 Senior. Both front row drivers get a pretty good start, but it's going to be advantage Garcia into turn 2 for the first time. Carinini looks around the outside. Good start for Morgan Moore this time. Much better start for the Irishman than we saw in the first set of races. Gonzalez has had a decent one as well, is up to P4. Good start though from both Carinini and Garcia. They lead the train as we go through lap number 1.
They lead the train indeed into the chicane. Watch out, that's where you put your wheels, but it's going quite clean and nice for most of the drivers here into the last hairpins of the track. As one of the drivers that put it down, trying to make his bit on the inside. Might have been, Lewis Mackie in the middle of the pack there with that AGP yellow livery into the last corner. Closing on the opening lap, and look at the gap already, just a tiny bit still of 0.4 of a second. Morgan Moore in second. As Daniel Carinini finds himself under the pressure of Eloy Gonzalez now. The VDK, this is Matthias Van der Kerkhoff by the look of it. No, sorry, my apologies. Max Lacroix, the 259, driving under the Spirit Racing name, but there's been a new partnership between the two teams, Spirit and VDK this year, so that might explain why. But unfortunately for Max Lacroix, his race is done and over.
And that could be a problem for Max Lacroix. He was P15 through the first round of heats, so whilst, yes, everybody makes it through to the super heats tomorrow, there is that top 36 cut-off that we often talk about for the final. And Max Lacroix is probably going to drop out of the top 36 in the intermediate standings after this round of heats with that retirement. End of another lap then. Garcia leads from Moore. Carinini, down to 4th place, has lost that 3rd place to Gonzalez. He's looking down the inside now. Here's the former champion, and that's a nice move. Classic Carinini gets the move done on Gonzalez. Gonzalez didn't fight that one too hard. Keep an eye on Alex Martinez behind as well. We know how quick Alex can be for the Action Racing team. Lewis Mackie, fastest lap of the race so far, 51.060. Oh, Gonzalez was a little bit wide there into turn 7. Is this going to offer an opportunity to Martinez to get down the inside? Yes, it is. Keep watching out for that one, folks. If a driver has a moment through turn 7, turn 8's already ruined, and then that's the second time they get overtaken by turn 9. But my goodness me, what a bit of driving that was from Gonzalez. Round the outside, off of turn 10, has got that position back. Ruben Moyer's going to get involved as well with this. Benji Westwood and Matthias van der Kerkhoff have the best seats in the house right now. Moyer's looking down the inside. Martinez, they come there and they get together. Out goes Gonzalez. Out goes Martinez as well. And wonders that Scott Riley. Yes, it was Scott Riley, the innocent bystander in all of that for Excel. My goodness me, that was a really close moment. There's damage to Martinez's kart. He knows his race is all but over. That was a really, really tricky moment for all drivers. Martinez made the late cut to the inside. I just don't think Gonzalez was expecting that later move, and there's the result.
Yeah, he had the pressure from Ruben Moya further down, so he had to go for the move. He wanted to commit to do something into that turn number 1, but sadly that didn't go according to plan. We're going to have to watch that again, but as you could see from Alex Martinez, the left side of his chassis and his left bumper seemed bended slightly as a result of that contact, so hopefully we'll be able to carry on into that race, even though he lost all the benefits from his early stages and early efforts into that race. We'll get back to that. Carinini in the meantime with the fastest lap, putting the pressure on Moore in second place. Carinini waiting for the right moment to strike an attack potentially into turn number 9. He's waiting patiently in the wings. We've seen him do that before. The experience is talking. But the more he waits, obviously, the more Aaron Garcia is going to try to pull away as much as he can, as we have a retirement by the look of it for Guansan, unfortunately. Gauthier Guansan, who is disappearing from all screens. We'll get back to that in a minute. But entering lap number 6 into turn number 1. The door is open. Could it be a trick from Morgan Moore? He stays behind. We could have seen him swing on the inside of the Italian, but he's choosing to wait slightly longer. That's going to give us a good battle. Maybe those two might want to try to work together to decrease the gap on Aaron Garcia, who can start roaring a little bit.
Carinini through sector number 2, so from turn 4 through to turn 9, looks absolutely superb. We'll come back to that. This was the moment between Martinez and Gonzalez. Oh, I feel really sorry for Scott Riley. Scott had nowhere to go in that one. Yeah. Purely the innocent bystander. Here's the reverse angle of it. Yeah, difficult one to call that, because Martinez will say, well, I was down the inside, mate. Where am I meant to go at that point? But it's not like Gonzalez completely chopped down on him in that one. It was an aggressive turn in, but it's not like Martinez was fully on the curb. So, yes, we'll leave that one to the race officials. Carinini, though, perfect pickup. Watch the front end of this Zanchi Motorsport prepared machine. It's looking really good through these sweepers, especially into this part of the course. Look at how he's able to transition right to left through that high-speed chicane. This could be a real problem for Aaron Garcia. We saw it earlier on in the race with Otto Pikkanen, but as I say, the Crocs are looking really, really quick here this weekend. More from them coming up in the second race for the seniors later on today. But this is what we've come to see. This is the kind of battle that we love in the IAME Euro Series. Two brilliant drivers. Carinini down the inside, goes through as if Garcia's not even there. There's absolutely nothing that the reigning champion could have done about that. Danny Carinini is in the mood once again to win kart races. Look at the pace. 50.007 in race trim in 36 degrees. Are you kidding me? That is fantastic pace from Danny Carinini. Meanwhile, it's all going on in the midfield. Was that Gonzalez back in the mix? Yeah, this is all around the 15th place, down to the bottom of the order. But this is going to give Aaron Garcia and the MDC Racing team something to really, really think about the rest of this afternoon and going into tomorrow, because Danny Carinini, like the temperatures here in Wackersdorf, has turned it up a notch or two and is absolutely flying.
On lap number 9, flying indeed is the Italian. But Aaron Garcia might have still something to say in this race. He's coming close on the Zanchi driver into turn number 4. Yeah, something tells me that he would like to see this race ending that way. Aaron Garcia has one win to his name already. Don't forget, Danny Carinini, if he were to win that one, they would be on equal points when it comes to the championship with the points for this weekend, shall I say, with one more race to go. Let's not forget also, Andrew, that this weekend is slightly different than what we got used to over the years. Those drivers in the senior class only have 3 qualifying heats, while in the past it's usually about 4 or even 5 as part of the championship. So that means that each race counts double, so to speak, in terms of, well, this is now or never, that you need to get the result in order to be as highly positioned as possible on the grid of the superheat. So you can easily understand why Carinini went for the move, trying to build that gap, trying not to lose any meter of the race. And who lost that?
This is where we play guess the game based on the colour of the tape as to who's lost the...
Just in the middle of the start-finish straight, but one of the officials was quick to pick that piece up, as you can see. And we might have a replay to understand what actually happened there and who lost that piece of material. But in the meantime, as we get to the final lap, half of a second now, Matthias van der Kerkhoff now under the pressure as well from Benjamin Westwood for the battle for P5, with Carinini and Garcia split by half of a second. And this is what happened there from one of the drivers.
Victory lane. It was a safety pod with a bit of red on the end of it. Was it a little bit further back? Oh, now, apologies, I didn't quite catch which cart that came off. Might have been, was it Ellie Dax? Might have been Ellie Dax's victory lane. Right, we're on the final lap. 49.799. That's ridiculous. Lewis Mackey's also just pulled an absolute worldie around the outside there. Mackey using his tyres to good effect because he will be a little bit fresher. But the reason why I'm so impressed with this is our race leader comes into turn 10. If you're not at the circuit, temperatures have gone up again. The track is getting to that stage where there's almost too much grip. The tyres are getting more worn all the time. But Danny Carinini is just getting faster and faster. And that is a first race win of today for Danny Carinini. It doesn't give him the lead outright in the intermediate classification, but it draws him level with Aaron Garcia. Both of them have a first and a second at the moment. Garcia takes the tiebreaker based on time qualifying performance. But that is a really big win. That puts any kind of lingering thoughts, perhaps, if they were there for Danny Carinini, of how he would face up against Aaron Garcia after what happened at Franciacorta. They're gone now. They are in the bin because Danny Carinini got beaten one-on-one this morning. He's responded in a very, very positive fashion. The Italian is in the mood for more race victories here today. That was an absolutely outstanding performance, not just from Danny Carinini, but Aaron Garcia as well. Game on here in Wackersdorf.
Game on, definitely, as let's take a look at the result in full. Carinini picking up his first win. It's the same result as Aaron Garcia, second this time around. Morgan Moore third from Ruben Moya, Matthias van der Kerkhoff, Lewis Mackey, one of the fastest out there. He definitely changed the spark plug, let me tell you. With a 12th place gain up to P6 from Benjamin Westwood, Joey Brown, Andy Rattel. Good result as well for the French driver after a difficult start to his weekend, up to P9 from Michael Muller, Stig de Radermaker, Marlon Beyer, Julian Sorvillo down in 13 from Antonius Arad. 12 places gained for the driver from the UAE, as well as a 6th place gain for Emmanuel Dakis up to P15. Scott Riley follows in P16 from Travis Theo. Gauthier Saint-Juan, who saw the checkered flag after going through some trouble, is finishing in front of Elvis Krasauskas, Tiran Patel, Eli Dax, as well as Paco Sarmiento, Oliver Mick, Emilia Poli, and Eloy Gonzalez. We haven't seen much of Eloy, unfortunately, finishing 25 and last, very much away from Danny Carinini, who is must feel certainly more than satisfied after pulling out such a strong performance. Max Lacroix and Alex Martinez, we're going to see how, once again, those two had to call it a day earlier than expected into the replays of that qualifying heat. It all started well for Aaron Garcia in front of Carinini, with a cracking start from Benjamin Westwood on the inside. Morgan Moore, Martinez and Eloy Gonzalez follow them through into turn number 1 with a good clean opening lap for all the drivers out there.
This was the run through turn number 2 on that first lap of the race. Morgan Moore doing some nice business on this first lap. Did take second place away from Carinini in the early stages of this one. The rest of them ran through the rest of sector number 2. That was the move from Moore down the inside of Carinini. And that will have pleased Aaron Garcia and MDC Racing at this stage of the race. They had a little bit of a buffer to their title rival. Max Leclerc, sadly, was the first retirement, 2 retirements in that race. The other one being Alex Martinez, which is quite a big one. We'll see why in a few moments' time. Gonzalez got down the inside of Caronini. At this stage, it was not looking good for Danny Caronini, but he got back down the inside a lap later to retake 3rd place away from Gonzalez. This was the first part of Gonzalez versus Martinez. This was the second part. It did not go well for not just those 2 drivers, but Scott Riley as well, who got a face full of Action Racing 284. All 3 of their races destroyed in terms of getting big results. And it was so close to being an absolute cracker of a move from Alex Martinez, but that is racing sometimes. And in the end, Martinez would retire. Gonzalez finished 25th. Riley actually did all right, got back up to P16 with clear damage on the front end. So good effort there from the Irish driver. The race continued on. Caronini got past Moore. I've forgotten how far back Caronini was in relation to Garcia, but he pulled the Spaniard back in. This move into turn 1 saw him take the lead and then pull away with some really, really quick bits of race pace. There went the flying safety block of someone's rear fairing. Just to reiterate, 49.799 for Caronini. That is the fastest race lap that we have seen so far today in the second round as well. That's really impressive. Not quite, of course, the qualifying pace that we saw yesterday on fresh tyres, but still very good indeed. Guillaume, what have we got next?
Well, we do have next, just after this, the next round of qualifying heats, still with the seniors A versus D coming up, as you can see, with Dan Aleman and Otto Paikanen side by side on the front row of the grid. So this will close rotation number 2 of qualifying heats for the seniors, and then we'll go back to the minis and the juniors. So don't go anywhere, as with young Dan Aleman, we'll have racing coming up very shortly with the young Swiss driver.
It will indeed. So he goes into this one with a P2. Otto Pikkanen, their P1. Our race directors have a little review of how things are going so far here today. Dan Ashton on the left-hand side, Martin Bean on the right. And Dan overlooking all of the starts here today. 1 minute board in the air from Ross Upton, our pre-grid officer, making, of course, sure that everything is ship-shape down there and ready to go. Intrigued to see in this one, Guillaume, whether we see a continuation of the pace from the Croc drivers in this one, particularly Otto Pikkanen, because we've just seen a really impressive performance from Danny Caronini in the last race, but we shouldn't forget he was beaten this morning, 1v1, by Otto Pikkanen. Could we be about to see Otto Pikkanen go even quicker than we've just seen Danny Caronini go on the basis of the first race? That is definitely possible.
That is possible, and as you mentioned, the temperatures keep on rising with up to 34 degrees in the shade local time, even more so onto the track, which means more grip, more potential opportunities out there. Don't forget to drink and stay hydrated. That goes for everybody here. Talking about the pace of Danny Caronini, he was only half of a second shy from this weekend's pole position from Dan Aleman, who's going to be starting on pole, indeed, from Otto Paikanen. This one is important as well, because if Paikanen wins that second qualifying heat, he's going to take an option regarding the opposition with Garcia and Caronini. And when it comes to the mind games, this could be an important step. Aleman in the lead on pole position with Otto Paikanen by his side. Zach Green and Roxana Tinga sharing row number 2. Row number 3, Emilio Berndt and Ivachenkov Unitsov by his side. Row number 4, Javier Brusca and Zach Drummond. Row number 5, Evan Purcell and Alejandro Ramirez. Row number 6, Davide Marconato and Christian Fuente Plaza.
Second half of the grid then, row number 7, Bertram Sasser and Sam Van der Heyden top 5 in the first race. Aaron Vader and Kevin Bakker on the next row, row 8. Maurice Vacresa and Luna Clare go from row number 9. Mark Granada and Luke Taylor are going from row number 10 for this one. Taylor, the first senior recruit in the DK Academy team. Row number 11, Jokerana and Shirt de Vries. Jan Rodriguez and Florent Panes go from row number 12. It's Max Yule, who's had a tough weekend so far, starting on row 13 alongside Gael Padilla and Philip Dinu completes the 27-strong field for this one. Formation laps underway for the drivers out there on circuit. A mix of different headwear there from our mechanics on the mechanics gallery. If it works this weekend. It's not about looking cool this weekend, it's about staying cool.
Yeah.
Because it's tough out there. And you got to feel for the mechanics, because they're in there, they're working with hot pieces of machinery, hot tyres, they're getting grubby, they're getting dirty, as they always do. But they're doing it in this heat, and they're doing it again and again and again. They deserve a lot of praise here this weekend. Into the formation area, past Lala and Stefan with the yellow flags. They will swoop them down in a moment's time to indicate that all drivers are present and correct. There it is.
Lovely.
And we will be ready to get this race underway. Alaman, Pikkonen on the front row. We've just seen a really, really tantalising battle between Karanini and Garcia. What are we going to see in this one? We're green. We're racing at Wackersdorf for 11 laps. Very good start for Alaman. Good start for green as well. Pikkonen losing out a bit there, is down to P4. Into turn 2 they go. 3 wide in the midfield. Are they all going to get round? I think Kevin Bakker was flirting with the dirts there on the exit of turn number 2. But another great start from this young Swiss superstar. Dan Alaman leads in this heat.
Yeah, Dan the man once again from pole to P1. As for now, we're only getting started through those 11 laps. And he's going to have a lot of pressure to deal with, starting with further back. Ooh, I think that
Zach Green.
Zach Green was ready to give him the chase, or ready to go for the move as early as that turn number 9 in the opening lap. He's going to have to wait maybe a little bit. Was he about to make his move? No, not just yet. Dan Alaman is completing that opening lap in the lead, but watch out, Zach Green. A quick look over the shoulder, further back as well. Watch out from Otto Pikkonen. He has a brilliant seat, maybe to shake things up on the inside of that turn number 2. Dan Alaman shuts that door. Won't get himself, be surprised just too soon. A bit of a tussle, and one of the drivers from the Energy Course Germany, Emilio Berndt, went around the outside just a little bit, as Pikkonen is losing a place to be, Fuente Plaza. 9 places gained by the Spaniard from Monlo Motorsport. Could you imagine that? 9 places gained in just 1 lap and 2 corners extra. Impressive performance as run inside. There's another change for second place with Christian Plaza. Zach Green battling along behind. Zach Green is back in second place. By the look of it, Pikkonen, Fuente Plaza down in 4th. Bern just behind. Drummond, nothing to worry about for Dan Alaman as for now.
Some big names in this race. Zach Drummond's trying to come through the field as well. The Scotsman has had a great season in the FIA Championships so far. Oh my goodness, that was nearly 4 wide into turn 1, but they got it sorted out by the time as Drummond finds himself out in the dirt. He is a well-known name in this X30 category. No one's going to give him any love here this weekend. Emilio Berndt has got through with a robust move on Otto Pikkonen. That throws Pikkonen back into the clutches of Christian Fuente. Bertram Sasser is looking pretty quick at this stage of the race. The problem is down in 15th place, down with the likes of Sam van der Heyden trying to make his way up the order. Here's Drummond, wheel to wheel with Roxanne Lantinga. Roxanne falling down the order in the first part of this race. This is all around 9th, 10th position, not where those 2 drivers would have expected to be at this stage. End of another lap then, 3 gone, 8 to go. Alaman leads from green. Berndt, Pikkonen, Fuente, Ivanchenko, Vader, Ramirez, as there's a big incident through turn 1. The 342 is involved out of our commentary box window. There is Marcanato, but there was another cart involved.
That's Luna Clary from PB Kart, I'm afraid, and she seems to be, you don't see her yet, in a bit of a discomfort, but I can see her from the left side. There she is, Luna Clary.
Oh, that's good to see.
And she can walk on her own, that's good to see.
So the scary thing here is that incident has happened through turn 1. That is where Luna Clary has gone.
Yeah.
She's gone, I think she's gone, probably hit and then under those red and white barriers. That's how the kart has ended up on the exit of turn 3. That is a really, really scary incident for Luna Clary. I am very pleased, in a way, to see that she has been able to get out of the kart under her own power and walk back to the marshal post. She was just holding her neck there, I wonder if she's taken a bit of a hit, but we're under slow procedure now. There'll be a bit of a clear up for the race officials and the marshals to complete before we go back to racing here. We heard that in the commentary box. We heard the thump of the barriers, and you don't like to see that. That is a very, very quick part of this course, part of that flat out 230 metre section, but Luna is walking back, and that's the most important thing right now. The racing can wait until we've got everything back in its rightful place. But let's just take you through the order as the laps continue on. We're on to lap number 5. We've had 5 completed now. Dan Allemann leads from Zach Green. Emilio Bernd in 3rd. Otto Plikkinen 4th. Christian Fuente, Igor Ivanchenko, Aaron Vader, Alejandro Ramirez, Zach Drummond, and Roxanne Lantinga are in the top 5. Great drive so far from Florent Panes, the Swiss driver. It's not a team entry, that's effectively a privateer entry this weekend.
Yes, for the first time this season.
There is the gap. Okay, so I'm kind of okay seeing that. My fear was that Luna had gone in and under. We saw that at a race in the KZ Worlds last year that was very scary indeed. If it's a straight, she's gone through it, that's a bit better, but we'll try and keep on top of what's happening with Luna Claret, because she's a very popular young driver from France. I know there'll be a lot of people watching who will be rightfully concerned right now about the state of Luna Claret, but she's a fighter. If she can race later on this weekend, she will. Let's just continue our run down the order as we are remaining under slow procedure right now. 11th for Panes, 12th for Marc Granada, Evan Purcell 13th, Sam Venderheyden 14th, Bertrand Saxe 15th. Javier Barrasca is having a tough race. Now that's a story. That's one of your championship leaders.
Yes, indeed.
Was in the top 5 in the first round of races. P16 at the moment. That is not what Barrasca needs in this battle with the likes of Garcia and Carinini and Dan Allemann. Further down the order, you've got Jan Rodriguez, Max Ewell, Jörg Rana, Maurice Verkreise, all in the top 20. Luke Taylor, Gael Padilla, and Kevin Bakker ahead of Philip Dinu, and then Shirt de Vries is the last of the 25 runners at the moment. Claret and Marconato out of this race. We're coming around to complete lap number 7. If you're just joining us, we're under slow procedure for an incident on the blast down to turn 1. Luna Claret and Davide Marconato involved, both drivers out of their carts unaided and walking back to safety. The crews
there she is,
just rebuilding the safety barriers here before we go back to racing, Neil.
Yeah, a lot of discussions happening on track between the officials and our race directors as well, Dan Ashton and Martin Beam, because you want to make sure that the circuit is secure enough. You want to make sure that all the barriers are solid enough and put back in place, which is not the case yet. There's pretty much done, but there's still a hole in the middle. So I do wonder if we will be allowed to race again, as we're about to conclude lap number 7 out of 11. A couple of decisions possible still at this stage. To call it a day for now, or to let the Warriors fight again for 1 or 2 laps until checkered flag, like some sort of a small sprint race. We shall see. At this point, we are waiting for the green flag and for any decision coming our way from the race director. But as for now, still under yellow flag procedure. As you can see, Dan Allemann, Zach Green and Emilio Bernd. That's for your top 3 at the moment, with all the gaps coming down to pretty much 0. And if we go back to racing, well, that's going to give us one heck of a final few laps up until the checkered flag. But that remains to be decided among the officials. The most important thing, as you mentioned, Andrew, is that all drivers involved in that incident are safe and walking away from the scene. We had a couple of scary moments earlier as well, including Dax, but she's more than fine and competing again. And some of the drivers had a bit of a moment as well in our first race in the minis, for instance, in that particular corner. But all safe and sound for now. Dan Allemann is still leading the pack, waiting for the decisions from the race director. If he were to stay in that position, well, we would have 3 drivers in the lead for points at 94. Dan Aleman, Aaron Garcia, and Danny Caronini with 1 race to go each in the senior class.
Red flag.
But yeah, so that's decision number 1. That was either that or either going back to racing for just 1 or 2 laps. But red flag has been decided.
I think that's a good decision because it was clear that we weren't going to be able to go back to green at the end of this lap. So that would have been another yellow lap, and that would have brought us to the end of 11 laps. So you may as well stop the race there, get everybody in, and then continue to work on those barrier repairs that are needed down towards turn 1.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a bit of a break, as always. The time for all the drivers to make their way back to the Parc Fermé. And red flag has been decided. If you're joining us right now, an incident took place onto the track. All drivers involved safe and sound as for now. Walking away from the scene of the incident, but decision has been made to call it a day for that qualifying heat A versus D of the senior class, which means that as you can see, the red flag is being shown all over the track, which means that the current classification shall stay the same, giving the final win to Dan Aleman. This is still very much provisional, but that would make Dan Aleman winner for the first time this weekend in the senior class. That would put him on equal points, 94 to Aaron Garcia and Danny Caronini with 1 win each. And that's the reason of the red flag. I mean, the consequence of the incident, as you might imagine. But some of the barriers are still need some repair. Just between the long, fast finish straight and turn number 4 on the other side of the track as a result of a contact between Davide Morcanotto as well as Luna Clary. Luna Clary involved into that incident. We saw her walking away and being taken care of with a bit of a discomfort to the neck by the look of it. But as for now, Dan Aleman is your provisional winner for the first time this weekend. It's not the first time, certainly, that he finds himself in that position, winning qualifying races for the young drivers, stepping up to the senior class this season. Let's take a look at some of the highlights of that qualifying heat. We only had a couple of laps into this one, but there was a cracking start from pole position from Dan Aleman, from Otto Paikanen and Zach Green. Zach Green just behind the pole sitter, taking advantage of that inside line into turn number 1, jumping past Otto Paikanen. Roxanne Lantinga dropping 2 positions down in P5 and P6. Not the best of getaway, unfortunately, for the MP driver, who would finish slightly down into the classification. But it was pretty much a clean start and getaway for all drivers, except one, the 231 of Kevin Baker from Koch Promotion, who would be pushed slightly out of the way, to say the least. Not 2, but all 4 wheels onto the grass. As in the lead, well, Zach Green and Dan Aleman would find themselves battling already in the early stages of that race. Dan would take that P1 back. Aaron Weida, in the meantime, finding his way through as well. One driver from MP fighting his way through up to P8 at some point, with 8 places gained for Aaron Weida, who had started P15 on the grid, and the other one, Roxanne Lantinga, going down a little bit. So different course of action for the 2 teammates. As Zach Green would make his bid on the inside of Otto Paikanen. That was a battle for P2, with the 240 from PB Kart just behind, finding his way through. As Christian Fuente Plaza, at some point, the Spaniard, would be the revelation of the early stages of that race, taking the lead at some point after climbing 9 positions in what has been a pretty strong start to his qualifying heat. A bit of a trouble for some of the drivers on turn number 3. Roxanne Lantinga being pushed away just slightly bit. One of the premium karting drivers out there as well. Might have been Evan Person on that one, finishing all the way down as the 208 finding a pace as well. And Roxanne Lantinga trying to fight positions. That's what it happened. The 342 of Davide Marconato involved into that coming together with Luna Clary, the Frenchman, the French lady driver, to dive through the barriers in the middle of the track, quite unfortunately. As a result, a bit of a discomfort, but she was able to walk, and she was being taken. Yeah, she was in the good care of the medical team of the IAME Euro Series here at the Prokart Raceland of Wackersdorf, and that's what we like to see. Drivers walking away by themselves from an incident scene. And in the meantime, Well, you can see that there's a lot of work needed still to get the barriers repaired. In the meantime, we're going to take a break and go down to the Parc Fermé to be with you, Andrew. Let's hear what the drivers have to say.
Thank you very much, Guillaume, here with our race winner, Dan Alleman. Dan, not a normal race victory, but another 50 points for you. You've got to be pleased with that.
Yes, very. We only did 8 laps, so the tires is quite good. I don't know how the impact was, but I think she's okay. I hope also. And yes, I'm very happy with those 50 points.
You make a good point there with the tyres that could give you a bit of an advantage for the next race. How difficult is it to manage the tyre with these conditions?
Yeah, there's a lot of grip on the track, so we need to be very clean with the steering wheel, and yeah, with the slow ones, it's more easily.
How much do you think about championship in races like this as well? We've seen some great performances today from the likes of Carinini, from Garcia, from yourself. Is that a factor in your mind this weekend?
No, we don't look the championship. We just make the best race possibly, and we look after the weekend.
Fantastic stuff. Dan, thanks for your time. We'll see you out there later on. Dan Alleman there, your race winner in X30 Senior. Guillaume, back to you.
Thanks very much, Andrew. Thanks very much to Dan Alleman as well, our race winner for the first time this weekend on equal points with Aaron Garcia and Danny Carini. As we said, things will be updated, still very much provisional. But before we get back on track, let's take a bit of a break, as we'll be back just after this.
Now, I've been excited to try this model for some time, the Playseat Formula Intelligence F1 edition, because it's been designed with the help of real F1 drivers and also some of the top sim racers on the planet. Let's see what it's like. Being in this seating position definitely makes it so immersive that you feel like you genuinely are in a race. Your mind takes over and tells you that you're in an actual race. You feel very much at one with the car, as a part of the car, and as a part of this race. The Formula Intelligence has the monitor built in and integrated into the frame, and that really means that your field of vision and your depth is very accurate and truly immersive. Tell you what, my palms are sweating, so I think I've gotten a bit too immersed in this experience. The force lock system allows you to move everything around to really create a bespoke seating experience and make it super comfy for exactly how you would want it as a driver. The seat padding is obviously of a very high quality material. It feels very comfy, very supportive on my lower back. Racing is all about chasing the last hundredth of performance and looking for marginal gains. And if you can be comfortable and if you can be fully immersed in the car, you could really unlock some extra speed, I think. So on the whole, it's been very impressive in terms of how you feel at one with the car, how you can be consistent with it as well, lap after lap, because the frame doesn't move. You feel it's solid, so you can just keep working on your own driving and try and improve. Whatever you're looking for, you can secure your seat for next season at playseat.com. I'll see you on the track.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Minerva supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
Let's start with the Playseat Challenge. With a quick 10-second storage and setup, this seems like the perfect gateway into sim racing for gamers of all ages. There's only one way to know for sure though. I like the fact that we can adjust the steering wheel angle and move the pedals around, so actually I could get it the way I would like in terms of the steering position. The steering is really stable. I'm putting quite a bit of force through these fast corners, and likewise for the pedals as well. You keep thinking it's going to slide away from you, but actually I'm pressing the brake pedal pretty hard and it's not moving, so I'm quite impressed. I really do like driving Zandvoort. It's such a cool circuit. Given how roomy this chair feels, I am a bit surprised at how compact it can be. When the Playseat Challenge arrived, I was a bit confused because the box was actually really small and compact, but it does genuinely fold that small. I think if you're new to sim racing and you wanted a first touch point with the game, this is probably a good option for you. And actually, because it's comfy, you can spend hours at it before you decide to commit more money to it. The Playseat Challenge is super convenient and user-friendly, and seems like the perfect way to start your sim racing journey. Now I'm going to try the Playseat Formula Instinct F1 Edition. Now, as soon as I've got in it, it immediately feels familiar because it recreates the driving position I felt throughout my career. Let's see what it's like when I get going. The X-Adapt frame is really handy because you're able to really customize every part of the seat structure for your own body. You can adjust the angle of the steering and of course move the seat forward and backwards to get exactly where you want for a long night of sim racing. Just coming through the final corner. Yep, get the DRS open. The Modiform pads that I've got in my lower back are really good actually, which is ideal when you want to get on the brakes, especially for the slower corners. The steering wheel is super rigid on the frame, which is great because when you're going through these fast corners, changing one direction to the other, that's exactly what you want. You don't want the thing moving around. There's a decent lap, let's keep going. The seating position with your bum going low and your legs coming back up high is exactly how you have it in all Formula 1 cars, really. On the whole, I think the seat is super comfortable. I think for someone who's a bit more serious about their gaming and simming, this is really impressive because you feel genuinely like you're sitting in the cockpit of a race car.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Minerva supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them because it's made my life so much easier.
Welcome back, everybody, to live pictures here at Wackersdorf. If you're just joining us, we're under red flag conditions at the moment for an incident in the X30 senior heat that's requiring barrier repairs. Those are the barrier repairs ongoing. Efficient work from the team here at the Prokart Raceland circuit. See everybody getting involved, including Stefan, the circuit owner down there, overseeing things. So looks like we won't be too far away, Guillaume, from the start of, or the restart of the remaining races. That previous X30 senior race having run to a sufficient number of laps before then the red flag came out will be a full result. Yep. So a full complement of points for Dan Alaman. It does move us on, though, to our third round of heat, penultimate heat of the day coming up for the X30 Minis.
And it's not very often that we get to see so many races for the Minis, as all the drivers will have 4 races each. And what am I seeing on screen? Could this be our friend and colleague, AJ, Anthony Jordan, just made his way to Wackersdorf this weekend? That's unexpected, but there is having a bit of a chat with Russ Hampton, our master of the grids, while the drivers still keeping themselves under the shade to try to save some energy for what comes next. But what will come next is race number 3 for the Minis. Mason Hebert and Leo De Havive will be alongside each other on the first row of the grid. Mason Hebert, 2 races, 2 wins for the Fusion driver. That put him at this point in time as the provisional leader in points, with the maximum on his table so far. But once again, the opposition will be strong.
Big thanks to our hard-working team here at RGMMC, always keeping in communication with one another. They've just sent word to us that Luna Claret has been medically cleared. So she's been for an assessment, particularly a head, probably concussion assessment with the medics. They have cleared her as good to race. So if Luna's feeling good to race, the medics are, yeah, you are good to go. So all being well, obviously there'll need to be some work on the kart as well to make sure that the kart is good. But that's not the important bit right now. The human being, the driver, is the important bit. So I'm very glad to report that Luna Claret has been medically cleared by the medics here at the circuit.
That's what we'd like to hear, indeed. And let's hope and cross fingers to see Luna back on track as soon as possible. As in the meantime, you can see that still very busy down there. But we are getting to the end, as it seems, of the repairers. And there's been a lot of work done, but on a very efficient pace ever since the stoppage of the previous race. But the Minis will be up next. We'll keep you updated as soon as we hear from our race director and race control once the track is clear again. And in the meantime, yeah, a bit of a time for the drivers to chill out in the shade, to have a good laugh with one another. Because let's not forget that those drivers, whatever age, may be rivals on track, but most of them remain friends and driving colleagues into the paddock. And it's always nice to see them, you know, in a nice and friendly atmosphere, chatting with some of our colleagues at RGMMC as well, trying to stay within the shadow and get fresh as much as they can. Don't forget to drink and stay hydrated, everybody, here on location in Wackersdorf, as it's still currently quite hot in the air, 34 degrees Celsius, as we get through the midpoint of the afternoon, 3:10 local time. After the Minis, we'll have the second rotation of qualifying heats for both the juniors and the seniors, and then one last race for the Mini to run things up for today's schedule. There will be more to come, as always, on Saturday with the Super Heat and the finals to crown the winners of round 3 of this year's IAME Euro Series. Plenty of action left on the table for us to enjoy together, whether you are here with us on location or live on the YouTube channel of IAME Euro Series. As always, don't hesitate to check us out as well on social media. Plenty of nice clips put together and published on the Facebook page and Instagram pages as well of the series. We have all the information available to you on the official website of the IAME Euro Series competition. This is the 6th time that we had the pleasure of coming to this part of the world. First time back in 2017. And it's fair to say that over the years, in all 3 classes, some great names have won here in the past. In the mini class up next, well, the likes of Janek Babicek, Freddy Slater and Ugo Ugochukwu, 2 names most of you might be familiar with, climbing through the ranks of motorsport in Formula 3 racing at this level, heading to Formula 2 at some point, and as high as you can wish for those 2. And in other classes as well, brilliant names in the past. In Wackersdorf in the juniors, we've seen the likes of Lewis Gilbert, Oliver Gray, or more recently Harrison Mackie and Raleigh Cranham winning on this very track. In the juniors, as we like the stats, my dear Andrew, the last 2 title winners in the junior class, being Mackie and Cranham, both won on this very track. So it could be a sign of maybe, who knows what might happen until the end of the year, because after this one we have one more round in the Home of Champions in Genk. So could this bring maybe some good luck to any of the junior drivers who will win at the end of the weekend?
I think the big difference though from the Cranham and Mackie situations, that has been a case where they've won this round and they've effectively won the championship already. All they've needed to do is sign on at Genk to take it. That's not going to be the case this year in X30 Junior. It's a far closer championship picture heading into today's action. We're going to take a short break here at the circuit. Keep hydrated. We'll be back with you shortly once these barrier repairs are complete. Welcome back, everybody, to Wackersdorf for round 3 of the IAME Euro Series for 2026. Andrew Mather and Guillaume Alvarez back with you. We are a couple of minutes away from the resumption of racing here in Germany, and we'll get things going with another heat for X30 Mini. This is their penultimate heat of the day. Normally they have 3. Today they've got 4 heats, so more mini racing. Which is always a good thing. There, pumping himself up, is Mason Hibbert. Hibbert at the moment, perfect through the first 2 rounds of heats. Leads in the intermediate classification by 18 points ahead of Ilyas Sami, the driver who will start directly behind him there in the DK Academy kart 420. Matching up with the split livery down the middle of the kart with a split helmet design as well. Third in the points at the moment for the heats. Not quite at the stage of the weekend yet where we'll start talking about championship points. But Alfie Davidson's there on 80 points. Chester Fawkes and Charlie Clough 4th and 5th respectively. But still plenty of racing to go, so it could all change, particularly across the course of this next 7-lap race, Guillaume.
Yes, indeed. 1 minute left on the board, and it's about time for those young drivers of the mini class to get back onto the track. They've been waiting in the shade for almost half an hour. Thanks once again to all of you for being patient. And once again, well done to all the team members of the track being involved in the repairs of the barriers. Now, the track is safe, the track is clear, and the drivers are going to get it clear in just a few seconds. The green flag is about to wave for this qualifying heat number 3. Mason Hibbert against Leo De Havive, Ilyas Sami, Charles Clough, Alfie Davidson, and the rest of the grid. We're going to throw them all in just 1 second. But unlike previous editions of this event, they will have one more race than usual once we're done with the second rotation of the juniors and the seniors. But plenty of action, intense racing, quality racing as always as part of the IAME Euro Series. Wackersdorf always provides its twist. Oh, and a bit of concern for the 420 of Ilyas Sami. I think was he caught dreaming over there or falling asleep already? But the others were trying to go around him. It was a bit of a messy start from the dummy grid, but everybody makes it through now.
Let's go through that order then. Mason Hibbert starts on pole position. Leo De Havive due to go from second place on the grid. Ilyas Sami will retake his spot 3rd on the grid and be joined on the second row by Charles Clough. Alfie Davidson and Bodie Batch go from an all-fusion row 3. Harry Chapman and Chester Fawkes start on row number 4. Siebel Basalama goes from row number 5, is alongside Achilles Perutz, who's had a bit of a rough day so far, but has the speed to move up from there. Dimi Uzanov and Oli Serle, 4th in the recent Spanish Championship event. They go from row number 6.
Row number 7, we'll see Kaden Akura and Abdul J. Stubbs, Martin Sechin Gomez and Ben Item, row number 8. Row number 9, Milo Cornil and Oliver Woodall. Row number 10, Aaron Bordanova and Mats Pissens. Row 11, Oli Tolsted and Evans Warnings. Row number 12, Gilles de Waal and Darren Gani. Back into the grid, we have Laurent Sommerfin and Martin Rodriguez, as well as Marcus Alberg. And we do have everybody on board once again for this 7-lap race. At the moment, as we mentioned, 18 points. That's the gap between our current point leader, Mason Hibbert, and Ilyas Sami in second. 20 points are missing for Alfie Davidson to pick up that lead. But as you can see, the National Race Director is telling everybody to pace yourselves down. We just want to make sure to go for the racing in one go. We had a couple of occasions of different racing procedures, different starting procedures, because it has to be done the right way. It has to be done according to the rule book and to the appreciation of the race director. If it's not the case, we go for one extra lap. Let's hope that first time of asking, the minis will be ready to go for battle.
Balcony filling up here underneath timekeeping. Saw some of the Fusion and Excel team members there. We're into the tram lines in a moment. Are we good for a race start? We are indeed. We're back racing once again here at Wackersdorf. The minis are underway. Really good start for De Havive. De Havive takes the race lead as they run down towards turn number 2. Chester Fawkes looking around the outside there. Ilyas Sami on the inside. A little bit of contact in the second half of the field. One driver is that Caden Hakura, who is now stuck. Yes, it is. The debutant here this weekend has been racing in the cadet levels of British karting in the X30 classes. He stepped up here to IAME Euro Series, but that's not a good start to his third heat of the weekend. Will be down the order. Meanwhile, back at the front, there's been a change. Back has come Hibbert. Really strong start from De Verheeve, but De Verheeve has had a tendency to, unfortunately, fall down a couple of positions so far in these races. The rest of them making their way through. Basalama there, unfortunately, losing out on the exit of turn number 10. Let's count them through at the end of this first lap then. In the lead of this race, Hibbert, Sammy second, Davidson third. Good Chapman start as well. Harry Chapman up 3 places to P4. Leo De Verheeve completes the top 5.
And change for P5 with Achilles Peruzzi on Leo De Verheeve. The Spaniard dropping a place by the look of it. Yes, indeed, with the Fusion drivers up a spot. Battles are plenty already, as you mentioned, Leo De Verheeve, unfortunately. And the 436 from Fusion, fortunately. It goes nowhere for Matthijs Pissens, the young Belgian from the Fusion team. Mechanical trouble by the look of it. DNF, unfortunately, for Matthijs Pissens.
Matthijs Pissens, his season just can't get going. He had a really good qualifying. Was at the Swearer earlier on in the year and just had problem after problem. His bad luck is continuing. Sometimes that's a bit of a theme for drivers in motorsport. They just have a season where it all happens. There's an incident between one of the Spirits and an action. It's the 450 of Milo Cornell and Ollie Telsted. Milo Cornell, who won the recent round of IAME Series Benelux, is having a tough weekend here in Germany. Meanwhile, look at this scrap going on for the race lead. Peruzzi getting in amongst it. This is the first time we've seen Achilles Peruzzi really up there since the IAME Winter Cup. He's up to P4 now, as Davidson's down the inside of Ilya Sami. Here come the Fusions. The Fusions looking really strong in this race. They could be 1, 2, 3 on the road. In fact, they are. Hibbert still leading this race, though, and at the moment, Guillaume extending his points lead.
And Ilya Sami responds and makes his way on the inside of turn number 9 and takes the Verheeve with him. So Peruzzi, after making his bit, falls down 2 positions again, all the way down in P5, but it's we still have a long way to go, so to speak, into that race. Plenty of action, plenty of things can still happen. As for now, Mason Hibbert is leading, Davidson in second, Ilya Sami back in P3. De Verheeve, Peruzzi, Chester Fawkes, the former championship leader, in the inside of the number 1. Beautifully made. Ilya Sami takes 1, potentially 2, and contact. De Verheeve forces his way on the inside of that hairpin and gets back into second place. That was a cracking move from De Verheeve. Ilya Sami certainly didn't expect that to happen. He had to pushed himself slightly out of the way. But as a result, De Verheeve back in second place in front of Alfie Davidson. Ilya Sami, he needs to do it all over again. To find himself under the pressure of Peruzzi this time around. Peruzzi might go on the inside. Yes, he does, and takes that 4th place. And there's been a switch as well for second with Alfie Davidson ahead of the Spaniard.
And that was a good example of Ilya Sami showing a bit more maturity. He's been really working on it the last year. I think Ilya Sami of 18 months ago probably would have kept turn in there during that move with De Verheeve. It would have been a bit of a clash. It would have been both of them out of the race. But as a championship contender, he knows he needs to get to the end of these heats, pick up these points, particularly when he's in a race ahead of his teammate and championship rival Chester Fawkes. Another one of his rivals, though, is at the front of this field. Mason Hibbert leads now by a second, ahead of teammate Alfie Davidson. De Verheeve still there in third. There's Harry Chapman looking down the inside of Chester Fawkes. This is all for 6th place. Dimi Uzanov in there as well in the carbon black helmet, working his way through the order on the tools again this weekend. His mechanic and tutor Jason Dredge into turn number 9 once again. Bodie Batch is on the move. This is tough moments for Chester Fawkes. Chester Fawkes going backwards at the moment. Isn't looking too happy with things out there. Here comes the number 452 of Ollie Surley around the outside. Ollie Surley goes through as Chester Fawkes got a problem here, because this is very unlike what we've seen so far from the championship leader this year, going backwards and into the midfield.
Yeah, it comes to Wackersdorf leading the way indeed. Still, alcohol point later. We're going to have to wait until the qualifying heats to have the 25 points awarded to any of the drivers leading that classification. But as for now, lap number 5, the checker flag is getting near, but not without a battle. De Verheeve in 3rd place, chasing Alfie Davidson. Those two might want to work together, because half of a second not consequent enough for Mason Hibbert to be totally on his own and relaxed. So he's going to have to pay attention. But as for now, Elias Sami as well under the pressure of Elias Peruzzi. 2 battles at once for the Fusion drivers. As battling for P4 at the moment outside of 10 and then the 9. We're waiting for any move coming our way. Will this be Peruzzi first? Could this be De Havive as well for second place? Harry Chapman down in 6 in front of Usunel Forks. And Holly Sorley as well down in P9 from Body Batches. We still have to keep an eye on so many battles within the top 10. 2 trains of drivers, even to make it 3, entering the final lap of that race. Mason Hibbert, half of a second now. Still looking over the shoulder. Mason, he has 2 wins to his name, don't forget. It might be 3. As on the inside, we can see De Havive sniffing around the rear bumper of Alfie Davidson. You might want to go for the move. Could this be worth the risk? Certainly so, considering the points at stake for the championship and the positions coming to the Superheat grid. But he won't have that many opportunities left.
De Havive has driven far, far better in this race. This is going to be a strongest result of the weekend so far. Unfortunately, there's been problems out there for the likes of Charlie Clough and Siabel Basalama have both fallen down the order. But Mason Hibbert is going to continue the winning streak. He really is in good form at this stage of the season. Off of the final turn, it's going to be a Fusion 1-2 in heat number 3 for the Minis. Hibbert wins again and will take a 26-point lead in the qualifying heat standings into the final round of heats here today. Alfie Davidson moves back up to second place with that result and will hope to win the 4th and final heat and maybe see Hibbert fall down the order. But given that the gap is 26 points, Hibbert would have to fall quite a way down the order to change things. Just looking very quickly at it, yeah, if Hibbert was to finish in, let's say, the top 10, that would be all done for pole position tomorrow in the superheat. So Hibbert has put himself in a very strong position. He could probably be quite clever with tyres as well. He won't need to deploy any new tyres if he's tempted to. Yeah, just confirmed it. If he finishes in the top 12 in the next race, he will be on pole tomorrow for the superheat and take the maximum championship points from this stage of the day. Fusion team members, they will be happy with that, and they'll get their young driver hydrated as well and ready for the last heat of the day for the Minis, which will be our last race of the day at 4:40. Well, it's originally 4:40. We'll get an updated timetable for you because we are running a bit further behind because of that earlier red flag. But they will be the last race of the day, the Minis, so do stick with us all the way through to the end. Let's have a look at the standings then from that race, the provisional order for them. Good stuff indeed from Mason Hibbert to take the race win. Alfie Davidson was P2, Leo De Havive P3, Elias Sami and Achilles Peruzzi complete the top 5. A good drive there from Peruzzi. That's more like it. That's what we saw earlier in the year at the IAME Winter Cup. Here are some of your highlights from that 3rd and penultimate X30 Mini Heat. This is a great start for Leo De Havive there. And he would take the lead in the early stages of this race. They just about all got through the first couple of corners. There would be a little bit of trouble off of turn 2, heading towards turn 3. Caden Hakura would find himself out wide. That was the problem for Charlie Clough, I think it was, in the 429, falling down the order. Bright starts for the likes of Peruzzi and for De Havive, who have had some troubles so far this weekend. This was the squabble into the chicane. Hibbert had really taken the lead by this stage. Elias Sami had gone back through into second place and continues to accumulate a nice, tidy sum of points. He will have a 15-point lead over Chester Forks into the final round of heats. Not such a good time for others out there. Milo Cornell and Ollie Telstead, they did get back into the race, but they were severely delayed after locking their carts together and lost around 20 seconds in all of that. But as I mentioned, they did get back into the race at least. They weren't retirements. Elias Sami on the attack again. This was past Peruzzi. De Havive fighting back at this point as well. This was into the first braking zone. That's the kind of move there. I mean, it was a bold one from De Havive, but I would argue that he had enough of control of his kart. Previously, I think Elias probably would have had a bit of a clumsy accident with that one, but he was wise there, kept his steering open, made sure that he was still in the race on the exit of the corner. Good driving from one of the championship contenders. Other changes towards the front. Peruzzi went through past Sami. Hibbert was still holding the race lead. This was a close moment between Chester Fawkes and Harry Chapman. Chapman having another strong run on his first weekend with the XL Motorsport team. But it was Hibbert's win once again, and he continues to look really strong here this weekend. He had a really strong run a couple of weeks ago in his national championship, and just seems to have got a lot more confidence now with his driving, but that is only part of the job done. We will see the Minis out again later on today, and hopefully we'll be able to join the Minis down in Parc Fermé in a moment. More racing to come. The juniors will be out on track soon, but let's pass down to Guillaume.
Thanks very much, Andrew, here with Mason Hibbert. Mason, what a weekend for you so far. Are you, at this point, pretty much unbeatable?
Yeah, pretty much.
You've certainly shown that on track. That was certainly impressive. Talk us through the racing so far, the level of competition that you're facing.
Yeah, it's very hard, to be fair. With the best drivers in the whole of Europe, it's really hard.
One more race to go, which is slightly unusual in the IAME Euro Series in terms of tyre management, a bit of refreshment from Halfie. That's kind enough from him. In terms of tyre management, considering that you have more racing tomorrow, how are we doing?
I think I feel really confident.
Fantastic. Best of luck to you for the last race, Mason Hibbert, or currently in the points in the mini class. Over to you, Andrew, and back on track for the juniors.
Thank you very much, mate. Yeah, indeed. We've got the juniors back out on track, groups A and C. Underway for their formation laps. Here is your grid for this race. It's another 8-lap race, 9.5 kilometres for everybody out there. This was the race in your programmes due to go at 3:20 if you're watching trackside. Let's take you through the full order for this one. Daniel Miron starts on pole position. Alongside him on the front row, it's Santiago Barros, Ludwig Blomqvist and Mason Kwong. They go from row 2. Seva Osachi-Soslovsky is well positioned in the intermediate points going into this one. It's alongside Aurelio Longitano on row number 3. It's Teo Polikan and Libov Vlasak on row number 4. Max Endicott and Alex Point, they go from row 5. It's Sem Saslik and Charles Ural on row number 7. Teo Pelfren, the single dream racing entry in this one, will go from row number 7. He's alongside podium visitor from last time out at Franciacorta, George Clark. Nico Schervers needs a good result in this one, as does Andy Stewart. They both go from row 8. Esteban Roche has had a retirement already today. Charles Candle has had a quiet, good day, though, is starting on row number 9. Jamie Mulvey will not take the start of this race. He's missing from our timing screens in terms of activity. Johnson Stewart will be on his own on row 10. Mattis Musch and Aaron Berhofer complete the 11th row of the grid. So we're looking at 21 drivers going in this one, unless it's a little moment with the transponder for Jamie Mulvey, and he is out there. But I can't see him now. I think it is 21 drivers for this one. Points going into this: Daniel Miron 100 from 100. Osachi Soslovsky second on 88. Gonzalez third on 86, as is Wood. They both go in the next one. So this is going to be a key one at the very top of the order. Can Daniel Miron keep this run of results going? If he can, this is looking very, very good for his quest to be the winner tomorrow. Here we go then, green lights on our screen. We are racing once again. It's another brilliant start from Miron. Blomqvist follows through immediately into second place. Has a little think about going for the move through into turn 2, but thinks better of it. The rest of them filing their way through the first couple of corners. It's another great start, though, from Daniel Miron. These drivers into the bitter end of their heats here today. This could be Daniel Miron securing pole position on this form, going through this race. What a start for him. I think we've got all of us, all of the 21 drivers are through the first couple of corners in this lap, Guillaume. But the question remains, what is it going to take to beat Daniel Miron here this weekend? Because he has answered every single question so far with an A-star response.
Yeah, much like in the Mini with Mason Hibbert, this is the same question, that drivers are scrapping their head about. Darren Miron so far unbeatable in the junior class. Around the inside, Teo Polikan. Ono Chashdi as well, taking Ludwig Rankist with him by the look of it. Yes, indeed. The 103 further down behind. Still battling happening as well all through places. Oshachi Luzovsky, who just dropped a couple of momentum here. A bit of momentum dropped under the pressure into the chicane, as Daniel Miron already pulling the gap 3 tenths of a second on Ludwig Rankist in second place. Polikon up in third. Max Andekot, the championship leader, was able to make his way through as well, up to P4. 5 places gained so far for the BMR driver. Now finds himself in front of Oshachi, Longitano, Belfreni, Barros, Alexander Point and Vlasak as well, rounding up your top 10. Another lap completed. Here we go into lap number 3, that is. 3 tenths still, as Ludwig Rankist put the fastest lap in this race. The 103 battling along as well further back. Oshachi Luzowski just behind Max Andeka, running inside. Goes the number 18. That's Aurelio Longitano. That's for P5. Well done for the Swiss driver. Longitano didn't have the best of outcome. Remember, if you were with us earlier, he had a bit of a contact leading to a difficult first race and start of his weekend, but is coming back to much better intentions in this race. Let's follow him through. A quick look over the shoulder for the 103. And Longitano has just lost the place once again. So the battle is heating up right now, with Theo Belfrene, Santiago Barros as well, willing to get involved, and Santiago Barros might have a bit of work to do. Oh, and contact once again. 2 drivers from Action, the 99, by the look of it, of Charles Candil, and could have been as well Esteban Rodno. Someone else was involved.
Mason Kwong, the number 62.
Mason Kwong at the wheel of that prowling machine. Those two coming together, unfortunately, as Mason Kwong that last and maybe potential DNF. We didn't get to see if the 2 were back on the track. Confirmation coming up very, very soon, but certainly not the scenario those 2 had been expecting entering this second rotation of the racing, the last rotation, shall I say, for those 2 groups already, as we have the last one for the seniors coming up just after. But for now, Daniel Miron still not quite able, Andrew, to build enough of a gap to be clearly in the lead and comfortable about this.
I think his race managing at the moment is Daniel Miron, because he's leading this race. He doesn't necessarily need to win this race to get pole position for the first of the superheats tomorrow. Why take more out of your tyres? That does invite Ludwig Gronquist to go down the inside. Gronquist takes the race lead. Nice move there from the Swede. He needs the points, but that is not Daniel Miron's style. This is why I love watching this kid race, because whenever he's overtaken, he doesn't panic. He doesn't get overawed by the situation and the event, but he does go back on the attack. He does go straight back in with a real poise at the wheel of his kart. That was a great response from Daniel Miron. Teo Polican starting to build speed, starting to look similar to what, well, I say it started to look similar to what we saw in Franciacorta. He has just lost 3rd place there to Max Endicott. He's fought back though, has Polican. That's a good response. Back down the inside, retakes 3rd place. That's lost him a lot of time relative to Cronquist and to Miron. Lost him probably half a second in that back and forth exchange. Down towards turn 2 once again go the race leaders. Endicott's gone in again. These 2 came to blows earlier on in the day. Polican responds, gets back ahead. Well, these 2 I think are quite happy to fight it out with one another. They are both towards the higher end of the performance tables so far this season. You would expect them to be championship contenders when we get to Genk at the end of the summer. They are not wanting to give up to one another.
Yeah, certainly not, as the checkered flag is getting near. 2 drivers, 2 trainer drivers in a battle for the lead. Miron and Gronquist, Polican and Descartes. The current championship leader still very much on the pace and on the rear bumper of the Frenchman. And on his own this weekend, it has to be said, as usually at Dream Racing, they have a couple of drivers at each of the rounds. This time around, he finds himself, to rely on his own performance, which is never easy. In terms of working the data and trying to be on your own against the rest of the opposition. But after that P7 in the opening round of this year's championship, Polican didn't have the same luck in Franciacorta, but as you mentioned, he's coming back to a much better pace after picking up a 5-second penalty in his previous race as well for a couple of incidents on track. But now the pace is strong for Dream Racing and Theo Polican. Can he hold on to that 3rd place? Max Endicott has other intentions in mind, that's for sure. Those 2 working together slightly as well to try to decrease the gap in front of them. It's still almost a second between Gronquist in 2nd place and Theo Polican trying to push himself a little bit closer. As we get into the last lap, the gap has been extended in the meantime. Could we see another move from Ludwig Rankis? That's the big question into that last lap. If Daniel Miron stays where he is, that would be win number 3. That would mean, once again, even more points in the pocket and more confidence entering tomorrow's Superheat.
6 points for Gronqvist would be far more beneficial to him than Miron keeping these 6 points, because Miron's got such a big advantage in the intermediate points. But Gronqvist is only 3 spots, 4 points, in fact, behind Osachi Soslovsky. I don't think he's going to be close enough, though. This is another great performance from Daniel Miron. As long as he can get off turn 11, he's going to win. He's going to be on pole tomorrow.
Yeah, fantastic performance. This will be the last one for these 2 groups. And in the end, well, Daniel Miron Laurenti was able to hold on to that lead from pole position. 3 races, 3 victories for the young Spaniard from Fusion Motorsport. He wasn't supposed to be part of round 3 this weekend, but the occasion turned itself, and he took that chance after last weekend's practice. He was due to compete as part of a rule book, and well, so far he's certainly proving how much confidence he's been building this season, how much of a reputation he's creating for himself, not only in this class, but in other classes on the international level. 3 races, 3 wins for Daniel Miron. That puts him very much in the lead with a big gap on the rest of the field. There will be one more race, A versus for those 2, B versus D afterwards for the juniors. But as for now, no one can catch up Daniel Miron Laurenti. There will be our pole sitter coming in tomorrow morning for the superheat. There will be 2 superheats for the juniors and 2 superheats for the seniors as always. And it will be the one starting in superheat A with the maximum points to the championship that he has entered for the first time as a wild card. Daniel Miron wins, Ludwig Rankist picking up a very important 2nd place. Theo Policon finding his way up to P3 from 7th on the grid. Great recoveries for both Max Endicott and Alexandre Point. 5 places gained to 4th and 5th. Aurelio Langitano 6th from Theo Pelfrenet. Santiago Barros, George Clark, Libor Vlasak running up the top 10. 11th place for Horaci Zuzlowski, Ukrainian driver, finishing only 11. That's a shame since he's starting 4th on the grid. Horaci Zuzlowski is going to have a bit of fine-tuning and certainly confidence to gain back for the last phase of the weekend tomorrow. Aaron Buhofer, P12, a 10th place recovery for the Fusion driver from Charles Ural, Mirko Schwerz, Mathis Musch, Andy Stewart, Jonathan Stewart, Esteban Roche, Tsemzelik, Mason Kwong, unfortunately, after is coming together, finishing 20th and last. Let's see how things played out into this qualifying heat, the last one for those 2 group A versus C. It was a cracking start from pole position from Daniel Miron, facing no position whatsoever, even though Ludwig Rankist once again taking advantage of that inside line, coming to turn number 1 from P3 up to 2nd. Theo Policon was very fast, very soon to pick up that P3 on the inside of Mason Kwong and Santiago Barros. The Portuguese driver once again dropping down the order down in P8 in the end, not being able to face the opposition as much as he would have liked. But in the early stages of the race, another driver suffered some consequences coming together. As we said, one of the Paralympians, Mason Kwong, was able to keep going. Unlike Charles Candil from Action Racing, he was the other driver involved into that incident, as Mason Kwong was able to continue but to finish last, as on the inside, the 92 of Daniel Miron fighting for the win. Would be the win, but Ludwig Rankist would not surrender without a fight, as behind Theo Policon and Max Endicott were also busy with their own fight for that P3 finish, and would got away of the Frenchman in the end, missing out for 1.2 seconds on potential winning results. Well, before we're gonna head back to the track for the last qualifying heat of the juniors, let's go down to the Parc Fermé with you, Andrew, to hear more from some of the drivers.
Thank you very much, Guillaume, here with our race winner and pole sitter for tomorrow, Daniel Miron, 3 from 3. How happy are you?
Yeah, very happy with the results today. I think we maxed out everything today, and yeah, looking forward for tomorrow.
What's been the biggest challenge? Race 2 was a bit tricky when you fell down to 3rd.
Yeah, it was just 2 people behind me were pushing, and yeah, in the X30 the slipstream is very helpful, so just overtook me, and then 2 corners I was in front again.
How fun is this circuit?
Yeah, very fun. It has a lot of overtaking opportunities, and it's very fun to drive.
Well, we look forward to it tomorrow. Daniel, thanks for your time. We'll see you tomorrow. Daniel Miron there, your pole sitter for the Superheat in X30 Junior tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Daniel Miron, and thank you, Andrew, once again. Indeed, our point leader in the junior class, but there was one more race to go into that category B versus D, with 8 laps to go through once again, as the drivers now make their way back onto the track for the 2 warm-up and formation lap. We're going to have on the front row of the grid, that's going to be interesting because Freddie Wood is one of the qualifying heat winners so far, and Ivan Gonzalez as well. They're going to be sharing that front row of the grid in front of Josh House and Harry Williams. Row number 3, we'll see Aaron Richardson and Orion Mehta, and Nilas Malik and Submani Kera. Row number 4. Then we're going to have on row number 5, Zoltan Kwani and Alexandre Rafali-Manana, as well as on row number 6, Jacob Beischle and Lynn Kirscher, George Kinlan and Colby Pattinson on row number 7. Row number 8, Milan Sechin and Alejandro Campos, Tony Cachaferro and Harrison Stevens on row number 9. Row number 10, Emmanuel Drexel and Karl Lundberg with Philippe Massard and Stanislav Ziarko at the back end of the grid. 22 drivers on our screen, and very much so onto the track as well. As we mentioned, so far 1 win each for Freddie Wood and Ivan Gonzalez, who was slightly earlier into the schedule. But in the meantime, Daniel Milan-Rolente, as we have seen, has been picking up 3 wins in total, taking the maximum points and the pole position for tomorrow's Superheat A in the junior class. But there's still a 2nd place overall to pick up into that category, and pole position for the 2nd of the Superheat. So let's see what's going to happen in the overall classification of things, led at the moment behind Milan-Rolente by Andekot, Osashil, Zuzlowski down in 3rd, Grankist, Alexandre Point, Polican, Barros, Longitano. This classification will be updated slightly once we are into racing. Let's see, first time of asking if the start procedure will be respected, with Ivan Gonzalez from pole on the left side of your picture, right side of the track. Freddie Wood, we go green, and we're racing once again for the last time today in the junior class. Cracking start from pole from Ivan Gonzalez. Watch out from Freddie Wood. Josh House in the middle as well on the inside of that turn number 2. Harry Williams by his side. Oh, and a bit of a contact further down in the field. Let's try to have a good eye on what has happened there, but otherwise, for the contenders in the lead, it's pretty clean getaway in the first few corners, but 2 drivers got involved there. Trying to have a view about who that might be, but the 96 might be one of them indeed. That's Alexandre Rafali-Manana. Unfortunately, the French driver from Victory Lane, one of the, at least the biggest victim of this incident, since he cut through the grass. You can see him on the left side now. A bit of a trouble for Alexandre, who is in the middle of the racing line. He's going to have to put himself on the left as he does to try to let the other pack through. Quite a sad end to his day, unfortunately, for the Frenchman, who I think is going to have to dive down into the pit lane. 1 lap completed, Andrew. Ivan Gonzalez very much in the lead. Josh House managed himself up to P2, and a change for P3 with Harry Williams diving on the inside of Arthur Richardson.
That's more like it from Harry Williams. That's what's expected of him as George House goes down the inside, takes the race lead. George House has got to win this race for me. Guillaume has, oh dear, there's all sorts going on in the middle of the pack. Submani Kera right in the middle of it all, and the number 44 just gets tagged on the rear by George Quinlan. But all of the troubles that George House has had today, if he wins this race, I think he gets himself back in play for at least being in the top 36 overnight, and then not having all the pressure on the Superheat tomorrow, which we know with the greater distribution of points can change a lot of things in the standings before we get to the final. But he's had real trouble in these heats, as you correctly pointed out, Guillaume, the number 96 of Rafali-Manana, under investigation for cutting the track. I think we know which way that one is going to go. Having said that, for House, he's under pressure here. Gonzalez has looked quick today, very quick. Williams, as that is one of the spirits, and a victory. That's Rafali-Manana. Well, that's not going to appease the newcomer to the series to the race officials. If he's had a mix-up with Karl Lundberg in the number 31, there's a change for 2nd place, Richardson through. Sorry, that's the 3rd place, Richardson through. Williams is already through to P2. Look at the damage on the front corner there of the Euro karting number 91. That is not a happy kart at this present time. End of another lap. end of lap number 3. George House leads this one, but only by 0.3 of a second. Harry Williams is right there. These two drivers do know each other. They raced against each other in the minis, as there's a nice move from Nilas Malik. That's nice. Down the inside, takes 4th place, away from Gonzalez. Freddie Wood is there as well. Freddie Wood has been very strong so far today. He's had a bit of trouble in the opening quarter of this race, but we carry on. We may be a quarter of the way through this race, but don't worry, no need for hydration breaks here. We keep carrying on as Wood goes down the inside of Gonzalez and through, gains another position.
Yeah, beautifully made indeed. As around the inside in turn number 10, Josh House and Harry Williams switching positions for the lead. Well, the battle is taking another turn. Williams, Josh House, Aaron Richardson, your top 3 pretty much in one same picture, pretty much into turn number 1. The fast right-hander, the hairpin, turn number 2, heavy braking point. Watch out for the pressure from Richardson. Oh, and we thought for a second that the wheels would be banging. There was a very close call. The pressure is mounting. You can see that Richardson is showing himself left and right to Josh House. A green flag, which means there's a yellow somewhere in the first sector. Yes, indeed. One of the Pirelli machine. Yes, indeed. Oh, Ivan Gonzalez, well spotted there. Andrew from Monlo Motorsport. What on earth has happened to Ivan Gonzalez? He was dropping momentum indeed. But is this the result potentially of a collision? We didn't get to see that. But as a result, the 61 is all the way down in the classification as he was starting from pole. So disastrous turn of event for Ivan Gonzalez, I'm afraid. Milan Sechin under investigation. Could this be related? We might need to wait a little bit to be sure. But in the meantime, we get into lap number 6, that is. 0.2 of a second between Harry Williams and Josh House now. Richardson down in 3rd. 1.5 seconds behind is Nilas Malik, out of the picture, out of contention for a potential win, even though he's on his own, Malik, at the moment. Result of Kwani down in P5. As I say that, well, we have Colby Pattinson, who just made his way past the Swiss driver. Pattinson up to P5.
3 Brits at the front of this field. Oh, George House has gone for the race lead again and got it. Great move ahead of Harry Williams. House defends into turn number 10. Richardson's looking around the outside. That's brave. Oh, Aaron Richardson nearly seeing his race come to an end there. I'm not sure Harry Williams was fully aware that the Fusion driver was around the outside at that precise point. That has dropped Richardson back. Nilas Malik's looking quick in this race as here goes Williams once again down the inside. Has he got it stopped? Off of the corner. House side by side with him. Williams has got the race lead, and that's a brilliant piece of driving from Aaron Richardson as well, up to P2. But that's allowed Nilas Malik in. The recharged, rejuvenated Dane there in kart number 28. Wants to get back in amongst it. Wants to put right what he felt went wrong last time out at Franciacorta. Into turn number 9. Williams is backing them up now. Richardson's waving his hand to say what's going on here. He's going to go for the race lead. No! Trips over Williams. Goes through a bit of rallycross again. Gets back on circuit. Williams retakes the race lead. But Malik's there now. 1 lap to go here, Guillaume. This is another stunning race here at Wackersdorf.
Yeah, crazy piece of driving and moment here when it comes to now the last lap of that race. But we might need to see that again. That was spectacular indeed, to say the least. But the fight is not over. The fight is not over. On the outside goes Josh House. He's going to try to do and to apply all the tricks in the book to try to get ahead of Nilas Malik, who has other thoughts in mind. Harry Williams is still up for grab, but there won't be much time remaining. Unfortunately, as the premium driver in the lead is doing the job that he needs, climbing 3 places up in the lead for now. Just a couple of hairpins remaining, and that's starting to smell good for Harry Williams.
And this result is, I reckon it's going to give Nilas Malik pole position for the second of the superheats tomorrow. Through turn number 10, this looks like it's going to be a win for Harry Williams, but what a drive from Nilas Malik back up to second place. It's going to put him on the front row tomorrow over the line. Williams takes it. Malik second, shoots up the order to second place in the points from these qualifying heats. Displaces the likes of Endicott, Osachi Soslovsky and Gronquist down the order. Those are going to be 2 very, very happy drivers indeed. Harry Williams has got a run going here and could be a danger for the regulars tomorrow. It's his first appearance this season in the IAME Euro Series. He's been loaned into the premium karting team for this weekend, with a bit of support still from Forza Racing, and he is on fire now with that heat win to wrap off his day. But don't forget about Nilas Malik. I'm really happy for Nilas that he's been able to get that set of results together. He raced so well at Franciacorta. It just didn't quite go his way. He could reckon that he could be on the podium tomorrow with that kind of form. There is your provisional result. Williams, Malik, House. George House will be still quite a way down the intermediate order, but it shows that if he can get to the end of one of these races, he could still be a factor in the top 10 tomorrow in the final. Sultan Koini up 5. Colby Patterson, nice drive as well, up 9 places to P5. That's good points for the driver from Halifax in Yorkshire. Aaron Richardson, Jacob Backler, Orion Meta, Alejandro Campos and George Quinlan in the top 10. Good drive there from Campos as well, up 7 spots. 11th for Leanne Kirscher. Harrison Stevens finishes a first racing day in Europe. First ever European race he's done. Up 6 places in that one to P12. Tony Cacciafiro, Emmanuel Drexel, Ivan Gonzalez, Stanislav Ziarko, Sugmani Kira, the last of the 17 finishers. Quite a few big retirements in that one. Freddie Wood didn't see the end of the race. Philippe Massard, Alex Rafali Manana, Carl Lundberg and Milan Chekin. Is that a turning point, though, for this weekend? We know that Daniel Miron will start on pole position tomorrow for Superheat A, and if he wins Superheat A, he'll be on pole for the final. But Harry Williams is building a head of steam now, and that could be a telling result going into tomorrow. Here are some of your highlights from the last race of the day for X30 Junior. It was a good start for Ivan Gonzalez from pole position. Freddie Wood trying again round the outside, as we saw from Freddie this morning, but I think there's a bit more grip down the inside line now. There you see in the background the incident that leads to Rafali Manana cutting off a significant part of the circuit, which he did go under investigation for. George House took the early lead away from Ivan Gonzalez. Williams positive at the start and moved up to 3rd. Here's how Sukmani Kira fell down the order. She was wide out of one of the hairpins and finished 17th in this race. But Kira's got the speed to charge back. We saw that last time out at Franciacorta. Here was the incident. So Rafali Manana was parked on top of by Carl Lundberg there. So a very eventful race for Rafali Manana. That put both of those drivers out on the spot. There were the 2nd and 3rd retirements in that race, with Milan Chekin's number 91 out even earlier in the race. Philip Massard and Freddie Wood would also retire from this one, whilst the rest of them carried on. Nilas Malik, what a race this was from Nilas Malik, who calmly and precisely picked them off one by one. Freddie Wood was in the mix as well, but would fall down the order. George House needing every single point that he can get after a rough first two rounds of the day. Got back into the race lead. Aaron Richardson flirted with the dirt through and out of turn 10. This was the move from Williams, really bold down the inside. Had to get it done on exit with a bit of an assist from Richardson through turn 3. That was the ultimate move. Well, no, it wasn't, because that was the movement from Richardson down the inside. Tripped over Williams in all of that. Williams able to hold on, but it was Nilas Malik with that really tidy drive to P2, who goes to 119 points. Not necessarily a total you would have expected to get a pole position for a superheat, but Nilas Malik has done the business. Let's head down, though, to Parc Fermé. Last bit of X30 Junior business of the day is to have some interviews with Guillaume.
Thanks very much, Andrew. Here first with Harry Williams. Finally, Harry, the win to run things up for today. What was missing before and that worked this time around for you?
Yeah, it was just we struggled with the start sometimes, but then it was good. I held my place around the outside, and the pace was just really good then, which I think we struggled with the early ones heats today. But yeah, it felt really good today.
Yeah, it went really good. It's certainly giving you a boost of confidence heading for the superheat tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. It's gonna, after we struggled in the first one, but it's definitely gonna give me a boost of confidence.
Fantastic. Best of luck to you for tomorrow. As you can leave your place to Nilas Malik quickly. We're going to do that second interview live. Nilas Malik, very hard race to finish today's qualifying heat schedule. But the good news is you 2nd overall, which means on pole position for the 2nd superheat. How do you feel?
It felt good. Start of the week we were struggling a bit, but we just kept our head, and yeah, we're here now.
Feeling confident with both the material and the tires, and yourself up here as well for tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, we got a great team, BMR, we got a great engine builder, we got everything we can do to win.
Everything in place for tomorrow then. Best of luck to you. Thank you very much indeed. As we'll see you back for the Super Heat tomorrow. Back over to you, Andrew. We have 3 more races on schedule to go. Don't go anywhere.
And the first 2 of those 3 are the last heats of the day for X30 Senior. A and C groups out on circuit. Let's take you through the grid. Dan Alleman and Danny Carinini share the front row of the grid for this one. Zach Green and Morgan Moore go from row 2. Emilio Bernd and Eloy Gonzalez start on row number 3. Javier Barasca and Julian Sorvillo, they go from row number 4. It's Evan Purcell and Max Lacroix on row 5. Davide Marcanato is out on circuit, starts on row 6 alongside teammate Michael Muller for Virtus Motorsport. On to row 7, we find Bertram Saxa and Marlon Bayer. Aaron Vader and Joey Brown on row 8, Maurice Vercruiser and Lewis Mackey, who had a really good heat number 2, there on row number 9. Mark Granada and Gautier San Juan there on row number 10. Yagrana, Oliver Meek, that's row 11. Jan Rodriguez and Emilia Pauli go from row number 12. Row 13, Max Ewell will start alongside Antonius Haddad. And then completing the 27 all-presence field, it's Philip Dinu in the 345 for Croc Promotion. Scores heading into this one. 3-way tie. Alaman, Garcia, Carinini, all on 94 points apiece. All of them could still be at the front of the order come the end of this, but there's only 2 pole positions available for those super heats tomorrow. So someone's going to miss out. Could be someone from further back sneaking in there as well. Maybe Plikkinen on 88 or Green on 85. There's a lot that could change across the course of the next 22 laps. The first 11 of them will not start now. That is a false start. Dan Ashton sends them round again. And we go for an extra formation lap. Remember, if you are new or just need a reminder, it's 50 intermediate points if you win one of these heats. 44 if you come home in second place. With the points that tight, that 6 points could make quite the difference on a day like today. 41 for third, 38 for fourth, 36 for fifth, and then it cascades down through the order to last place, which in a group of 27 would get you 10 points. So, who can win the battle of the seniors in the heats here today? You can see the balcony there above the cafe here at Wackersdorf. Dan Ashton is on his own balcony to get this race started in a few moments' time. And Dan Alaman against Danny Carinini. These two have been superb so far today, particularly Danny Carinini in that second round of heats. What has he got in the locker? May look to take it nice and calm through the first half of this race. It was the second half of the race for Carinini where his pace was just awesome to watch. Very slow run into turn 11.
It is very slow indeed. The slowest we've seen so far, all categories combined. No mistake there for Dan Alleman. He wants to make sure to go this time around. Let's see. Dan Alleman, Danny Carinini side by side on the front row of the grid. Second time of asking, should be the right one.
Are we ready for a race start then? Towards the acceleration line. We're looking good. We're racing for the final set of heats here today in X30 Senior. And look at the start for Carinini. Carinini takes the lead of this race. Down towards turn 2 they go. Alaman looking to the outside. There's a bit of a melee in the second half of the field. Many drivers in trouble straight away. Mark Granada looks to be one of them. Bertram Sash is in there as well. Another one of the MPs has fallen down the order in all of that, but Carinini is away. Alaman in second. Third for Zach Green. Max Lacroix's in there again, and Davide Marcanato. Yeah. They've all had problems in previous races. That's not good. That's not good at all. You don't want to have to do too much in the super heats tomorrow. And as you mentioned, yeah, Aaron Vader was the MP Motorsport driver out of this one, so that has really spread the field out quite a lot. Look at how little a set of drivers we've got in the front pack. Carinini, Alaman, Greenburn, Moore, Baraska, Gonzalez, Purcell and Sorvillo. That's it. we've only really got 9 drivers in the front pack at the end of lap 1. Everybody else, to some level of degree, got caught up in that first corner incident.
And the first one leading the second rain is Yule, indeed. Max Yule all the way down to P10, missing almost 2 seconds from the rest of the pack. So it also got to come down to those drivers in front. We have inside change for second place by the look of it is indeed with Dan Halleman, who just lost the place to Emilio Byrne, one of the local heroes competing here on home soil, doing wonders at the wheel of that energy machine. Mike Panigada, the founder and manager of Energy Corsa, is here this weekend as well. He must be delighted as well, certainly, to see his chassis doing so well. But now Dan Halleman is the man on the charge. He's going to have to resist because Javier Bruscar is very much on his tail. As you mentioned before, Andrew, we haven't seen much as we got used to from Javier Bruscar so far. Run the inside goes the energy driver, Emilio Byrne on Zach Green. That was one heck of a move. Very last second, he went for the dive. There was enough space for the German to make his bit. And now finds himself number 1 chaser of Danny Caronini. 0.4 of a second for the Italian. He gets so strong once in this position. It's shown this before this weekend and before in his long career so far. And if he were to stay in that position, Caronini would be, as you can see, our current leader with the maximum points in the back. Still 1 race to go, don't forget. So this is still very much provisional at this point.
He would have at least pole position for Superheat B. It would leave Garcia in a position where he would have to win the next race to be the tiebreaker in a situation where, again, we'd go back to TQ yesterday and Garcia would take that over Caronini, but he'd have to win the last race. Second would not be enough. But I tell you what, Emilio Byrne looks really good here. The Byrne family know this circuit well here at Wackersdorf. Emilio has been in the top 5 across the course of the day. But like we said with Caronini earlier on in the day, the front end of that kart looks really good, enough so that he can go down the inside of Caronini and take the race lead. Has he gone a little bit too deep? Yes, he has. Caronini takes it back. That's experience over youth, perhaps. Emilio Byrne has come through the levels of international karting, down the inside into turn 11. What a move that is from Emilio Byrne. Caronini comes back again. Was that Caronini letting him go? No, Caronini retakes the lead. Here comes Zach Green down the inside, trying to get both of them. It's Zach Green. Oh, there's a touch between all 3 of them, and through has come Dan Halleman.
Incredible time, and watch out as well. Javier Bruscar makes his way past as well. So Halleman and Bruscar up into first and second place in just a matter of 2 corners. Oh, a disastrous ton of event. We fear that might actually happen between those 2, but unfortunately, Caronini at some point, I don't think he got touched quite specifically. The incident just happened behind him. We might need to see that again. He was about to, carrying through into that second corner. But as a result of that, he dropped a couple of positions with Morgan Moore and Eloy Gonzalez up into P3 and P4 as well. Zach Green tumbling down to P6 as Emilio Byrne, unfortunately, the biggest loser of them all, down in P8. He was the one going for the attack, aggressive maneuver, the sort of thing that we like to see at this level, as always. But unfortunately, this didn't pay off.
There's one group out there who will be smiling from ear to ear at this race as Morgan Moore and Danny Caronini fight over 4th place. Oh, that's getting a little bit rough, and Morgan Moore has to take to the escape road there through the high-speed chicane. Caronini in the spot of bother here. MDC Racing will be smiling about this because this is making the job for Aaron Garcia for taking pole position for tomorrow that little bit easier. And their man Javier Barrasca's up the road. We'll focus back in on this though as Emilio Byrne has a moment with Evan Purcell into 10th place. Over the line they go. End of lap number 6. Halleman leads from Barrasca, Gonzalez, Green, and then this fight. Moore in 5th. Caronini 6th. Max Yule from the back of the field. Is Max Yule's weekend starting to turn around? He's had a torrid last 24 hours. He's down the inside of Moore now and has taken 6th place. Brilliant stuff from the young Briton.
Yeah, in front of Moore indeed, as Evan Purcell just made his way past Emilio Byrne once again for P9. In just the breaking point of 10, number 2, as this is happening now, lap number 7 out of 11. Look at how scrappy that's becoming between some of the contenders out there, with the premium driver in the middle of the pack. And Purcell trying to make his bid as much as he can as we're getting through the last few laps of that race. Back in the lead, 0.4 of a second between Halleman and Javier Bruscar. That's the first time this weekend that the Spaniard finds himself in such a good position, having climbed 5 places up to that second position. But now the thing is, can he hold on to that? He has a 6/10 advantage on Eloy Gonzalez. Zach Green further down. I do think that at this point of the weekend, Andrew, considering this is the last race for those two groups, they might want to get their hands on those points. Let's have another look. Almost.
Burns and Purcell moment.
Oh my God, that could have been nasty.
Thankfully they both got away with that one, but the race officials are looking at that. We're on lap 8 out of 11. Just to recover things on how this is affecting the pole position winners for tomorrow. Aleman is in the same position now that Carinini was earlier on in the race. He will have at least pole position for Superheat B. It could still be Superheat A if Garcia does not win the next race. But Garcia now wouldn't necessarily need to win the race to at least get one of those pole positions. So that's where it's got a little bit easier for the reigning champion. Here's the fight for third place. Zach Green down the inside of Eloy Gonzalez. Smooth, beautiful, spot on from Green. And that gets him back up into third place. He's the fastest driver on circuit right now. He's broken under the 50-second barrier to a 49.938. Here's the fight for sixth place. Yule, Burns, Moore, Joey Brown's in there as well. Joey Brown having a decent race here, although he's under a challenge from Evan Purcell as we continue to have a little check in there with Zach Green and Eloy Gonzalez. Zach Green pulling away from Gonzalez now. Carinini down in 5th. Carinini second in the intermediate points right now, but the gap is vulnerable to Garcia, but it would still be a decent number of championship points, remember, as well. Championship points will be awarded after the end of all of these races today. Burn down the inside of Yule. That's a good move from the German on home soil, back up into 6th place. Carinini, 49.818. Another new fastest lap of the race. He's got that speed again. The trouble is, he's 3 seconds behind the next driver on the road. Yule there ahead of Joey Brown and Evan Purcell. Good to have Evan Purcell back here this weekend. And down the inside goes Purcell, takes 9th place away from Joey Brown.
And we're getting to the conclusion of that race, the last one for those two group A versus C. There'll be more of the seniors after that, but let's go into that 11 and last lap. Dan Aleman, 0.3 of a second from Javier Boscara. This is the last effort from the Swiss driver. Zach Green and in third still, Eloy Gonzalez in 4th. Those 4 drivers up in the lead might want to get their hands on those points and building up the confidence heading to tomorrow's Superheat, as we said. As for now, with one race remaining, and an important one as well, because it will decide of the overall point classification and one of the 2 pole sitters coming in tomorrow's Superheat. Dan Aleman has one hand on 1 pole position, but that will depend on the result of that last race. As we said, one last kick of the throttle in that turn number 11, that never-ending right-hander, and that's smelling good for Dan Aleman on his way to victory number 2 for Dan Aleman and Spirit Racing. Half of a second in front of Javier Boscara, the Spanish driver from MDC, picking up his best result of the weekend on the German layout. So Javier Boscara, who had a bit of a trouble in the early stages of this event. His first qualifying heat didn't go according to plan, but now finds himself back into a much stronger mode. P5 overall as for now, with one more race to go. But Dan Aleman did the job. Now, all he has to do is to get himself on the sideline of the track, watch closely the last race, pray for, secondly, what will happen to at least keep that second pole position. If Aaron Garcia doesn't get to the point of winning the last race of the day for the seniors, well, that might mean that Aleman might keep the overall lead and the points to the championship. Against Aaron Garcia, one race to go, and the Spaniard will be expected to give his full maximum to try to get his hands on the points and the pole position for Superheat A coming on tomorrow. The biggest move in that race, Max Yule, who climbed 17 places, would you believe, 25 on the grid, 8 at the flag. Impressive recovery for the Mac Barrett Racing driver, as now The rest of the field is presenting himself to the scale once again for the last time before tomorrow's final phase of the event. A couple of drivers went missing, unfortunately, into that race, won by Dan Aleman from Javier Bosca, Zach Green, Eloy Gonzalez, Danny Caronini down in P5 as he was fighting for the lead and a potential victory. Danny Caronini from Emilio Berndt, sad as well, P6. He won't be content with that result in the end for Emilio Berndt, who got himself into a bit of an incident. In front, finishing in the end, P6 in front of Morgan Moore, Max Yule, Evan Purcell, Joey Brown, Julian Sorvillo, 11 from Marlon Bayer, Maurice Verkreus, Jan Rodriguez, Lewis Mackie, Antonin Zarad, Gauthier San Juan, Oliver Meek, Emilia Poli, Michael Muller, Hugo Rana, Philippe Dini, and Aaron Weda, the MP driver who managed to finish the race, but 23rd at last, after being one of the drivers involved into that big incident in the early stages that caused the race to Marc Granada, Bertram Sach, Davide Marconato, Max Lacroix. Let's take a look at how things unfolded into this last race for the A versus C. One more race to go after that, don't forget, with the B versus D for the seniors. But it was a cracking start from Danny Caronini. Second time of asking. Dan Aleman kept things under control, maybe a little bit too much, approaching the line at a very slow speed. It allowed Caronini to have a better getaway into turn number 2, and then this happened into this hairpin, a big coming together between Granada, Bertram Sach, Marconato, and Lacroix. Aaron Wida was involved as well, managed to carry on, but that cost him any potential positive result. One who was looking for a strong finish result was Emilio Berndt at the end of that Energy Corse Germany machine, fighting his way with Danny Caronini. At some point took the lead from the Italian, but the Zanchi driver, champion of that series 2 seasons ago, was there to respond before. Well, Emilio Berndt was there as well. Once again, side by side, you could feel as, that Caronini was getting slightly annoyed as the door was open as well for Zach Green to dive on the inside. The contact happened, unfortunately, between Zach Green and Emilio Berndt, costing the race to both. Zach Green would finish in the end P3. Solid results, taking into account what happened. But for Berndt, unfortunately, there was P8 in the end. Battles are plenty into that last qualifying heat for those two groups. Caronini was certainly not having the finest of time, coming together with one of the fusions at some point, Zach Drummond, who would end up slightly further down the classification, unfortunately for him. But Caronini would have expected certainly a much stronger result, having led the race and certainly dreamed of one final race. But in the end, Dan Aleman was there to do the job and would end up with a second qualifying heat win to finish his qualifying heat day on a high. Before we get back on track, let's get down once again to the Parc Fermé with you, Andrew.
Thank you very much, Guillaume. Dan, pole position for one of the super heats tomorrow. How does that feel?
I feel great. It was very consistent today, finishing the first heat second and then the other heat first. Yeah, so I'm very happy.
Tell me a bit more about that race. It was a key one with Caronini and others. How did you play it?
So yeah, at the start I had no grip at all. I was sliding around every corner, and then I needed to avoid the crash between those three in front of me, and then I was pushing on the limit for making a gap on Brushka.
Any changes needed for tomorrow?
No.
Good stuff. Thanks for your time, Dan. We'll see you tomorrow for those super heats. Dan Aleman there. Up to you, Guillaume.
Thanks very much, Andrew. No change needed for Dan Aleman. Keeping the same recipe, keeping the spirits high when it comes to the Super 8. And the final, we can wait to be tomorrow already. One last race for the seniors, B versus D. That's an important one as well. If you're joining us right now, you've picked your moment right, because that's going to be the decider of the overall point classification later, as well as the second pole sitter. Aaron Garcia, starting from pole, has one good option to get both the points and the pole for the first of the Super Heat tomorrow, but he's going to have to win this one. Auto Paikanen has other intentions in mind from the front row. Benjamin Westwood, Roxanne Antinga, row number 2. Row number 3, Alex Martinez and Egor Ivachenko. Row number 4, Ruben Moya and Zach Drummond. Then we have Matthias van der Kerkhoff and Alejandro Ramirez. Travis Theo and Christian Fuente Plaza, row number 6. Row number 7, Scott Rayleigh and Sam van der Reyden. Row number 8, Stig de Rademacher and Kevin Baker. Row number 9, Andy Rattel and Luna Clary. Row number 10, Elvis Krauskas and Luke Taylor, followed by Emmanuel Liudakis and Sieur de Vries, row 11, row number 12, Elidax and Florent Panes, as well as Paco Sarmiento and Gael Padilla, row number 13, and Dylan Patel, row number 14, with one missing driver, I've just been informed. Luna Clery, despite being cleared by the medical staff, decided not to take part into this last race of the day. 11 laps to go through, and we go green. First time of asking. Cracking start from the pole sitter, Aaron Garcia. Otto Paikanen by his side, but soon enough, Benjamin Westwood on the inside of turn number 1 into the hairpin from P3, the victory lane driver up into second place. Watch out further back as well. Oh, a couple of drivers coming together. Big contact between 3-4 drivers into the braking zone. But in the meantime, it was a good start as well for Roxanne Antinga, holding on to that third place as it seems. But a couple of other contenders got tangled over there by the look of it, and all of them seems to have been back on track. To be confirmed as always, but in the end, in the lead, Aaron Garcia managed the first part of the job, certainly, from pole to hold on to that lead and try to stay alive through the course of that first hairpin. And we've seen on a race before that this particular sport of the track can be quite treacherous, especially when there's like more than 20 drivers at once into the breaking point. 1 lap completed. Garcia, Westwood, Paikanen, Travis, Theo as well. Roxanne Antigua down in P5. Trouble for Ruben Moya by the look of it. Is one of the drivers involved into that big coming together. Alex Martinez, Sieur de Vries and Sam van der Eyden by the look of it as well. All those 4 tumbling down the order. Disastrous turn of event and end of the day for drivers that we've seen battling at the front.
And I fear for Ruben Moya, this is going to be one hit to his championship hopes. That's a little bit too much. News to us in recent times, he was disqualified from the previous round of heats for being underweight. So that combined with a result towards the back of the field, that's going to need a really good superheat tomorrow for Ruben Moya just to make it through to the final. Never mind scoring strong points. Meanwhile, back out on circuit, the race continues. Aaron Garcia leads by nearly a second ahead of Benji Westwood. Otto Pikkanen there in third place. Roxanne Lantinga up to fourth place. There's a change going on for fifth as Zach Drummond down the inside of Travis Teo takes that fifth place. Good move there from the Scotsman. In as well comes Elvis Krzauskas. Krzauskas up a spot and to P8. That's 11 positions gained from Elvis Krzauskas in the early stages of this race.
Yeah, the best form we've seen the driver from Lithuania up to this point this weekend. As on lap number 2, Garcia trying to extend his lead in front of Westwood and Otto Paikanen at the wheel of that Pauli machine. This is a little bit further down in the classification. We'll get back to that in a second. But in the meantime, Zach Drummond 5th. This is Travis Teo down in P6. Now, we could see briefly the 203 of Ruben Moya, still very much reverse, trying to climb the field to maybe get his hands on anything left, unfortunately. But good picking up there, Andrew, on the latest update in results. As we can see now another of the PP driver, the 240, that might have been indeed further down. We'll get back to that. It was Christian Fuente Plaza from Mullo Motorsport this time around, fighting for P10.
Question for you, Guillaume. Have we covered tyres whilst I was wandering back up to the box?
Well, it seems like the schedule is so tight with the delay that we had that time is flying out.
Tyres for who's we're using what out there? Elvis Krzauskas. There's a good reason why he's up 10 places in this race. Make that 11. He has deployed
there you go.
2 new tyres. So this is the first time that we've really seen someone roll the dice and show us what the tyre offset is like here at Wackersdorf. And the answer, it's pretty big. Up the order again goes Krzauskas. He's only 3.7 seconds off the race lead. Now he will be going out of the initial shiny phase on the tyres. He's got past Ivanchenko now for 7th place, but keep an eye on that 229. It will have pace in this race with half the tyres on the karts. Brand new ones for this race. We're on lap number 5. 4 laps completed. Garcia leads from Pikkanen. Westwood, Lantinga, Drummond, Teo. Krzauskas now up to P7 ahead of Ivanchenko. Fuente now also on the move. In fact, yeah, Christian Fuente's got past Elvis Krzauskas now from the information that we've got here in the box. Fuente is not on new tyres, but he has had very good speed here today. Moya technical flag is appearing on our screens now. What is that for? We'll see in a moment, but the race officials have curtailed the race for Ruben Moya. That's not good. That's not good for Ruben Moya's chances. Oh, is one of the fusions is
340.
in trouble, and that is Alejandro Ramirez. Ramirez down the order, the Mexican driver. Has had a few weeks with Fusion Motorsport. That's not gone well for him, though, down to P22.
And Ruben Moya just went back into the pits.
Yeah.
Just saw him from the corner of my eye. That's as a result of that technical flag being shown to him. Race done and dusted. And after that, that DSQ that you mentioned earlier, Andrew, that's a total disaster, both for the race this weekend and the championship for Moya.
I kind of can't believe what's happened to Ruben Moya's season. You think back to Zuera, you think back to this stage of round one, and you start to think, could this be Ruben's year? The switch of teams to PB karts, it was all going so well.
Yeah.
He had that engine failure in the final round of heats back at Zuera, and it just doesn't seem like he's been able to get his season going since that very point. And he'll always come back. He had a very good run at Genk a couple of years ago, but I fear that the points that the likes of Garcia, Caronini, Alaman are putting on the board here, it's going to be too much. He's going to be out of championship contention by the end of this weekend, and that is a real shock.
That is a shame indeed, considering that he was in the podium in Zuera despite that DNF.
Yeah.
He picked up some strong points as well within the top 10 last time out in Franciacorta, but he won't have that chance this time around as we enter lap number 8, that is. Garcia, Otto Paikonen split by nothing, as you can see. The pressure is mounting. As for now, Dan Aleman and Aaron Garcia are on equal points. If Garcia stays where he is, it will be a pole position, yes, but it's based on qualifying effort.
I think this is more important, though, than a superheat pole position, to be honest, Guillaume. This is a battle for championship points, because if Pekinen was to take the lead, Garcia would drop to second in the intermediate classification. That would come at a cost of 3 championship points, but not just 3 championship points. We have a saying in England in football called a 6-pointer. You often talk about it, teams at the bottom of a football table. This is a karting 6-pointer. If Garcia loses this lead, he drops 3 points, but he also sees Dan Aleman, his title rival, gain 3 points. It'll be a 6-point swing. It is imperative for the reigning champion. Oh, he's picked up a little bit of debris there. I'm not quite sure what that was, just flying off the front of Garcia's MDC run machine. I think it might have been a huge chunk of tyre, perhaps, because it was under his front fairing and then spat out of turn number 3. Dylan Patel's looking quick at the moment, 50.114. Patel, where is Patel at the moment in the order? He's a little bit further down. He's P16 right now. Yeah. But Otto Pekinen, we know he's got good pace. We know he's also got good pace in the second half of races here today, Guillaume. We saw him take on Danny Caronini at the start of the day and win. For Dan Aleman, he needs to do the same here, and Garcia's wary of it. That's a really good run for Pekinen through into turn 1. He's having to defend, and that's going to bring Westwood into play. As here goes Pekinen. This is the same kind of trick he tried to pull on Caronini this morning, side by side, into turn 4. Brilliant racing, superb racing between Garcia and Pekinen. It's still 1 and 2 for them, but look at Westwood and look at Roxanne Lantinga. She's coming into play as well.
Yeah, 2 battles at once. 1 for the lead and 1 for the pole position. Around the inside goes Pekinen into turn number 9. And look who's going through as well. Benjamin Westwood and Lantinga as well in the mix. And Zach Drummond is the 5th driver into the party now. 3 side by side into turn number 11. We're going to have one heck of a final show here in the seniors, as always. Now, Otto Pekinen leads. Aaron Garcia back in second. Zach Drummond in P3. Lantinga 4th. Benjamin Westwood in P5. As round the inside goes Garcia once again. The door is open. That goes the way of Zach Drummond, who almost takes the place, but Otto Pekinen resists. This is important as well for Roxanne Lantinga. I was going to pick up on that because her and Benjamin Westwood are close on points in the overall classification, with Westwood dropping down to P7. That goes the way of Lantinga to secure 7 overall in the points, and a good starting lineup as well when it comes to the superheat.
Into the last couple of corners. Is Aaron Garcia going to snatch the top position in the points from Dan Aleman on the last lap? If he is, it's going to be a proper champion's drive. He's streaking away from the rest of them. Drummond's having a look at Pekinen for second place. This is a big result. This is Aaron Garcia doing what Aaron Garcia does. He's taken it again. He wins the final heat of the day. And we wait. No, of course, they'll be tied on points, but it goes to Aleman. Alaman with the TQ performance yesterday has got it by a whisker, but he's done it here. He beats Aaron Garcia on that timed qualifying tiebreaker, but crucially Garcia is on pole. It's 22 points for Garcia tomorrow, going into tomorrow, and it's a good gap ahead of Carinini as well. That is a mighty drive though from Aaron Garcia. Irrespective of the tiebreaker, he still needed to do that. He wasn't sure. Pickerton could have dropped him down to third place in the intermediate standings, but Garcia takes this one, and if you enjoyed that, you better be back with us tomorrow for the superheats, for the final, because it's just going to get better and better and better for the X30 seniors. Garcia wins, Pickerton P2, Zach Drummond P3, Travis Teo and Benji Westwood, Raxan Langtinga P4, Travis Teo completes the top 5, Benji Westwood P6, Egor Ivanchenko 7th, Stigler Adamaker, Christian Fuente and Matthias van der Kerkhoff completes the top 10. Andy Rattel, good drive there from Andy Rattel, up 6 spots to 11th. Scott Riley, Elvis Krasauskas, Emmanuel Leodakis, again, up 7 places tomorrow. I'm looking forward to seeing Emmanuel Leodakis a little bit further up the order for those superheats. In 15th was Kevin Bakker. Dylan Patel was your biggest mover, up 11 spots to 16th. Ellie Dax has recovered well after that hit in the first round of heats at P17 today. In that one, Sem van der Heyden, Alejandro Ramirez, Luke Taylor complete the top 20. Paco Sarmiento, Florent Panes, Gael Padilla ahead of Sjoerd de Vries, the last of the 24 finishers. 3 drivers who did not see the checkered flag. Retirements for Ruben Moya and Alex Martinez, 2 big fallers there. Luna Clare did not take the start after her accident in the second round of heats earlier on today. And that is how things end up in X30 Senior here today. So just to go over those provisional scores at the moment, Alaman 144, Garcia 144. They finish with equal results. Garcia just misses out though to Alaman on the basis of timed qualifying performance yesterday. Here are some of the highlights from that race. Garcia got a really good start, had to get across the front there of Pickerton to stop any kind of run around the outside out of turn number 1 into turn number 2. Look out for Ruben Moya in the middle of all of this, because he's going to get into a spot of trouble there and lost a side pod. That is what happened to Ruben Moya. Is that the end of Ruben Moya's hopes of championship glory in the 2026 IAME Euro Series? I hope not, but I fear that is the case. Good drive from Zach Drummond up the order, showing his class in that Fusion machine on his way to P3. Elvis Krasauskas rolled the dice, put new tyres on, or half a set of new tyres. Worked fairly effectively. In the end was P13 in this one, maybe just losing out a few of those positions late on, but there was some good fun involving Elvis Krasauskas in the early parts of this race. That was the moment where something just flew off the front of Garcia's car. This was the start of the pandemonium for the race lead. Pickerton down the inside. Benji Westwood then had a go. It brought Roxanne Lantinga in the MP machine in and Zach Drummond. They were 3 wide heading towards turn 11. But Garcia again showed his class and superiority at the wheel of these senior X30 machines. It was here last year where he really started to get that form going that took him to the championship. Could we be seeing the same here again? Let's find out with Guillaume.
Thank you, Andrew, here with Aaron Garcia for the last time before tomorrow. Some more action awaiting us, Aaron, superheat and final, but you are on pole position for the other superheat. On equal points with Dan Haleman, you've done certainly your maximum.
Yeah, I mean, we give our maximum. I think we have a bit more on the pocket, so yeah, we need to work for tomorrow. We need to see what we miss, and yeah, we'll try to fix it for tomorrow, but I think we have the pace to fight.
When the competition gets that tight and intense with such a level here, where do you look for details? Where do you look for fix and fine-tuning?
Well, I mean, the level is too high, so we just need to be calm. It's a championship, so we win nothing on the heat. So yeah, we just need to take the points for the championships. I try to win it.
Fantastic. Best of luck to you for tomorrow, Aaron Garcia. Your pole sitter in the Superheat B, second overall behind Dan Elleman, but that was very on the finish. One last race to go, Andrew, for the minis, and we have one more pole sitter for tomorrow to decide.
We do indeed, although this one's looking pretty good heading into this final race of the day for our pole sitter. Mason Hibbert will be at the front of the order. He's had 3 wins from 3 so far today. And I reckon a spot inside the top 10 will be more than enough to secure pole position for the final. But still got to go out there and do it. Let's take you through the grid then for qualifying heat number 4. All drivers in X30 Mini out on circuit for 7 laps, 8.5 kilometres, and they line up like this. Mason Hibbert starts on pole position for Fusion Motorsport. Leo Devahive alongside on the front row for the DRM racing team on the Paralin chassis. Ilias Sami and Charles Clough there on row 2. Alf Davidson and Bodie Batch go from row number 3. On row 4, it's Harry Chapman and Chester Fawkes. Siabul Basalama and Achilles Peruzzi go from row number 5. Dimitar Unuzanov and Ollie Surley go from 6. Caden Hakura and Albert J. Stubbs go from 7. Martin Chekan-Gomez and Ben Eiton start on row 8. It's then Marta Cornell and Oliver Woodall on row 9. Aaron Bordenova and Mattis Pearsons go from 10. Ollie Telsted and Ivan Zvoronins go from 11. Gilles Durale and Darren Garney go from row 12. Laurent Samer, Martin Rodriguez and Marcus Alberg. And you always know, don't you, when you're rushing through a grid, they get a false start, aren't they? We'll go round again for another formation lap. We'll just go over those last 3 rows again. Gilles Durale, in good form. He had a podium here in the IAME Series Germany race in this category a few weeks ago. It starts on row 12 alongside Darren Gani, Lawrence Samer, Martin Rodriguez, there on row 13, and Marcus Alberg on row 14. Position 27, all drivers. Oh no, Harry Chapman's not out there. I've just noted on our timing screen. Now, Harry is one of those who's pretty easy to spot. Yeah, there's a missing space where the 449 usually is. Now, I'm not quite sure what the story is there. We'll try and find that out in due course. So we'll have 26 drivers take the start of this race. This is looking like a calmer run to the line. Once again, we have the flags beautifully waved by Lala and Stefan. Their job for the day is done, as long as the X30 Minis don't false start here. Are we going to get into the tram lines nice and good for the last race of the day? Yes, we are. We're green. We're racing. Good start for Devahive again, who gets in front of Hibbert and takes the race lead. That's not necessarily a problem for Hibbert. He doesn't need to win this race, but he's straight back down the inside, retakes the race lead. Ilias Sami is up to P2. Great start for Chester Fawkes. Fawkes up to 3rd place, but he's going to lose it. He's on the outside line. Back comes Devahive. Bodie Batch has had a good start as well. Oh, a bit of a clash there between Sami and Devahive. That allows Bodie Batch to step through into 2nd place. Here comes Chester Fawkes once again, fighting back up into the top 5. Charles Clough has had a good start as well there in the 429.
There we go into that opening lap. A little bit messy in some parts for some other drivers here. And it's important because even though Mason Hibbert has done the biggest part of the job and should secure will be pole position, well, there's still points and positions up for grab for the rest of the pack. And now look at them, able to go almost 4 side by side into the last sector and to that last turn. The never handling turn number 11. As one more lap completed, he will go into lap number 2. Mason Hibbert, Bodie Batch, split by 1.5 seconds. Nowhere to be seen again, Mason Hibbert, as Bodie Batch is leading the chasing trio, chasing pack, shall I say, with Alfie Davidson, Leo Devahive, Chester Fawkes, Ilias Sami, as well as Charles Clough, Ole Sorli, BJ Stubbs, and Achille Peruzzi. Peruzzi making his bid up to P8 from those 2 positions gained, beautifully done by Ikias Peruzzi. Oh, and coming together, the 463 and the 487, 63-87, that has been Caden Akura and Darren Gani battling for a P19 finish. And seems like we can get on the same page there and dropping a bit of momentum as a result.
Really does look like today that Fusion Motorsports have brought their A game. They've been under a lot of pressure so far this season. They're always under a lot of pressure, being the giants that they are in this sport. But they've got good pace here today. So there's a move from the 427 Chester Forks. Up to not up to P3, up to P4 now. Trying to chase down Bodie Batch. Mason Hibbert has disappeared up the road here. Oh no, problems for Devahive. Leo Devahive finds himself facing the wrong way. Achilles Peruzzi was the innocent bystander in all of that. What happened there to the Spanish driver, who's now down the order and out of contention for the race win in this one? That's such a shame.
Yeah, such a shame indeed. Those two were battling at the forefront, and unfortunately, that's another way you want to finish a series of qualifying heats. It's only getting started though, and you can certainly feel that, a bit of a lack of concentration there. This has been a long and hot day for everybody. First time in a long time indeed that those Mini drivers had 4 qualifying heats before tomorrow's final phase, has to be said. Let's take another look at what happened there. On the inside he goes, the 452. That was a separate incident with the 431 being involved. Wasn't clear about how. This different angle, maybe.
This angle will tell us. There was a touch. It was without Ilias Sami. First, I was thinking, well, there was no one really diving in on corner entry. It was on corner exit that Devahive got together with Ilias Sami. Ilias is quite lucky with that one to have not sustained further damage. In fact, he's just gone purple through the first sector of the race so far. We're on lap number 4 at the moment. Mason Hibbert. I think I've got one question for Mason Hibbert when we get down to him earlier on the basis of this. Where has this confidence come from? He's been very quick all year, but he's often been, say, the 4th place driver. It's been the 2 DKs of Forks and Sami, and then on balance, probably Davidson the fastest of the Fusions. And in the last 3 weeks, that's turned. This is not, if you're a regular viewer of the IAME Euro Series, let me tell you, this is not a fluke. This is not a one-off. 2 weeks ago in the British Championships, Mason Hibbert was running like this. This is dangerous for the rest of the field, because if he keeps driving like this, he is going to claw those points back. He is going to overhaul some of those rivals, and he may well march on to take the whole thing when we get to Belgium.
Yeah, certainly the most difficult part of the job still awaits to try to translate that pace and confidence into victory, not only in the Super Heat, but in the final as well. But remains to be seen. One question we might ask Mr. Hibbert, Andrew, down in Bavarian later on is what he's having for breakfast now. And maybe it changed in the past few weeks, and then that sudden change might have triggered something.
I don't think he'd tell me the answer. If that's the secret, he's not going to tell me. I can try anyway.
Yeah, you can try.
6th lap of this race is underway. Chester Forks is breaking physics again. He was a long way off the back of these 2 Fusions, and he's brought it back together now. Hibbert is being caught, but again, Hibbert doesn't need to win this race, remember. Hibbert could actually afford to go all the way down to 13th place, and even if Davidson, and that's only in the case of a Davidson win. If Davidson doesn't win this race, say Bodie Batch gets ahead of him, it's even further down the order. Forks has a little look down the inside. In fact, Batch and Forks both get Davidson there. So Bodie Batch back into 2nd place, but not for very long. Good response there from Alfie Davidson, who's having a very consistent season. Chester Forks alongside. Chester Forks down the inside. That's one of the overtakes of the day. Brilliant stuff from Chester Forks into P2 as we head on to the final lap.
The final lap, and what a way to start it by taking them both at once, and the 437 won't get a chance to see it through, unfortunately. And that means that Oliver Wundel from DK Academy, early DNF, I'm afraid for him. He is able to get going still in turn number 9. We're going to follow that up from one corner of the eye. But in the meantime, still a couple of battles are raging on track. Not very much for the lead, as the 488 now of Batch and Davidson still battling for what could be a 3rd place finish. Chester Forks is away now. 1 full seconds between Forks and Batch in 2nd and 3rd. Into turn number 9, switches the line, beautifully made. And unfortunately the golden rule of motorsport has been broken. Never hit your teammate, especially not in the last lap. We might need to see that again. Was there contact, or was unfortunately Bodie Batch pushed slightly outside of the racing lines? But unfortunately, he won't get to see a checkered flag where he thought he would finish. In the meantime, Mason Hibbert take a bow. 4 races, 4 wins for the young Brit of Fusion Motorsport. Your dominant classification leader and pole sitter, the maximum points for the championship and the pole position for the Super Heat of tomorrow. certainly no one has been able to catch up with Mason Hibbert so far. Taking that win from Chester Forks, Alfie Davidson and Dimitar Yuzunov picking up that 4th place. Where did Body Batch finish? All the way down in P8 after that slight misunderstanding, as I like to call it, between the two teammates into that last lap. Just a few corners from the checkered flag. An unfortunate conclusion to what has been a successful day for the team. Mason Hibbert wins from Chester Forks, Alfie Davidson, Dimitar Yuzunov 3rd and 4th. From Traklov, Elias Sami, LBJ Stubbs, Body Batch, Martin Sechin Gomis, Matis Pisens, Oli Sorli down in P11 for Martin Rodriguez, Siabil Basamala, as well as Milo Cornel, Aaron Bodanova, Leo De Havive, all the way down in P16 after what happened to him. Akilas Peruzzi follows him through in P17 from Gilles de Waal, Ivan de Boronins, Oli Telsted, Laurent Sommerfine, Ben Eiten, Marcus Halberg, Kaiden Akura, Darren Ghani, and the unfortunate Oliver Woodhall, who was the last one to see the checkered flag. We had 27 drivers to start with and 26 to start with and 26 in the end, with the missing Harry Chapman, who decided not to take part in this last race of the day in the mini class. Let's take another look at how things unfolded into this last confrontation. 4th and last qualifying heat. It was a good start for Mason Hibbert with Elias Sami just behind him. On the outside, Leo De Javier having a cracker getaway as well, taking the lead just before the red-ender to number 1. As into the breaking point, things took another turn. The switch from Mason Hibbert taking the lead once again, as De Javier was left battling with the rest, Elias Sami and as well as Alfie Davidson and the rest of the field. Body Batch as well involved into those early battle. For the Spaniard for a second thought that he might have an early lead, but he was certainly not taking into account Mason Hibbert's determination to take that P1 back as soon as the exit of that turn number 1. Turn number 2 as the 63 and the 87, Darren Ghani and Kaden Akura got together at some point, missing out on a potentially strong results for the last qualifying heat, finishing at the back end of the grid, and then that coming together with the Havive, with Elias Sami. As a result, the Spanish driver would see the checkered flag all the way down in P16, having started from the front row of the grid, different angle into that happen at turn number 4. Quite a sad end to his day for Leo De Javive after having shown some strong performances in his respective qualifying heats. As in the meantime, the battle was raging while Mason Hibbert was left in the lead. The 447 at some point of Alfie Davidson, Chester Fox. This is the moment. This is out of turn number 9, where those two got it completely wrong. Body Batch lost momentum all the way down to P8. Alfie Davidson was able to keep that 3rd place behind Chester Fox and Mason Hibbert. But certainly a bit of a dramatic moment between those two that will be talked about. And they wonder about the debriefing in the Fusion Motorsport tent afterwards. Now, let's get down to Parc Fermé for the last time with you, Andrew.
Thank you very much, Guillaume, here with the perfect man during the course of our 4-heat Mason. Where has this confidence come from? You've been quick all year, but you are now winning these races with apparent ease. Where has this confidence come from?
And we're going to finish this day on a high. Sad that we could not hear more from Mason Hibbert, but you know, this has been a hard and long day for everybody here at the Prokart Raceland of Wackersdorf. So this will be the last word of the day, as we will get back tomorrow for some more interviews and insight live from the Parc Fermé with some of our contenders in the Mini, the Juniors and the Seniors. So what lies ahead, ladies and gentlemen? Once again, before we go, once again, let me thank you for being with us live on the IAME Euro Series YouTube channel and all of our social media. Once again, a big thank you to everybody here. Now, tomorrow, the action will start at 8:30, and I'm being informed that we get to hear from Mason Hibbert. So let's get back down again to you, Andrew.
Thank you very much, Guillaume. Mason, we'll try that one again. The confidence that you've got this season, moving up to the front of the field, where's it come from?
Just testing around different tracks, getting better racecraft, and yeah, that's what's happened.
How big has the team from the effort been? The effort from the team been?
They've been really consistent as well as my team, my mechanic and my team engine builders. They've been really consistent for the whole year.
And how exciting is it to be on pole position for a big European race? The first time you've ever done it, you'll be on pole for the Superheats.
Yeah, it feels really good, to be fair.
Good stuff. Well, Mason, have a good rest overnight. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Mason Hibbert there, your winner of all 4 heats in the X30 Minis today. We'll see how he gets on tomorrow.
Indeed, thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Mason Hibbert. Second time was working indeed. Fantastic. Now, this is the first time indeed that Mason Hibbert finds himself in that position. Here's what lies ahead for the weekend schedule, the final phase that will be starting tomorrow. The drivers will be on track at 8:30 for the warm-up sessions. We will be live, as always, for the Superheat, as the first one will go out on track at 9:55 local time. We will be live before that. Make sure to tune in on the YouTube channel of the IAME Euro Series, as always. 9:55 on track for the first race. We'll be live before that. We have 5 Superheats in the morning, starting with the minis, 2 for the juniors, 2 for the seniors. A bit of a lunch break as well for everybody to get ready for the finals. The first one at 12:40 local time, again, mini, junior and senior. And we will be live before each of those finals, down on track, talking to the drivers. And don't forget as well that after that, half an hour, if everything goes to plan, after the last final, we will be live again to conclude this weekend on a high with the podium ceremony. So make sure to tune in. You don't want to miss any of this to crown tomorrow's winner of round 3 of the IAME Euro Series 2026. For myself, Guillaume Alvarez, Andrew Matter, and the entire crew of RGMMC from the Prokart Raceland of Wackersdorf, we thank you once again very much, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Into the tram lines. Is it lights out? We race! As down the inside, it creeps another one's down the inside. With a photo finish across the line, he wins! That's an astonishing move. What a drive! Oh, comes back, round the outside, he's done it, it's wheel to wheel, side by side, 3 wide,